Let's go, let's move. move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Of Rising Legends, I'm pleased to announce the new Rising Legends competitive ecosystem. With the goodbye of mid-sets, we were able to stretch 3 sets in a year, and that can only mean one thing: more tournaments and more opportunities to win throughout the year. The new innovative TFT set, Remix Rumble, welcomes our new ecosystem. For the first season, we will have only 2 Golden Spatula Cups. Yeah, I know, I said we will have more tournaments. Just wait. We increased a ladder qualification slots, so don't stop grinding ranked ladder tacticians. You have more chances now. An important update, we moved the snapshots 1 day, so now you have to be ready for selfies on Monday afternoon. Consequently, we slightly changed the slots for the different GSC qualification paths, so expect some variance. Additionally, we have the Rising Legend Finals at the end of the set. This means the best top performers from the GSC and ladder will compete to crown the best tactician in EMEA. For sets 11 and 12, we go back to normality. We will have 3 Golden Spatula Cups per set, and the ways to qualify for GSC and finals are still the same as set 10. But stay tuned, the slots could slightly change. To read up on all the details for this new competitive season, visit our website at risinglegends.gg and follow our social media account to never miss broadcast updates.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to a Golden Spatula Cup. This is our second and last of this set, and Panda, I cannot believe the set is almost over again. It feels like it just started.
We've been squeezed down to just a few months for a set we haven't seen in a long time. Mid-set changes, which means everything has been compacted, and it means we're so close already to regional finals and to even worlds happening a month from now. So really going to be, I think, the last stop to see what players have to say for themselves when it comes to the competitive circuit.
Yeah, me too. And Rita, I mean, you've been here with TFT Esports the longest time, but I don't know if it's just me or if you feel the same, but I feel like our players are getting better and better and better every competition.
Yeah, we might touch on it a little bit later, right? But the cutoff to qualify directly on EU West for this GSC was 1500 LP, by the way. That is an absurd amount of LP to make it to the GSC.
It absolutely is. But for all of you, dear viewers who tuned in early, we're very proud of you. We do want to reward you. So Panda, tell the people what we're going to talk about in the next few minutes.
A new feature for the top of show, a table of contents to go through everything we'll be hitting until that first game starts. We're going to look at a recap of the competitive circuit, just the format, just how it all structures in EMEA. An interview with ImSoFresh has been popping off recently on Ladder. We're going to look at a beautiful asset of all the previous GSC winners we've had in our circuit. We're going to look at the rank ladder snapshots that Wida was alluding to in terms of how they looked this last week coming into GSC. Meta talks, of course, going over what the meta looks like for this specific weekend for GSC number 2. And then a last player interview with Grim and Zeulenache, who has been popping off recently.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this one, and I hope you are too. Specifically, the what to play section has some interesting details this time around, but we'll get to that in a little while. Before we head start into everything, maybe for somebody that is watching for the first time, you know, my mom and my grandma, they like to tune in here, tell them what's going on and where we are in the competitive set.
Yes, Mix. As you kind of alluded to at the start of the show, we only have 2 GSCs this time around. But as you can see, this is how it's built up. You have the rank lock, you have the open qualifiers, you have the TRC leading to the Golden Spatula Cup, and then we go into our Rising Legends Finals. And that's what we're fighting our final players for today. We're trying to figure out who's going to collect those GSC points to lock down their spot in the Rising Legends Finals. Normally we would have 3 GSCs. This set we only have 2. And that's just how it works. Next, as we also saw in the video before we went live, Make sure talking about it, we'll have 3 next set again.
Yeah, and of course we also have our timeline ready. We already mentioned it. The championship is right around the corner, and more info on that later as well. We're so close to it. It's only this event and the EMEA Finals that are separating it from us. I'm being graced by a lovely little cat that's joining me on the desk here. She's being needy. But Panda, talk to me about the last Golden Spatula Cup and your favorite moments there.
There was a lot to count. Maybe Safo, a Spanish player, making into that top 5. It's been a while, maybe even since Martin's win where we had a Spanish player pop off. But Czech Republic, Skipeyes, not winning it this time around, but finishing 3rd. Petit, his first ever GSC win. I think a great accolade for him as an individual. And overall, just a lot of new players coming through from Turkey, for example. From even MENA, we had Marwan Jr., for example, coming in and having a high placement. So a lot of fresh faces for this set 10.
How can you also not talk about the most important thing, David? On day 1, we got the full-on 8-bit cash out. Beating out an Israel free or something like that. It's absolutely ridiculous game. One of the wildest games of TFT that I've ever had the honor of casting.
Yeah, me too. I was so excited to see that one. Of course, there was also a little bit of high rolling and finding some 3 stars that nobody thought were possible, but we are going to go into an interview in just a couple of seconds. And while we are getting that ready for everybody, we can start to introduce the player that we are going to talk to today, because as always, we are trying to highlight players that, you know, maybe you guys haven't seen too much just yet off. This time around, though, it's somebody that I think people will be familiar with, and we're just sending him yet another shout out here on the desk. I'm super excited that we can have another French player on the desk here with us in a couple of minutes and ask him about how the French scene just keeps being as dominating as it is. But is there any underdog region before we go into that you guys are looking forward to? You already mentioned Romania, top of the show, Panda.
I'm laughing, Megs, because you fell for the bait once again. You said French player. Key distinction. ImSoFresh. He's from Belgium. Francophone player, that is true. Very involved with the French community, but we've all been tricked. We've all fallen for the bait every now and then of where he's from.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, underdog region would be Belgium, because we also have Alanzq competing again, right? A very exciting player to return to the circuit with ImSoFresh as well.
Exceed that as well.
Yes, you know, he's had a pretty decent run recently on top of that. So, like, there's a lot of Belgian players here. I think there are 3 of them in the tournament, and all 3 are very high-quality players. I'm looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, me too. We are getting that ready. Of course, actually, Belgium, one of my favorite European countries, but he is here with us. And now ImSoFresh joining us on the desk. And you are not only just a caster for the Francophone. Oh, is he here? Is he here? We're waiting. Normally the graphic changes, but production is toying with us right now, but we're getting there.
We've been baited 3 times in 1 minute, Mix. How does it feel? Will you ever
it's
feel?
just-
Never talk about hovers. You know,
ready.
that's the golden rule from any Riot game ever. Don't talk about the hovers. Always wait until it's locked in.
Hey, I hear ready, I'm ready. But I hear that yet again, ImSoFresh is here to talk to us now, and this time it's working. Hello and welcome here on the desk. You're not only a caster for the Francophone scene, but you're also an absolute beast on ladder. Especially this set, I feel like we've been really seeing you pop off. How would you rate this set on a scale from 1 to 10?
Hello, first of all. How would I rate this set? I think it's a good one. I think last time I enjoyed a set like this was set 6 or 6.5. I can't remember since 6.5. So I would give it a 8.5 or 9 out of 10.
Wow.
Pretty good rating.
Pretty much. Yeah, I think the chosen mechanic has been introduced again, and it's in a pretty decent spot. Most of the time you can pretty much cook with whatever you earn, and there's a lot of flexibility. So I like it.
Yeah, it kind of like to go back to the start of the set, right? You, together with Experian and Volterix, went down to the Solari HQ for a boot camp for I believe
We did.
like, was it a week or 2 weeks? Was that like what kind of sparked your willingness and your fire to return to competition this set?
Can you repeat?
Yeah, was that
bootcamp?
Was that boot camp like kind of what sparked the fire to return to competition for this set for the first time since set 6?
Kinda. So the original plan was to, just bootcamp for the beginning of the set, and we played a lot, and then I started getting ranked pretty well, and after, I don't know, after competing for the top spot of the ladder, I just realized I like the set, and why not try tournaments, Whenever it used to be my mentality in the past. So I always even though I don't play tournaments, when I stream, I just try hard. So whenever I'm ranked well and I'm qualifying for a GSC or EMEA, I'm just trying for fun, So I'm like, why not trying?
It was kind of like a natural flow of this set. Talking about competing, you've been balancing and juggling many different things in your career, not just competing, but casting, organizing the Fresh Cup as well that feeds into the Hex League in this set. How hard has it been? How have you managed to balance all these things and find success in all these different areas?
Usually it's not that hard to be a caster and a player at the same time. Organizing tournaments can be stressful sometimes. Especially when there's offline things involved, having all the players offline and stuff. But whenever it's just casting in studios, it's pretty chill. So not much about that. But last year was too much for me because I was casting LEC as well on the French broadcasts. So that was too much for me. I had to make choices, and I stopped casting that. So now I'm focusing only on TFT, and it's been all right.
Mm-hmm.
It's been all right. I hope it gets better than just all right. But you were talking about kind of casting and playing being very similar in terms of workload. Can you maybe tell people how you prepare for something like a Golden Spatula Cup?
So lately, if I can explain, pretty much after the boot camp, when I went back home, I started playing alone all the time, and just playing the game 24/7 is not helping improve as a player. It's really bad. You pretty much tunnel vision everything all the time. And I started practicing with other players. These players are Tartman, Tom Duzor, and Opal. And we had this
popping off too.
Yeah, we had this little group of we were 4 at start, and that we were just on Discord all the time and talking about the game, playing games in backseat stuff, and it helped me improve a lot. And yeah, we were all of us were doing really well in ladder, so I think that helped me a lot.
It's all starting to make sense now when it comes to all of you really doing so well. Entire set. You mentioned at the very beginning when we asked you about rating the sets that the last set you liked as much was 6.5. You also happened to make EMEA Finals in 6.5. You finished 9th overall. Do you think this set you might follow a similar path. What are your overall expectations and goals after doing so well on ladder, having the confirmation, hey, I still have what it takes to compete among the best? Is that the next step? Is it making it to day 3 in this GSC and hopefully making finals?
I hope so. But I don't have as much pressure because I think I'm doing well in the EMEA snapshots thingy. Like I'm 11, so if any of the other 10 player makes it to GSC day 3, it's pretty much a spot for me in the EMEA. So I'll try my best, but I don't have as much pressure as I had for GSC 1. But I'll still do my best.
Okay, good to hear.
We're looking forward to seeing it. Before we started the interview, I already said, I feel like you're one of the people in our scene that basically needs no introduction. You're so known, but still, is there maybe anybody you want to shout out? You want to tell people about your stream? Maybe people that don't speak French to tune in? I watch every now and then, and I try to get along. It's a little bit hard, though.
Yeah. Well, as I said, I can just shout out my work group, like Tartman, Jedrzor, and Opal. These 3 players are like super good, and they're pretty much underrated in the scene. So yeah, they stream a lot. So you should definitely check their stream. Just don't come to my stream. I'm just.
We've seen enough of you already.
I'm too old. Like, yeah. Doesn't matter.
From what we've seen, Tallman is very entertaining. At least he was in Vegas with his facial expressions. So that's a pretty good one.
He has great mimics, yeah. Well, ImSoFresh, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. It's been our absolute pleasure. If you won't say it, I will. Please check out his stream. I'm sure you can learn something there. And I hope you have a great time today. We'll see you out there in the Convergence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was lovely. I love when players are so humble, you know? Well, we do want to talk about more players now because we do have a list of all of our Golden Spatula Cup winners since set 6 when Rising Legends was established. And Vida, you were kind of the brain behind this graphic and bringing it up, and I just love it so much. Talk to me about all of these legendary people.
Yeah, but it's super interesting, right? Because we have someone like Mamene returning to his first GSC since he won his one here, right? And again, his fun fact for his win was he has a 100% win rate in GSCs. So if you would be able to keep that up, that would be super interesting, right? And I think you have Experian coming in as well. Let's talk about him a lot. I was going to talk to ImSoFresh about him as well. Like, has been doing really well on ladder. Surprisingly, needs no real introduction. Like, he's only really... need to double check here, right? We're only really missing Skipeus, Lumapin, and Petit, right? So no defense of the title this time around. Sasa will keep his 2-time GSC champion crown potentially for himself this week.
I just want to highlight the commitment to TFT and to the scene, having players who 4 sets ago were competing at the highest level and they're still qualifying to GSCs, they're still fighting for their career. And to Julie, I think it's really great to see, to have this rotating roster of a lot of old faces with newcomers every now and then, yes, but still having this elite guard defending their kind of individualness, I think is great to see.
Yeah, me too. And I feel like this Golden Spatula Cup, even more than the ones before, it's so funny that we have Mamene, Sabroyson, and Experian all back and in great shape. So I'm super excited to see how they do throughout this weekend. But speaking of competitive qualifications, I feel like this set is so cutthroat. We've been looking at the competitive rank ladder, especially in the West, Panda, and the LP, they just keep going up. It's crazy.
We didn't mention at the start, looking at the last few spots that would get immediate qualification to GSC, it was a cutthroat day when that last rank level was happening. So many players were trying to sit on their LP, hoping that other players wouldn't pass them. Diga Sparta had like 5 wins in a row and then a second and a third to actually make it in the end. So it's just been crazy. The Snatchers as well. Obviously, they've been super competitive at the top end with a big difference. Overall, we don't have the same faces from we had last time, for example. Lush is missing, Travis is missing, less Polish players, more Turkish players, and still a lot of the usual suspects. Wet Jungler, absolute beast on ladder in the tournaments. We have players like Canvas, for example, Double, Enzo as well. But as ImSoFresh mentioned, players like Tardaman, this new guard of French players and Experian as well, doing so well this set.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how they do throughout this weekend. But if you are excited for what to do, we have the facts, we have the data, we have the meta talks ready for you to tell you what to actually play on this rather new patch. Now, we do want to give a broad strokes breakdown here because, first of all, gold openers. So openers where you get a lot of money, can make 10 gold at the very first PvE rounds. They're gone. They don't exist anymore. You cannot high roll money anymore. And then we have a little bit of an adjustment to the twin tarots. They've been brought down, but Cupcake is back in stock, Wida.
It is, and I'm still like fully waiting on seeing how this is gonna like bleed into our overall tournament. If you look at some of the other numbers, it hasn't really bled fully through just yet, but over the course of a week, a lot of developments can happen. And if you look at some of the scrim data that David was talking about as well, we'll be talking about a little bit later, Twin Terror still seems like a very viable path. It's just not as easy to execute on as it was before.
Yeah, and you're mentioning it. Shout out to our beloved Impatches Panda because you've been organizing a Scrim Invitational for our Golden Spatula Cup players in the last days where they could log onto a Discord server, find people to scrim with, and we did look at the stats from that, and there is a lot that we can learn, Panda.
Heartsteel still on top, still very strong. When Econ is again taken out of the game, so much of the streak changes, all of a sudden these Heartsteel cash outs in stages 2 and 3 and 4 are extra special, and overall it's just the best comp to continue capping on your board with the extra cash outs from Heartsteel. And Disco's back as well with TF. Not, I think, the same amount of prevalence we'll see in GSC 1, or we saw in GSC 1 in this GSC, but it is a viable comp once again. You can have a strong Disco opener and still play Disco in stage 4 and do well if you're able to go 9 and fit in those legendaries like Alawi and Ziggs and Sona. KDA, very, very strong and very, very consistent because there are so many different ways to play Ahri. You can play her with Sentinels, like we saw quite a few patches ago. You can play her with Akali as a duo carry, having melee items on Ahri, or Akali rather, and AP items on Ahri. And then also the Ahri warrior setup where you have usually Zed, but can be any kind of melee-centric carry to carry those items that Akali would be carrying otherwise. And Pentakill, still strong, still viable, still consistent, still one of the 4-cost comps we'll be seeing the most of this weekend.
Yeah, I think a lot of this also comes down to some overlap over the course of the alliance, right? We can see blue buff being present on both Ahri as well as Ezreal. Something like a red buff as well, like one of the call items for Ezreal goes very well over the likes of the Ahri, with like going on to like either of the AD carries that you're going to be playing alongside it, right? But another thing also worth noting is we need to talk about some of the earlier slams as well as some of the reroll options, because a lot of the time your early reroll options will also be your item holders. Something like an Annie, for example, is a great item holder for something like the Ahri. You have the Senna could be a great holder of Shoyun. Same thing goes for Seraphine, just like we also see a Katarina kind of make an appearance back into the meta game, which I think is going to be super exciting.
Yeah, we will hear more about what item holder actually works in tomorrow's pre-show, so to make sure you're not missing that. We're really excited to see all of these different options on where to go and what to do with the openers that you've been given. I personally love rerolling. I've been playing a lot of Kale in the previous patch. Now I play a lot of Bart. 2 costs are kind of my jam, always have been. But speaking of jams, Panda, we do have something about jamming on our social media contest. Care to elaborate?
Yes, you can dance until you level up. There will be 3 different playlists that will be posted, and you guys have to vote for your favorite. Wind in Your Face, which is a very special name. And Moo Moo, equally special, and the concerto with a violin. I think you can only guess what unit will be associated to this one.
Sorry, I was gonna jump at it, but then I thought it's much more funny to not say anything at all.
Just leave me there hanging.
We just do like a full we're just like doing the full 4 count, right? But unlike Pharrell, we don't like insert jacks. We don't have like that 1, 2, 3, 4 count on it. We're just like full quiet and then we come back.
Blank
right?
space.
Right, blank space.
So that's Taylor Swift, David.
Out if you
come on, that was good. No.
Yes.
That was really good. But there's no reaction, man. I'm not allowing that.
Now you know how I feel, Wida. Now I'm giving you the same treatment, buddy.
Well, let's move on from a rivalry and talk about community, because we do have more interviews on the line today. And specifically, we do want to talk about the Romanian region. I mentioned it before, and we do want to introduce Grim and Zeulenache today to be here with us. So it's a little bit of a duo Q interview situation that we're getting into. Welcome to the broadcast to both of them. Hello.
Hello there.
Well, two beasts from the East here with me today. Grim, you've been co-streaming for a long time, also competing yourself. Do you feel like the Romanian scene has grown since Rising Legends was established?
Oh, I think it grew a lot.
Awesome.
A while ago, like a few sets ago, I think in Romania nobody was really playing TFT. I think Golden Zeulenache, as you guys call him, I think he was one of the biggest breakthroughs and showed us that not only we can get a lot of LP, but also we can reach so high grounds when it comes to competitive players.
Well, speaking of competitive players, Seoul, you've been playing in this Invitational that we talked about just a couple of minutes ago. You tied with the Spotter on the first place. How does that affect your confidence going into today? Last Golden Spatula Cup, we had the Czech Republic take the win. Do you think Romania gets it this time?
Oh, for sure. I need to go for the top 5 to qualify to regionals, even if I'm already qualified from ladder, because I need to help Og to qualify. He's like third in leaderboard right now in the snapshot, so he needs to get to the regionals. If he doesn't go through this GSC, I need to get it from him.
Okay, that's a good plan. I
approve.
Yeah, I love that. We're big ARC fans on this broadcast, right? Like Sat6 was really defining in terms of bringing those into the game. But no, I kind of want to, because like both of you have kind of been a part of like the BG industry type of like practice group, team, friend group. Can you kind of like explain what BG actually is? As like a very serious practice group? There's a bunch of friends. Like, what is it?
Oh, it started like a.
Go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. It started with me, Grim, and another player called Nelu. We created this small Discord server, and we just grew from there. We got players from ladder, we invited them there, and we just got something bigger and bigger over time. We got a lot of players. We are over 500 now, I think. And BG industry, I guess it means something for like something different for everybody. For me, means backseat gaming, but a lot of players prefer to call it Bogdan and Grim. Like I'm Bogdan and yeah.
I love that so much, actually. So Grim, I'm gonna throw this one to you. But like, so obviously, you being in the, we kind of introduced you as like the beast from the East and stuff like that. There's been like a lot of discourse about EU West versus EU Nordic and East. Like, where do you personally like view that like power differential, or kind of say that? Like, what's the power between those two servers right now? You'd say.
Back in the day, it was a bigger difference, I would say, between EU West and Northeast. But now, after so many Northeast players qualified to GSC, I kind of feel like maybe overall the servers are different. I'm not going to deny that. But there's a lot of Northeast players that are for sure very strong. Og being one of them, of course, but there's like a lot of consistently like top 20, maybe top 20, 30 players that always bring results to GSC. So I think it's something to pay attention to for sure.
Zol, looking at you, Invitational, you very correctly identified the way to play this format. You have a lot of first places. You got 5 of them. And I thought it was mostly hardstyle, but you actually played Riven to a lot of success throughout this tournament. Do you think Riven is once again one of the strongest rerolls? Is this kind of your pocket pick or your like secret tech for this weekend?
Oh, I don't think it's any longer a second pick. Like I had a really good read on the patch when we started playing on tournament realm before it got to live, and I realized that Riven will be very good once again, and I got 3 firsts with her. And I don't think I'll be uncontested on her anymore, so I have also another lines to play.
It sounds like you're blaming me for leaking your tech. Is that what you're trying to do here? You're just subtly saying, really. Thank you, Panda, for making the stats and leaking everything. Looking at you, Grim, you just mentioned, I mean, you already answered my question with the fact that you have 500 people in this server for the Romanian community. I'm very surprised. That is an insane amount. I didn't expect that many people to be involved with BG overall. Do you think it can grow? How happy are you with where the community is right now? Do you think you have a good funnel of people watching your co-stream, watching a lot of the Romanian players in GSCs and saying, oh, maybe I can be this guy in the next set and have that kind of motivation or inspiration to play?
I think BG industry overall gives a place for everyone that wants to learn TFT. But I also think that because we managed to gather so many people, now everyone that wants to play TFT has to be part of it to feel like they move at the same pace with us. Because it feels often that if you don't play this game with a bunch of friends and find new tech, you get left behind. And I think it's gonna, from now on, it's gonna only grow because TFT being the way it is and growing so fast as a game, I think Romania is gonna grow even faster, and for sure it's gonna get even bigger in the next year. So yeah,
it's great to hear.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that as well. But of course, we know that both of you have something to get to, so we don't want to keep you here for too long. Now, time for shout outs, time to maybe get people into the Discord, get people to watch your streams. So do you want to start us off with the shout outs?
I think you want to answer first. Shout out to everyone in BG. I appreciate every one of you and thank you for all the support shown in all the sets. For people that want to get better at TFT, join BG industry. If not, you're going to get left behind. You don't want to be hard stuck like I am.
Like I am?
Like I am?
And if you guys are Romanians and want to see me co-streaming this event in Romanian, make jokes and have fun, I'll wait you after this interview on stream.
Awesome. So anything you want to add, any players you want to shout out that you prepped with, anything like that?
I didn't have any study group, only plus regionals. I studied with Skipeus and Stylet. But this set I plan to do it before regionals. Other than that, Og and Yellow Tomato and Noel, they are the best players I played in the leaderboard in Northeast. And again, all the players that are on BG and supported me and all the others Romanian players that competed in GSC and other competitions. I'm really grateful for them.
Awesome. And we're grateful that you guys took the time to talk to us. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful day today. We're going to see you Seoul out there on the Convergence, and we'll leave you to that. Thank you for talking to us.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That was a great interview. I was literally in our green room this is so funny.
Good vibes.
Awesome.
Good vibes.
Yeah, love that. I think, specifically, I feel like the smaller countries, they have such tight-knit communities. It's just so fun to actually get a glimpse into it that, is so hard for us sometimes with all of the language barriers. But speaking of communities and speaking of coming together and enjoying something together as well, once again, with the championship rolling around, you guys can actually get together and watch it with the watch party at the level in Berlin. And Wida, you were there the last time. Talk to me about that experience.
You're kind of wondering, why did I bring this up? Well, because there's also side events that I won one of these in one of the side events. So that's another thing, an added bonus. But again, it's a great time. The level venue is great. The people are great, especially if you're German as well. The German co-stream will be in the arena itself. There's also a cinema where you can watch the English stream. So even if you don't speak German, there's a ton of things to do. The venue is great. The people are great. There's no reason not to go.
Awesome. Now,
and it's free.
Yeah, it's
That's
free.
the important part.
If you're looking for co-streams in different languages, maybe Romanian, maybe any other languages, Panda, we do have a list compiled here.
We have pretty much every relevant European language covered. So really, you have your option. If you're from any country in EMEA, we'll have a co-stream here to pair with you, including Mena with Lockmaze coming in, Aka Wonder, a great analytical player from Spain, Stuart, who we'll see later in the official broadcast for GSCs, Doki, just a beast from France, just so many different options, different skill levels, different levels of analysis, and also fun from different streamers. So you can really take your pick.
Awesome. I'm so excited to see this list ever growing, it feels like. And with that, we're so close to that first game of the day today. I do have someone special to introduce. I'm not allowed to say who it is, so I'm just going to throw over to Counterfeit and our special guest.
Thank you, mates. So joining me for today, for one day only, for those unfamiliar, a veteran of the French competitive scene since 2021, bringing his brains to bear with ruthless abandon. Here comes the General Kenobi.
Hello there, I'm super jazzed to be with you. How have you been doing, Counterfeit?
No, I've been doing great. It's wonderful to have you here with all of your insights, particularly, of course, into the French scene. But we've got so much to cover. The Alanzq, of course, have just gotten us started here today with all the things to go through. But I wanted to get your insight in particular. They mentioned, of course, GSC 1. We've only got the 2 GSCs, which is the last this set. What are your kind of reflections on GSC 1, given that we did, of course, have the surprise win for Petic and the Czech Republic coming in hot?
Yeah, there was that surprise win, but there's something that I want to talk about a little bit more, is that we don't talk about the second place often. It's often kind of the the forgotten place. You get a good prize, you get good points, you qualify for EMEAs, but do you remember who that was?
Oh,
there you have it. It was a French player. I'm mentioning it also because he's kind of one of the slept-on French players, and I think we're going to talk a little bit about that.
Yes.
Later. It is Zoro, and he's been very consistent, but has seen very little limelight, I would say.
Well, speaking of French players who have taken the limelight, of course, in this opening lobby for today, we're seeing several big hitters coming out. Scarambus was mentioned in the pre-show as being the one who was able to get the god-killing victory against Gone GLC, but Enzo as well playing this one, who was one of the players who brought back EMEA to the world's top 8 after a period where we just were not at all really considered a region that was to be looked at as one of the top ones at all.
Yeah, and they're definitely, with these 8 players, they are looking to start out of the gate really, really strong. And talking about the newer players, here we have someone like Zeulenache that has not made yet a big impression on the European scene. And is there anyone else that I'm leaving out? Sorry.
I think Power Massacre has definitely attracted a bit of attention as well as being a player who's managed to put out some pretty impressive performances. But of course, we'll have plenty of time to get into them overall. One thing I want to get before we get deeper into this first game, so talk a little bit about your views on the meta and things, particularly towards the earlier game. What do you think is going to be the most important for our players today to take account of if they want to get one of those few spots at the GSC?
Well, there are going to be a couple of things that need to be taken care of, and one of the first one is going to be this kind of chosen exactly. Olaf has the potential to be a very, very powerful opener, and there are similar units like Vi does the same. Evelyn, to an extent, has the same potential. The melee carries really have that potential, but if they do not get access to early items, with something like the component anvils or an early augment that gives items, then they can feel a little bit weaker than some of the backline options that will be more stable with less resources.
Well, as you say, it comes to be. Enzo's got the Vi you mentioned as the alternative to the Olaf. It's worth mentioning we are on item payout, so we should be seeing our players slamming some of these items in to get a bit more economy underway. Do we like to start here for Enzo to move into stage 2 strongly?
Yeah, I mentioned Vi just before, and there she is with one of the stronger 3-cost 1-star units we can get in the form of Urgot. And the Moshers have received consistent buffs throughout the entire set, and right now in the early game they are completely dominating. If you can get a 4 or even 6 Moshers, if you get a headliner, that it's so powerful. But we see a 5 component start into a silver augment. What does that tell you?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think it's going to be giving us some, for our players who've got those early strong boards, a lot of advantages in the early going. Of course, as was mentioned in the pre-show, we've had those gold drop changes, so we are seeing a more consistent start overall for our players. Of course, we'll be glancing around and checking out a few more. Enzo, though, decides not to go for short-term power, picking up the Tiny Titans instead. Over here on Elusive Zed, we'll see what he's going to mine.
Yeah, and we've had some very, very augments that have a very high amount of power, but with a higher amount of risk as well. And we're going to go instead with something that's a little bit less risky in the form of switching gears, which should give out some consistent economy throughout the game. especially in the early game. He is looking quite strong, but not strong enough to win every round, which is going to be in his favor instead of the opposite. With that augment that was recently buffed, now gives 3 gold when your streak changes. So if you go from losing to winning or vice versa, you now get additional economy, which is a great augment to manage some, not high roll, not low roll game, just push yourself a little bit higher. And I think that's going to be a very solid strategy for this day one, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, particularly when we know we've got a lot of players in lobby who won't be able to keep a really, really long win streak or loss streak going. But yeah, if Elusive Zed can keep on dancing between going one and between, of course, you get the 3 gold just for getting your first loss in. If you can continue to string together win, loss, he's looking at an awful lot of money being injected into his economy early on.
Yeah, that and the item payout means he might just go very, very quickly to level 7, 8. Like I wouldn't be surprised if he manages the economy well, if the streak goes according to plan, if he went for an early level 7. As early as 3-2 if he's really feeling it, but just 3-5 and then going 8 on 4-2 with a lot of gold. And now we can see a different kind of chosen in the form of this Ksante, which can lead to some very interesting play.
Yeah, I mean, we know that certainly Heartsteel is still here to stay for a long time, but a unit which I'm spotting at the back with a very specific set of flexible items are the Senna, newly buffed as of this patch. I know we've got reroll being front and center of the conversation here, but if we did see Portuguese Babe or just Babe going down a more Senna-centric route, would you be thinking that to be one of the ones that could push for this lobby strongly?
I doubt it right now because he has the Shoshin slammed, and usually, as with most of the 2-cost rerolls, you want to be playing around the Superfans. And Senna's item as Superfan, or with the Superfan, is another Shoshin, which is going to be very, very ineffective. She's going to lack damage, and the second Shoshin only reduces her cast by one auto attack. So that's not the beat that she wants to be playing on. And so I'm thinking this is going to be more around centered around something like Twisted Fate, Ari, or even Cartus.
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly got those flexible items. We know they have been recommended in a lot of different places. As we check in with Spain's Power Massacre, who is using that Vi for early going, has got the Punk chosen style, Punk headline to start us off here, and has slammed those early items. We'll be getting a few more down the line as well. I like what we're seeing from Power Massacre so far, though, as we noted, we're going to be seeing a lot of people swinging back and forth between wins and loss streaks. Scientisticxd, using the Silver Spoon, does have that immediate burst of extra XP.
Yeah, and we're going for a pre-push for Power Massacre, and quite importantly, not making 10 gold here is much more punishing than before. We do not have streaks require 3 either win or losses, and so in general there's just less economy in the game, and not making these early econ thresholds is going to be much more punishing, especially in combination with the fact that if you can go to 8 on 4-2 right on time, you get access to a huge power spikes in the form of 4-cost headliners.
Well, we did get a chance to glance across our entire lobby here, including a few we haven't been able to check in on as of yet. One noticing that sort of Scientisticxd we glanced at before, but Phil Alex as well, bringing out the Disco. Of course, Twisted Fate getting a little bit of help with his max mana as of this patch. Do you think we're going to be seeing a Disco be influential today?
Yes, especially in day 1 and 2, I believe, because it's the early game for Disco is very powerful. It has always been, oh no, not always. Since the patch where Disco became good, the early game has been very, very good. And what was harder in the previous few patches is the way to cap out the board. Twisted Fate was much weaker, and if you did not find early Ziggs or early Ilaoi to, get access to level 9, you needed Ziggs on 8 or Ilaoi on 8 to be able to be strong enough to then go 9 and upgrade them and find the late game board. Right now it's less necessary, still very, very good when you do, but it has become quite more stable once again.
I certainly like it in combination with a Silver Spoon to give you a little bit of early power and make sure you don't get run over in the early going. As you can see here, LeftOverture with the Spoils of War is very much inclined to try and lock down as many kills as possible early, and will knock Scientisticxd out of their win streak. Scarambez also has a win streak going as well, but for Scientisticxd, this will be the end of that particular run.
Yeah, and that means a single player with a win streak going. Do not be fooled by Enzo's 100 HP. Remember, he has a Tiny Titans. So Scarambes taking the lead here in the lobby. If he's the only one maintaining his streak, it means he will be able to exert a lot of pressure stage 3, be able to push early and nearly guarantee he won't be matched, allowing him to further and further his win streak and his economic lead.
And I believe Enzo has been picking up some Seraphines on the sly, so we're keeping an eye out for that as that develops longer term. The Scientistic, again, newly having lost the win streak, looks like we might be taking a side dive into Heartsteel instead, as the initial plan hasn't quite paid out the way he would have liked.
Yes, and well, the thing about Heartsteel is that I like him picking it up here, and I don't mind at all him not finding the Heartsteel right now, because what matters is not really the early cash-ins, cash-outs rather. Is that starting in stage 2, what you get access to is basically if you go to 40 stacks by losing 4 rounds, you get 1 component and no economy. That's it, just 1 component, which in the grand scheme of things is not a lot for having to have lost 4 rounds in a row. But starting in stage 3, you get access to much better rewards, like getting an additional Thieves Gloves, for example, or if you find the 5 Heartsteel, then you get access to maybe an artifact item, a support item, and then it's really in stage 4 where it's going to be the driving influence. Being able to play 5 Heartsteel in stage 4 is really, really key.
Well, do you want to update us on where we are in the lobby overall then, coming into stage 3? Thank you very much, production, for showing us that they did have the win streak broken up at the top. So Babe is the only one who's going to leave stage 2, Portuguese Babe, with almost a full win streak. Enzo, of course, as you mentioned, deceiving us with his HP total, has put together an impressive 5 loss streak off of those Tiny Titans HP.
Yeah, and you can see a huge gap in economy. Power Massacre, despite being, last in the lobby, he has taken less total damage than Enzo, but the Tiny Titans is doing its work there. He's very, very, very low on economy, so it's going to be very interesting to see what he does in the next few rounds, because his items right now are rather flexible, could go on anyone, probably a melee carry. Has that Heartsteel now on board, but he will need to find a way to come back into the game and claw himself out of that deficit that he has right now.
It certainly doesn't have a huge amount on the plate right now, and we can see, I think it's looking like it's going to be more of a softening of the loss streak than any kind of turnaround. At least the Heartsteel is there for a little bit more, but as she said, won't be a huge influencing factor later on. Portuguese Babe will continue on his win streak up on the top, while Enzo continues on the loss. So you can see from those two in particular on the right-hand side, you mentioned the economy has really been centralized into just a couple of individual points, while everyone else has to make do with what they can grab.
Yeah, and here we see a 2-star Senna with that blue buff, which is not ideal onto her, but it is a very good item to have on your focus carries, which is what the players have in mind here. We go from silver to now a gold augment. We are picking up the tempo here, maybe finishing off into a prismatic, which would be very exciting. We see a couple of rerolls and going for this long bow here. The recurve bow with the added attack speed for the entire team, definitely looking like it wants to be an Ezreal game with the AD flex. It's going to be super interesting to come back to this board early stage 4 to see how it transitions. And here we see another person that wants to go along the same route, play the same song right here around the AD board.
Yeah, I mean, the itemization is very defined here, but being able to have access for Scrambles, of course, to all of the components and all of the individual choices means it's very tempting to go down the road most traveled. At least the items are in place. For the time being, Scrambles, of course, as I mentioned before, pull off an astonishing performance in the previous GSC against a seemingly unbeatable board. Right now, it feels like he's setting himself up as a player to beat. Doing very well, managed to keep hold of most of his HP, and with all these slammed items, won't lose any right now.
Yeah, won't lose any right now. He has, despite losing his streak, the item payout is coming in clutch for him, having slammed every item and having 1 component left over. He's very stable in terms of economy. But let's take a look at someone that has decided that Disco will be the play here. The augments are very, very telling. Cyberbulk into the keepers. We are looking at someone that will make the fights drag on and make sure everything is as slow as possible for that Archangel and the Disco stacks to ramp up.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It all is coming together for Alex here. I mean, you said, so much extra HP, so much shielding, taking the real long game. I want to kind of bring out the conversation to the larger picture, though. As we mentioned, we've got silver going to gold. We don't know what the last augment's going to be. We do know that we're in the cash out here for pet building items. In terms of the portal and the kind of compositions we will be seeing in the late game, does this favor any particular approach?
Well, it favors committing early to one type of composition, or at least one type of composition, if not one composition in and of itself. Like we've seen the AD players committing with the blue buff and the Infinity Edge, because committing early means you get more economy, which means more chances to hit what you wanted, having more goals to level up earlier or roll more, depending on what you do. So it doesn't really favor any type of tempo, like playing more reroll or more forecast oriented, for example. It just encourages players to commit earlier than they usually would.
All right, let's take a quick look around the lobby and see what everyone else is up to. We noted right back from the beginning, Elusive Zed with the switching gears has been doing pretty well with a decent amount of money in the bank. But the one who's drawing my eye most is Power Masker down towards the bottom on HP. You noted before that he needed to try and find a way to bring his economy back online. It looks like we're getting some ways to make that happen. A decent cash out there to get a little bit more money in, perhaps start pushing up levels and turn this streak around.
Yeah, a cash out, and his silver augment has just come in. He now has access to that artifact envelope, which is going to give him a leg up against his opposition. What's really tough in this kind of game is that everybody now has the same amount of items, right? Which means that everyone has the same opportunity for slamming. And here, everything is slammed from Power Massacre, but we are not seeing any clear direction. And yet, everything has been slammed, but we have lost a lot of HP. So we have not gained much besides the economy from the portal. And so the situation is still dire, and we're going to need to find an answer in the next few rounds. Maybe as early as 4-1, depending on how it goes for him during this late stage 3.
We'll take a quick look over on the right-hand side. Something that's, we mentioned Power Massacre has been on this big loss streak and will keep the loss streak in place. Across the rest of the field, our players have been hoarding their money. A lot of our players are above or near to 50 gold, but they don't have too much in the way of streaks. So they're really relying on their banked money and interest to keep them economically afloat.
Yep, exactly. The changes to the streak here are not as impactful except for Power Massacre, because no one has been able to conserve a win streak. And I think that's something that we might see a lot today, now that there is no more imbalance in the number of components. Everybody will have the same amount, which means that most likely the components will get slammed hard, even without the added incentive of the item payout.
All right, we haven't seen Enzo for a little bit. He is on a win streak with a Lulu board coming together here. We noted that we've got the double Shojin set up thanks to the super fan. That means an awful lot of casting very quickly. Power Masker will not break the loss streak here, but you have to wonder, as we come to the end of stage 3, when is Power Master going to pull the trigger and turn this one around?
Well, I think he's going to run out of time and will have to turn the notch and then turn the volume up to 11 in the coming round. And you can see, he's already made some room on his bench. You can see picking up that Kale Chosen means he probably wants to wait one more round. Then, but we see the direction he has using the double crown guard with the augment, boosting it on Mordekaiser is very, very powerful, as long as we manage to find him at least 2-star. But finding that 3-star Mordekaiser could be one of his saving graces. Now that is one way back into the game, and we're gonna see if he decides to go now, but I don't expect it. I think he will wait one more round and try to have as much gold as possible. It's going to be super tough because, as you can see, he is looking to play something like Viego, most likely keeping all the pentakills, the super fans, with the Death Defiance, the Hand of Justice. He will be very, very strong, but it's a composition that tends to downscale a little bit with the game time, and he will not have any HP to buffer himself against going down rather quickly. So it's going to be very interesting to see. While Enzo has found a couple of Aries on 7 rolling for Lulu.
Yeah, looking like the board's really coming together here. I do note that Elusive and Enzo have both been spending fairly aggressively to try and keep their burgeoning streaks together. But Enzo handing out a pretty substantial loss there to LeftOverture, who is at least comfortably towards the middle of the table. Powermasker, though, crucially, did just break that loss streak, so the time has arrived for our Spanish player in the lobby to try and use this last augment to really put the game plan together.
Yep, let us take a look at what he decides to do here. Does he find his chosen, his headliner of choice quickly? We see that Zed is not going to be what he wants. That Poppy would be really good, but he would be lacking in damage, I believe. So he is going to skip it. We're looking, and we are not seeing any of the pentakills. We see finally the 2-star Mordekaiser. Here's the Viego we desperately wanted, but we are missing a Kayle, I believe, which means we do not have anyone to activate. Well, we do have someone to activate the Edgelord, and we will be working with that board in the transition. Finding another Viego here might look for a cheeky 3-star Viego on 8 with that duplicator for later.
I mean, it's all got to be long shots here for Powermasker, but Viego needs to pull his weight up against Portuguese Babe, who's got a Viego of his own, though not put up to full power as of yet. Portuguese Babe relying heavily on a fully itemized Ahri, who of course we know loves big single target melees, who she can target again and again to bring down.
Yeah, and with that, I don't think, even though the Ahri has good items, I don't think she is equipped to take down that very, very strong with that Death Defiance Viego. So Power Massacre has done the harder part. He has stabilized, but now he needs to find a way to bring it home and get into that top 4. Let's take a look at someone that is also in a bad position. Let's take a look at what Scientisticxd is doing here, because he's going down low.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a big loss streak there, and honestly, barely any more HP than Powermasker has. You know, if we're saying that Powermasker has managed to turn the corner and has spent aggressively to get there, Scientisticxd on the loss streak hasn't found the board strong enough to get the wins. We'll actually see Scientisticxd coming perfectly timed, and has decided to go for the newly buffed Caitlyn with only the single item. I don't know if it's good enough.
No, she's looking very, very slow. She is completely out of sync with the rest of her team. There is just not enough. It looks like it was a last resort pickup, and that is not what he was wanting to find, and it's not going to do him any good. Going down to 15 HP, we might see him going down in that stage 4 alongside Power Massacre, who has also... Oh wait, no, he has one. Sorry, the names were not...
Well, Kenobi, how does this affect the game overall? When because we've got Powermaster, we've got LeftOverture, we've got Scientisticxd, we've got multiple players who are way behind the HP total of the lobby. Presumably they're going to be spending hyper aggressively to try and stay alive and not go 8th.
Yeah, and we can see the common trend for LeftOverture and Scientisticxd here. The common trend is that they both have had to click on Caitlyn Chosen, and it's not doing what they want. But to be fair, it's not really the fault of Caitlyn, is that the rest of the board is just not there at all. We don't have any mana generation. We've just had the Lucian picked up, which is definitely going to do some good, but the rest of the board is just not there. There's not enough frontline, not enough... not enough attack speed on Caitlyn, no Shojin there to help with the cast time. There's still a lot to find, and I don't think he has the time to find it.
I mean, at least we've got the Jazz in place, we've got the Lucian as well, but yeah, it's not looking great. The Shroud on the dummy is going to have to buy a little bit more time for Caitlyn to get online. I would like to see everything getting slammed here, because Scientisticxd has got so little room to work with. Remember, again, you're getting paid out a little bit of cash each time you do, so Scientisticxd at least goes up to 3 items on the Caitlyn, which means she will be casting and getting some eliminations. She's so close to taking out the Twisted Fate, who's down to just a tiny bit of HP. I think we see some of the potential our players are hoping for from the Caitlyn.
Yeah, that's looking much better with the Godbreaker giving some attack speed, with the Rapid Fire now in with the thanks to the Lucian and, well, the Aphelios. I'm kind of surprised that he opted to go for the Infinity Edge on the Ezreal instead of the the Lucian because, well, he's very, very far from finding a 2-star Ezreal, and the Lucian is going to be much more powerful right now, which is what he needs desperately.
All right, we're going to go across and see some of the opponents our low HP players will have to overcome. Elusive Zed going for the Bard reroll, picking up the blue buff to go for a very fast early cast. Remember, this is Elusive Zed with the switching gears from early on and has got 2 lesser champion duplicators on the bench. So this board's already pretty good item-wise, but it's about to hit its 3-star main unit as well.
Yeah, and I'm usually not a huge fan of taking the champion duplicators as a gold augment because I feel like you're missing too much combat power, but it looks like he is on the way to making a 3-star Echo, which is a lot of combat power that the augment would allow him to have. So I'm super, super happy with the direction he's taking right now.
Of course, Garamas is showing us a little bit of the problem with the backline carry, which is where we see a Akali cosplaying as an Ezreal and doing a pretty damn good job of it as well. Up at the top of the table, Enzo on a massive 8-round win streak is also providing some extra pressure as well.
Lost it.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I shouldn't have mentioned it.
The moment you mentioned it, do you have something against the French player? You have anything to say for yourself right there?
I would say, with this fantastic little display on the left-hand side, we can see it's actually Power Massacre who's to blame, not me, after all. But I mean, Power Massacre has been pushing up from the bottom of the table. Is now on a 5-round win streak. So I think some of the players in the higher HP totals are going to start feeling that. As much as we've seen the pressure coming from the top turn towards the bottom early on, now it's from the bottom going up.
Yeah, and we can see, oh, that is very, that is a lot of upgrades. All right. So I was about to write him out of this game, but now we see hope. The only issue is that our items are spread out right there, and that's very, very painful. We're gonna probably go into a Warmogs, and here we see one of the main issues of having to run Caitlyn and finding her in the rapid fire headliner version. And the problem is that she really, really needs 8-bit in order to do damage, and that means running Garen, which honestly is not a good unit once you're out of stage 3. So we are having to run some very much worse units in order to have the Caitlyn have her potential fulfilled. And well, it looks like the Jazz player is. Oh no! Wait, hold on. It is rather close. We see.
Oh no! LeftOverture is our first one gone. Scientisticxd will take the L as well. Power Massacre keeps on the win streak though, so we're starting to see. I think we always knew it was going to be a scrap between our low HP players to see who can make it out of that particular crab bucket. But LeftOverture falls down while Power Massacre strides forwards.
Yep. Bet he's not too jazzed about that, but let's not see if Alex can keep being free with that disco board here. He has a decent frontline, but it's missing a couple of upgrades like that Thresh 2 that we would like, but we're not finding it. Has a lot of bodies though on this board.
Yeah, as we noted much earlier on, there's a lot of shielding, a lot of healing, and also trying to get the cybernetic bulk value on our friend Blitzcrank there. Of course, we know the Twisted Fate is very equipped for maximum damage, but you see Elusive Zed's board is relying on just chewing through one unit at a time, and with this much beef in the way, Twisted Fate's getting time to scale up. I don't think this is a matchup that's going to go well for Elusive Zed longer term.
Yeah, it is, but Alex is going to have a lot of problems if he doesn't find the forecast upgrades in the front line. His board needs a lot of time. He's playing a very, very slow board that needs time to develop, have the Archangel and the Disco stack. So he's very, very weak in the early game, the early fight, sorry. But for now, he lives one more round. He can afford to lose by 1 unit as well. So we will see. And we'll come back to Power Massacre. We were talking about him. Needed to find a way back into the game. And oh boy, he did not wait. And he's just rocking out all over them.
Well, so Power Massacre is looking really good here, as is Scientisticxd. They're both coming out from the bottom of the table. They're both spending aggressively. In fact, the whole lobby is. There's barely any money left in anyone's bank account right now, because we're really seeing this pace of the lobby, the tempo stepping up massively. I think just because some of our lower HP players have really been getting their boards together, and there's not much room to coast for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it looks like some of the players have been scalped for their ticket price, and we see them going down. Scientisticxd going down as well. So for now, Caitlyn is top 7 and top 8, sadly, not finding the way out, even with the Lucian being found, but it looks like the rest of the front line was not there. LeftOverture had found the Poppy and the Zac, and as opposed to Scientisticxd, but it just was not enough for either of them. And now we are coming up on the later part of stage 5, and the lobby is getting closer and closer together, maybe ready to brawl it out for the last few rounds.
We mentioned that we were seeing, things going off real big. The Jazz emblem, no longer craftable, but Elusive Z finds the Elusive emblem. That's a massive dose of power coming in. We could even, push even further as our other players here, like Enzo. I don't know, I was a little surprised to see the country emblem coming into the mix here, but certainly the board otherwise looking very, very good.
I believe the country emblem was on the final Lulu that he needed, and that's why he's taking it.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we see Philalix once again. This time he has the 2-star Blitzcrank with very good frontline items. So, and the Ilaoi as well. He's looking so much stronger than what we've seen before. And looks like he was just rehearsing, and now is the final show, and that Twisted Fate is looking to take his enemies to town.
Yeah, the Blitzcrank doing such a good job of absorbing even the massive single target damage of the Ahri. And again, the Twisted Fate will get all the way up to full capacity, though the Z with the Edge of Night is actually good enough. We've seen so many good runs from our lower HP players, but there's just no room for error here at all. And one loss sends Philalix out in it will be ultimately 6th place.
Yep, that will be his 6th place. A little bit sad considering how much he had hit, but it's still decent considering he was holding on for dear life for most of the late game. He will still have a shot at getting to day 2 for sure. Nothing is set in stone after that first game, so players are probably just taking the temperature, taking the measure of their opponents. And we'll see if that Yorick, who has switched styles, went from the metal just over to being a pop star now, is just how he is, and he's going to be facing the Z and the Ahri, and might not survive long enough to get a couple casts off, actually.
I think the Akali very lucky to get out of there, before the Ahri switches target. I'm fascinated by the setup, as we've got the Karthus in the backline as well as the Ahri and the carrying Akali up in the front. I think it's going to be a little tight here, but the Z punches through the Ahri isn't quite good enough to survive the multi-threat of Scarambez, who holds on barely, hoping for top 4.
Yeah, barely, but one more round could do it if Elusive Z ends up falling down, but the Jazz board is so strong, and especially it is very good at, even if it loses, at taking small losses instead of big ones, and he's also one of the only player with any amount of economy stacked up. It will have to see if it allows him to get one level up. I believe he's 7 now and could be going to 8 if I'm not wrong.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be able to find out in a second.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's certainly going to be important for our Jazz boards. Of course, they're getting more powerful the more different traits they can fit in. So Elusive, up to 8, looking to try and build out this board just a little bit stronger. Got some interesting options coming through the shop, though nothing that's taking enough of the fancy to really lock down. Spending aggressively, I'm sure we'd love to be able to find perhaps some things, but of course, yes, solution to get up to Jazz 4.
Yeah, because the board is Dazzler chosen and not Jazz chosen, so the Ziggs would only be giving Hyperpop. Well, only, you have to put that in heavy quotation marks because the unit in itself is very good, bringing the magic resist reduction as well to the board, but it's not going to be found. And in the meantime, we're going to see if Scarambez can hold on for dear life against that 3-star Lulu that just won't stop casting.
Yeah, this does not look like a good matchup for that Kali. He gets immediately blitzed out. And the front line is still there. I don't think it's going to even be a close one here. Scarambez so close to top 4, but Elusive was holding on for a little bit more HP for a little bit longer. The God Killer goes out in 5th. Won't be able to shock us this time round.
Yeah, I had not seen that finisher yet, and it's pretty nice. It feels pretty impactful. I like it. And Power Massacre, oh my word,
What?
Hello, that board is looking stacked. The only thing that is missing, however, is a Yorick. But oh my, I don't think it's going to be too important. However, he has just lost a round. which means that either Elusive Zed or Portuguese Babe have taken a round off him, which is slightly concerning considering how strong he is. Let's see if Enzo can do it with that Lulu. I am uncertain.
I do like the crash test dummies in here in combination with the setup. I mean, we've got multi-threat. We've got Viego, of course, who doesn't do so well, as we mentioned before, into the Ahri. But the Karthus is getting plenty of time to cast again and again and again, raising his power every time. The damage might not quite be there. One more big cast. But no, it's not enough. There's no damage, further amplification. And that will be the end of the line. Power Massacre have been doing such an incredible job, but that was a substantial enough loss to send him out.
Yep, in case you missed it, here's the base of the, not the best in slot, but seeing the Executioner once again from this rather new chibi. And yeah, the matchup is very, very bad. With usually Ahri is bad enough for Viego, but adding Lulu on top of that means you have so much single target damage as well as CC, because you get the Kiss from Ahri on her first cast, and then you get the Polymorph from Lulu every third cast as well. Added to the Echo, to the cannon that can get the lightning down onto the Viego. It means he died without even completing the Titan stacks, meaning he was just very much weaker. And the Karthus, without the Jewel Gauntlet or the Executioner, oh wait, no, he had Executioner, never mind. Without the third item was not enough to kill the backline, but it was one cast off.
All right, let's see how Enzo matches up against Elusive. So, you know, before looking for the Lucian, I don't believe has it online as of yet for Elusive to bring the board to maximum capacity, but that single target damage from the Bard, kind of comparable to the Ahri. The stun comes through though, and that's the end of the run there for the Jazz board. We're down to our final two.
Yeah, and we're back to coming back to the point I made earlier about the champion duplicator. It is good, but it's not good enough if you don't manage to find something like a 3-star Echo or a 3-star Nico. The issue is that it's nearly impossible to find these units because everyone is running them. It's like they're top of the 100 chart right now. You are playing super fan on every board, and if you are playing Sentinel, then Echo is the one you want alongside your Blitzcrank, and so it ends up being impossible, and he had to sell the additional Echoes and ends up with a very respectable third place.
Oh, to further to your point, unless I'm missing my reading here, all the top 4 comps from this lobby have all been running Superfan against each other and have all managed to get this far. See Babe and Enzo squaring up for what should be a couple of rounds of fighting him. We're not quite at round 7 where we're going to start seeing things drop off immediately. But in terms of, you know, our two interpretations between Portuguese and Enzo, which of the two do you think is going to take the first?
Well, on one side, we have the Lulu, which is going to complement very well and go very well against the Akali, but it looks like with the Adaptive Helm, our Enzo's Ahri is just slightly weaker. Whoa! It's still not going to matter. The Lulu is going to make the difference, and both are so evenly matched. It looks like, as you said, they're playing variations on the same composition, and we're going to see that throughout the 3 days. Superfan is a very strong core for a composition, but you can play it in so many different ways. There are so many approaches that can be taken. We can have a 3-star carry, we can have a 2-star 2-cost instead, or we can just like Portuguese Baby is doing, have 4 costs alongside it with something like the Zed, Viego, Poppy, any AD 4 cost basically. And once again into the fray for maybe the final round. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen already how it has played out very close every single time. I'm absolutely with you that the Lulu's doing a tremendous amount of work to make those melee carries of Portuguese Babe just fall to pieces. This time, it's not even remotely close between the two. A last gasp to the very end, but Enzo takes a triumphant first win here on stream for France. Of course, there's 5 more games today before we cut to our top half of players to go through to day 2, but you certainly couldn't ask more from Enzo to start us off.
Yeah, definitely a very, very strong start from him. He has had the most, a very, very recent, extremely impressive run at the previous championship, and he's looking like he wants to go back and place even higher this time, which would be absolutely amazing.
All right, gentle friends, of course, we'll be looking forward to our analyst desk who can break down game one. Of course, look forward to the rest of the games today. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time to get our analyst desk and then get on to game two.
Hi, I'm Left. I've been playing TFT since set 6. I'm a 5-time Ultraliga participant and a regular GSC player. The set in which I've had my best performances was set 7, actually. And I think I'm doing approximately well, I suppose, in set 10. I haven't gotten eliminated from Ultraliga yet. I made it to my second GSC, so I suppose that's pretty alright. So I'm not exactly completely happy with my performance thus far, but I've had worse. I mean, ladder is consistency basically, so it shows just how consistent a player can be over the entire set, right? So rewarding consistency is a pretty good idea. So yeah, I'm very much in favor of awarding more slots to ladder. I myself usually make it through TRCs or open qualifiers if that, well, doesn't really work. So it's not personally the best for me, but I believe it's overall best for the game. Yeah, so there are 2 players that win with like the absolute weirdest and craziest boards. Like one is Double, of course, who like really sometimes goes into these unorthodox lines and plays them to perfection. And the other is Volta. Like sometimes I have no idea what happens on Voltarix's board. How does it even win? What is going on? But it turns out that in the end, it's actually pretty strong, and he's like top 2s or even wins the lobby with this something that he's built. I'd like to shout out my team, PMK, and my lovely and supportive girlfriend who's been supporting me basically throughout my entire TFT journey, and also to my family who usually watch me.
And we're back here with this analyst desk with one more look at my mute button, making sure you can actually hear me, but you can, so all is well. We were talking about the rerolls and the forecast as comp for this patch on the top of show. Go back if you missed it. And I feel like this game just gave us everything of that. Starting us off with the Lulu at the very top there is winning comp, one of the 3 cost reroll we were expecting to see. Now, I was thinking that we will specifically see this when we have the prismatics rolled around, but Enzo showing Wida that he can do it no matter what.
Yeah, also I think it's worth noting that Enzo probably wasn't really looking to go towards Lulu in the first place. When you slam the Shogun plus the Morello, that kind of thing being Seraphine, but that's also due to the nature of this being item payout plus the 5-component opener, which I think is super interesting. And we kind of saw the power of his setup going up against the other Ari composition in the late game, right? We saw that the fact that the set on the side of Babe, was unable to like really get into the backline, was just permanently CC'd.
One big topic is going to be Heartsteel. Heartsteel, of course, best performing comp overall, all of last patch. In this game, though, bot 4 for all 3 players. And I say 3 players because it was Scientific and LeftOverture going 7th and 8th with Heartsteel. But Skarambez, with the items he had slammed, he was also angling Heartsteel. He was able to play a Kali all of stage 4 with Karthus and just a mishmash board of KDA units to not roll lower, but ended up 5th in the end as well. And we saw it there, the weakness of Heartsteel. If you roll and you don't hit your main carries, you have to settle for a Caitlyn, for example. Your cap is just so much lower in stage 4, and that was the case where both players bled out to 7th and an 8th.
And speaking of, interesting picks in this game, Elusive Zed going for the switching gear augment, which was just recently buffed. I actually clicked on it yesterday just to see how it feels. And it's an infinite money printing machine. You can get like 3 golds every time you turn around whatever you have going on with your wins and losses. And it's just so good, specifically in the early game. So getting it at the very start, racking up the money point to actually get to the breakpoints early on. So nice. So if you're offered this on the very first augment choice, I would recommend to at least think about it.
One last point I want to make is looking at the lobby complexion, reroll versus 4 costs. With less gold in the game, with the changes to the gold openers, to streak changes the last patch, reroll might be a better option than players think. We saw it here. So many players lost just because of their 4-2 roll down. They just did not have the strength to actually make it through in stage 4 and in stage 5. Both rerollers, they had great spots for it, and they executed perfectly with Elusive Zed playing that Jazz the 3rd, and Enzo, of course, winning the lobby. So I expect to see more parity between reroll and 4-cost comps in the next few games of GSC.
Yeah, I think another kind of thing about this also comes down to the combination of the opener plus the poll I was alluding to a little bit earlier, right, David? Because with so many people having to slam their items earlier on to make those economic breakpoints with the item payout, just means that the lobby tempo will be a lot higher. People will have to slam either suboptimal items or just like items that make them, like, force them into a very specific line very early on, kind of just like making sure they cannot really go out of anything else.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm very curious to see how players approach the next game now that the first one is done. Of course, in a tournament, it's always like the first game acclimates you. You kind of find your groove in the lobbies that you're thrown into. It's tournament day. Maybe your nerves get to you in the first game. So you cannot put too much importance onto the results of that very first one. But of course, you do have to have strong nerves and make sure you can shrug off if anything went wrong and just expel the momentum if anything went right for you.
Yeah, completely agree with you, Max. It is just one game, so there is still a lot left to play for, a lot left to come back into it in the next 5 games. Also, a lot at stake. We mentioned at the very top of the show, this is the final GSC of the set. This means that your results are much more, I think, centralized around this specific. If you kind of high rolled really well, make day 3, you might automatically find yourself in the finals. Like we saw with Zul in the top of show interview, he said, if I get 5th, I'm happy because that guarantees that I make it to finals. So there will be ambitious goals for many players, but I think this is the kind of game plan for most players is I have to make day 3. I have to do really, really well compared to normal GSC in past sets.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, really something that players will play to, specifically because there's only 2 this set. So finishing very high at the end of that last day is going to be a big goal for many of them. But as we are waiting for that final lobby to finish to get you our standings and then continue with game number 2, is there any secret tech that you guys want to give me? If I'm here with both of our big brain analysts, I'm always like, what have you guys been up to? Anything you want to share with the class, perhaps?
I'll go first. I will say I've heard some rumors that submit to the pit Gnar reroll is a very viable option in this patch. We'll see if that's the case. Submit to the pit Jax might also be a possibility, but I think Gnar is considered to be better right now in the stats. That is maybe one of the secret tech players are bringing because it's not something that was played so much in the last few patches or GSC. It was always considered a very, very fringe reroll that you almost never start the game saying, I'm playing Gnar reroll. But there might be some augments that open up that possibility in this weekend.
Yeah, I know a couple of people are like they play a lot of Gnar reroll because it's fun, but not necessarily because of the power level. We have been limiting this for a while, but also I think that Ari Sentinels, right? I mean, it's not necessarily like super dark secret tech or anything like that, right? I've been watching a bunch of Snoopla. He's not in this tournament, but he's been literally one-tricking that on his NA account and having pretty good success with. And if you scroll down in the stats from this Scrim Invitational that you hosted today, right? It's down there. It's played like 12 times, so obviously not like the 250 times whatever Ezreal Heartsteel was played, but sits right above a 4.0 average, so very solid competition if you can get it online. Again, one of those like almost old school for this set type of like 4-2 heavy all-in comps around Blitzwing around the Ahri.
Well, and chat, if you're wishing for a specific comp, then you can write it in chat and maybe some player feels graciously enough to play it for you. But we do want to take a look at our standings and see how that first game shook out for our amazing players here at the Golden Spatula Cup number 2. We're of course starting with the top 64. Karambis, Kyoda at the very bottom here, but still, you know, if you're 64 after game 1, you're not too mad about that. Those are the people that are finishing in the higher top 4 placements after that first game. As we are moving through the standings, there seems to be a lot of French players at the same place here.
I like how they're group by nation.
Psycho Imp all together, you know. But of course, we have to have more of those. A French wall, a German wall. It's all there.
And some big names showing up on this second to last page. Double Volta with the second place start things off. Players like Raptor, who had his first GSC last time, is back in GSC 2 trying to make a big splash. But we talked about Belgium in the pre-show. We talked about ImSoFresh. He starts things off with a hot first Texita, also there in that first place position. And a lot of the French players that specifically ImSoFresh talked about, like Tardaman, are here as well. So overall, we can see the prep. And Alan, someone that, you know, a big favorite of mine, is also for the first place in that first game.
Yeah, also like two very interesting names there quickly as well. Crystarian, new name coming out of the Russian server, right? Again, not first time they're playing at GSC, first games, no games on record. Takes home that first place. It's been the first time in a while we had a completely new name come out since like X Crescent, right? Off that scene, super exciting. So that's something I'm keeping an eye out for.
Yeah, me too. I mean, Panda, you have to be very happy right now with Alan up there. Your fantasy draft has been
Don't jinx it, Meg.
Shout out
Don't
to
mention
Alan.
it.
Oh, I'm doing exactly just that. And I'm looking forward to see how that plays out. Our casters are getting ready to go to game number 2 in just a couple of seconds. And, well, I hope they took notes from everything we said here from the comms. Chat has been going, so I'm sure we have something to jinx onto the broadcast here. Counterfeit and Kenobi, take us through game number 2.
Well, Kenobi, you know, in the spirit of trying to throw as many jinxes around as possible, I like to kind of open up the conversation before we get into lobby 2 of the 6 we're doing here today, and just like talk a little bit for maybe some of our players who are coming into Rising Legends for the first time, you know, a little bit where the regions overall are standing. So the first thing up, of course, is going to be that France has been the top region for a very, very long time and has been sending, you know, people to Worlds continuously. Is there anything in particular about the French scene that people should know to kind of calibrate why that is the case?
Well, I think the first factor is the sheer volume. With how many tournaments and how much investment there was early on into the scene, there was a lot of a very high drive for a lot of players, and it's just been expanding ever since. We've seen, you know, we couldn't even talk about a second wave of French players. It's more like a third or fourth wave because it's been going on for so long, and with the development of the scene, an investment from lots of different structures, we've had so many resources for so long that we have many different study groups. It's just it feels like the scene is just so huge, and it shows here with the biggest representation from France. I believe every GSC, bar maybe a couple of exceptions. I wouldn't want to be wrong on that.
I think it's fair to say, you know, France generally is extremely well represented at nearly every single event. One thing which I want to touch on, because it's relevant to the lobby we've got coming up, is our German players. Of course, you know, for people who've been in the scene recently, of course, you know, we had the Wet Jungler finishing second in the world. Dark Hydra, of course, our reigning regional champion. Kevin Parker doing well in Vegas as well. But the last GSC, it felt like it was going well for Germany for quite a long time until we hit day 3. And then everyone kind of fell down. We only got one German player even in the top 20 at all. So today is extremely crucial. As I mentioned on the desk before, this is your last chance to accrue GSC points. And as it stands, no German players at all are going to the regionals through the GSC unless they get solo finishes here today.
Yeah, and for GSC 1, they were playing like an ensemble, just going through day 1, through day 2, but arriving on day 3, it looks like the orchestra just had a collective issue, and that it was wrong note after wrong note, and they just fell down. And as it stands, they have all the work to do to qualify some of their players for the EMEA Finals, just like you said. I wouldn't be surprised if several of them made it. You mentioned Red Jungler. I think is definitely right now the favorite for the entire country, right?
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, I think he's got an enormous amount of eyes on him. But of course, there's nothing that Castle loves to do more than abuse their position to set the spotlight in the way which they want to. Players from the UK, where I might happen to be from, are also out in force today's competition. 7 players from the UK, which for us is a lot of players taking part. And as we saw in our standings just now, that we've had several of our British players doing pretty well. Because remember, those standings we saw were only showing the top half. We saw a lot of the players. And one of the players we'll be seeing in our next lobby, W29F, is a player who's not necessarily as known to, I think, the majority of UK players, but has been doing really well so far. And he's going to be going up against exactly the player we mentioned before, Wet Jungler, Alanzq as well. This is a big proving ground here in round 2.
Yeah, alongside Havali as well from Turkey, and even the Yambe. There's a lot of players here that are very, very prevalent, especially on ladder. You see them all the time. I play against them all the time, and they are not to be trifled with. They can definitely riff onto their opponents and just close the game out for a win. But so would you say anyone here has a theoretical skill advantage? All of them went first, so they're all in high spirits, of course, but who's going to hit the highest note of them all?
Well, I mean, it's hard to argue against the second place player in the world in Wet Jungler, but I'm with you here. You know, the way this one works for anyone who's coming to us for the first time is we are seeing Swiss seeding. So as Kenobi says, if you do well in your first game, your second game's going to be really rough going because you're up against everybody who's won their first game, and they've got a pretty good read on what it's going to be. As we head into our second lobby, though, we've got augment payout as opposed to item payout from our first lobby. So, Kenobi, do you think, will this change up anything? We've still got an injection of gold, but it's coming in a slightly different way.
Yeah, this time it's an even distribution of gold for everyone. Well, you could argue that with the item distribution being even, that the previous one was also an even gold distribution. But with the augments potentially giving some items, you could generate additional economy this way. Now you cannot. And so everyone's going to be just getting a nice infusion of economy. We'll snowball this. You think it will impact some of the playstyles?
Well, I'm kind of curious to see. We've got Kristarian here, who is a player who's been attracting a lot of attention, but definitely more new on the tournament scene. Whether we'll be seeing our players making, like you said in the previous game, a commitment in earlier, trying to find their line, because we've got Punk from Kristarian. From Havali, we've got to move in towards Annie early. Maybe getting this extra gold in will push our players, if they find the right units, to go heavily into early reroll.
Yeah, and Annie is one of the competition I'm excited to see. Just like, well, going back onto what I was saying earlier on the headliners, for the melee units, you need to have a lot of items early for them to be powerful. Else they just die, because their role is to DPS as well as be a frontline. And if they don't have any resources invested into them, then they do neither, and you have nothing on your board. Annie's kind of like that, because she needs to have that casting speed in order to reach her force cast and get that extra attack speed on top of that to get things rolling.
Wow, okay, Prismatic to start us off. So we know we've got the money coming in from the augment. We now know we've got a very powerful first augment coming in. Havali's items seem like they were about sort of halfway there to start things off. So we'll see if maybe the buried treasures is the way to go. Though, of course, Jewel Lotus, when you're looking for spellcasters to get a big punch later on, would be very powerful.
Yeah, or we could, improvise ourselves a cruel pack game here if we're feeling the risk. Yeah, no, they will just keep coming. You have to be prepared for it. But it looks like we're going for a stationary support with 2 very good support items, but that do not really fit with what we have right now. But they would be incredible if we wanted to play a melee carry composition, something like the Riven or the Yone, which we could find a way to with the items, right?
No, for sure. And I mean, that's the whole thing. I think Havali had to be willing to take the road less traveled. But Alanzq, of course, we hear a lot on the Don't Talk If You Don't Know podcast. Very opinionated coming into today's event and has found a powerful early line. We've got ourselves a prismatic Twin Terror in place from the beginning of the game.
Yep. Keep in mind, though, that Twin Terror has been nerfed and it is not as dominant as it was before. And we can also see that ImSoFresh has something in quite similar with the hologram. And what's interesting is that both augments can be used in similar ways and can be used to play similar lines of composition. So it's going to have to be interesting to keep track of who wants to be playing what. And in the meantime, I believe you wanted to talk about Great Britain. And well, here it is. What do you think of that ball?
Well, WT9F, yeah, with this setup here, which we could be falling into thinking was a Twin Terror board into itself, is kind of notable as being a very strong ladder player who didn't do that well at the Northern Europe qualifier recently. So I wasn't necessarily expecting to see really big things out of them immediately. But I mean, again, this lobby, especially for our players who are less established, is such a great proving ground. And I think having a strong early board, to get that Yasuo online and maybe hit the Yasuo 3-star quickly, I think there's a potential to take it over the lobby if other players don't go down that reroll route we were looking like they were doing before the Prismatics came in.
Yep. Keep in mind that he has leveled to level 4 manually, so he might not look to play the Yasuo and might just use it as a transition. He, of course, just might happen to, stumble upon a 3-star Yasuo without having to roll for it, which would be awesome and would lead to a very interesting game. But yeah, you mentioned every one of these players has shown that they were the maestro of the previous lobby, and so now everyone's up head. I'm sorry, I'm trying my hardest to find more of these, but here we see a very interesting. Moving on. We could see a very interesting Jazz chosen for Crystarian. He looks hesitant, does not pick it up. What's going through his head, you think?
I mean, this is really interesting. So March of Progress, traditionally is going to send us up to level 7 very quickly, where we're just going to chill out for a while, gaining XP, but not being able to accelerate our own leveling progress outside of the regular curve. Crystarian is definitely giving this one some decent thought, because, I mean, it certainly seems like it would fit. And we saw in our previous lobby that the Dazzler bar could do a good job. We were hoping maybe for a Jazz bar. I don't know if maybe Crystarian's just got something else in mind, though.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't want to opt into it. He's not. He does not have proper items to itemize that bard right now, so he does not want to lose econ by buying it, and is looking to find maybe something on this carousel, and he will be looking at his following headliner proposals before deciding who he will write his symphony to. And looks like we're going for a glove, which means probably, well, no, could be several things. Could be Infinity Edge, could be Steadfast Heart. It's going to be interesting to see if he slams or if he goes for that long lose streak.
All right, let's zoom out for a second and take in the lobby overall, because we can see some of the compositions that we've kind of glanced through a little bit from before. W29F from the UK is rocking up here with the biggest win streak. Alanzq with the prismatic Twin Terror. Looks like might be setting up for something which I haven't seen a ton of. I think maybe Alanzq is trying to keep things a little bit flexible, but the slam of the Dual Gauntlet will put a light to that idea, so we at least know we're doubling up on something in the AP line.
Yep, definitely. It would be interesting to see that Katarina could be the chosen one for our Twin Terror. Would definitely be interesting having additional crowd diver bodies, but it's usually not the favored one. And you're looking more at the Lulu like we saw previous game because of the hyperpop interaction. Both Lulus feeding each other mana and attack speed, meaning that they attack faster, which means they feed mana faster. And it just keeps going on and just destroying everything. But right now, the Katarina is looking like it is enough to take the round away from... sorry, I could not see who that was. Thank you, Ayambi, with the hologram. And now...
Let's take in some of the economy and streaks as we got them up on the stream at the moment. You can see that in our previous game, one of the big things was players just really couldn't keep hold of their streaks very well. In this game, we've got several big win and loss streaks going. W29F, of course, with the win streak up the top. Hecatix and Crystarian down at the bottom with a loss streak. So particularly towards the bottom, we're seeing a lot of gold being held onto heading into stage 3.
Yeah, and we're going to see if W29F can maintain that win streak. We're up against Alanzq with that very strong board, but we have an Echo in the front line, and it looks like the board is very quickly, I was about to say slowly, but no, it is very quickly going down. The Yasuo, however, is going to be left alone. The Kayle doing enough damage with the pentakill buff now active. We are going to see if the Yasuo is going to be able, the Kayle is going to cast, and just like that, the Yasuo is going to take it with the... No, wait, hold on, no. There it is.
Holy moly! I don't know if our observers can check how much... Oh, it's too late. Too much HP was left on there, but that was the narrowest of escapes. Nettlemage, it's worth noting as well, is also on a slightly lesser win streak, making it out of stage 2 to match up with Crystarian and Hecatix down the bottom. So we've got, very top-bottom focused lobby at the moment, with the HP totals dramatically lower at the bottom, and of course, our players at the top preserving the Hecatix. We haven't had a chance to talk about them as of yet. Pumping up and a raise the stakes Heartsteel in place. Hecatix is not messing around.
Yeah, he is not messing around, and he wants to redeem the Heartsteel line that failed so hard in the previous game that we spectated with the raise the stake. However, having raised the stakes means he will commit to losing every single round, and the issue with pumping up as a prismatic augment is that it is slow. It is very, very slow. You need to stay alive for a very long time for it to actually be good. And he will be needing to stabilize himself in stage 4 instead. And there might be a little bit of dissonance here in his composition that might be costly for him. But we will see if he manages to hit that sweet cash out, especially if he manages to find a Heartsteel chosen to reach the 5.
So, just looking a little bit into Hecatix's background here, definitely one of the players we've seen a lot less on the competitive stage, has noted themselves as a player vulnerable to tilt. So, I mean, we've got a lot of players coming into this one. I believe around 25 or so who've not even played any GSC before. If you're a player coming in who's newer to the competitive scene, and maybe some more people watching are hopefully going to be one of those in the future, how would you approach a tournament as big as this one?
Well, I think the best advice could be given to someone that is debuting on the international stage is that in order to play against the best players, you have to believe yourself to be among them. You have to believe that you are their equal and to have sort of a slightly arrogant mindset in that regard. Because if you believe that they are better than you and that they will beat you, then you will end up, pivoting when you don't need to. You will end up choosing lines that are worse because you feel like you're too contested by better players, etc., etc. You need to have such strong faith in yourself that you do not make mistakes based on how you are feeling while you're under pressure. Sorry, I lost my point there.
No, I absolutely take what you're saying here, though. I mean, Hecatix is in the position he wants to be at this point. We've got the loss streak in place. We're building up towards getting the bigger cash out. And we've got a lot of items ready to go on the bench as well. I mean, certainly we know that traditionally what this kind of board would look like later on if we go into the Ezreal AD flex line, but I think at least Hecatix, I want to say, isn't massively far behind the rest of the lobby in HP.
No, but it will get worse and worse, especially he's going up against Ayambe, who was very strong. But here, let's take a look at Havali, who has not slammed items. Oh, and who has exactly 3 gold left in bank. Oh, that looks like a very, very painful roll down where we did not find the Seraphine chosen that we desperately wanted. Ooh, that is that the end? Is that just go next? GG, well played.
I mean, it might be. That is pretty bad news, especially when, as we said, several players are keeping their streaks. You can see W29F and Nettlemage, they both kept their streaks going. So the money is coming in, the boards are getting stronger. W29F still has the undefeated win streak. Apparently, I think all of this ladder experience W has, I think maybe it's just making them not intimidated at all. For him facing up against so many established tournament players, just playing his regular game.
Yeah, and well, one thing that's interesting about TFT as opposed to, something like League of Legends is that ladder is much less different than tournament play compared to, team-based games where it is basically playing 2 different games. Here, it's mostly similar. Well, the format will influence how risky players will decide to play in tournament, but having great ladder experience translates fairly well into having good tournament results, honestly.
We'll see if WTF can keep the streak going. Notable, as was reminded by Weeda letting us reminding us that WTF does have some history, though a little way back, playing in the Fates regionals, though absent from the scene for a long time. Still managing, though, to keep that streak up and going. So we head on the carousel, and we've got spatulas aplenty.
Yep, 3 spatulas and 2 on 4-cost units as well. They're going to be so interesting for many players. Here we see Hecatix not going for it because he needs the combat power early. He does not need to slam a hot steel spat right now. He will need to stabilize instead. But we see Wet Jungler, Nettle Mage, and Havali each picking up 1 spatula apiece. It's going to be interesting to see if Havali can use that to salvage the current disaster that is taking place in his game with the loss of economy that he has. He's been hemorrhaging gold since that roll down on 3-2. But maybe let's take a look at Hecatix. That he is going to be very close to his cash out, and we're going to be paying attention to that, because that will be a very, very key moment in the game, and it will either start the crescendo of his comeback, or it will completely end up being an early curtain for him.
Well, let's see which one of those it's going to be. I'm sure you want to be able to reduce the losses as much as possible. So we are seeing some item slams for Hecatix here to try and get some units off the board. Nettlemage on the other side, picking up the Seraphims we mentioned before, taking them away from the other players in the lobby and getting a line relatively well. I think it's still going to be a pretty tough loss for Hecatix, dropping down to maybe around 30 HP or so. Very little room, no, down to 26 HP. That is not a lot of room to work with. We've seen this before go very poorly.
Yeah, and we get to 194 out of 200, so missing the next threshold by just 6 hearts is devastating. And the issue here is that he has to make a tough choice. Does he go 8 now to try and stabilize, or does he lose one more round? And I think the answer is that he's going to just buy that Chosen, try and save some HP, but it's not looking good at all. And also, very interesting, because it looks like he's not going to be playing the classic AD flex out of the Heartsteel board, right?
No. Looks like we're much more pushed into AD line. Notable as well, to the bottom of the table, much like Hecatix is, Crystarian has 100 gold in the bank as well. So, much like our previous lobby, we are looking for our players on low HP to make the big slingshot around the sun and come back in fighting. Crystarian definitely in a good spot. The Hecatix will break, at least I think is about to break the streak. Maybe not.
No, the Katarina has the Crowd Diver stacked. She's still alive. She's still full health and gonna regen. And, well, I mean, it is a very good loss at the very least. It means we get a lot of HP. And we see here the Ahri is going to be... Yeah, exactly. That's what he was angling for with that pumping up. It is very, very good on Spellweaver, because we want as many casts as possible. It's not as important to hit hard with few casts. It's very important to... cast as many times as we can, keep healing the front line, keep getting the empowered cast through the Spellweaver and Ahri's unique spell as well. And we see, that's so nice. That is the composition that I want to see, but I think it has some issues. So tell us how it works a little bit.
Oh yeah, we were really hoping we get to see this coming in. So the Lux setup here, where we're looking to have our 3-star Lux online. We mentioned, of course, the March of Progress means that we are getting into the position of having we're going to be at level 7 for a while, so the rerolls coming in. I think, which was really well put on, I think, on Twitter, talking about the Rapunzel approach to this one. We're trapping the Jax in the corner to try and get multiple casts out of the Lux duplicating.
But Lux is desperately not showing up here for Crystarian. He had econned up for so long with the March of Progress and with the Team Builder as well, and it's a little disheartening seeing that we did not find 2-star Zed or 2-star Zac. And I think that's the main issue with that composition, is that with how prevalent AD Flex is, finding Zac and Zed is so important to stabilize your board, because they are very, very impactful as units, and the longer they stay alive, the more lasers they can dish out as well. And the difference between not finding these kind of support units as secondary carry units is going to have such a huge impact on the game for Crystarian.
Well, Crystarian's got a chance to maybe try and draw out those rounds a little bit longer with the crash test dummies and get it online, but We'll see, because, again, we've emoted before. As you can see in the bottom left, thanks to our new addition to the overlay, you can see that the gold spent on rerolls for Kastarian is 76 to try and get this borderline. And finally, the Lux is here, which means her 3-star spell will be duplicated across these other units. You mentioned that the star levels weren't quite in place for all the other units in the composition, so time is needed to scale up that Archangels and make sure that Lux pulls her weight.
Yeah, definitely is necessary. The good thing is, having found that Ilaoi on level 7, it is going to have such a huge impact in making the board more drawable. But in the meantime, we see Havali again, level 7 with 20 gold, has found the Seraphine, the chosen Seraphine, but has had to sell the other ones. So there will be no 3-star Seraphine, and he's in completely trying to salvage his game and try to slowly, well, right now hold on, and then later he will try to bleed out as slowly as he can, because he will definitely not be as strong as his opponents for sure.
No, I mean, we saw it in the previous lobby. The players who start to get desperate start to claw down the other players' HP is on their way out. Kristarian getting the second win in there, though. So I'm kind of curious to see, how this ends up long term. I mean, we didn't see a huge amount of Lux being played. Talk to me about, what kind of compositions is this really good against, and does it have any weaknesses that we should be watching out for in the matchups?
Yeah, there are some very major weaknesses, and one of these is units like Viego, like maybe that 3-star Katrina, if that's what we end up playing, which is, I'm still not 100% sure we are going to stay. No, it looks like, no, definitely we are staying playing around that Katarina, but we only have 4 right now. So it's a little bit concerning for Alan. But Lux struggles against melee units that move around and that regen a lot, because she, especially when they are 3-starred or have high base HP like Viego, because if she cannot one-shot them, then they will just heal up back to full, and she will essentially just have fed them mana, which is the opposite of what you want, right?
Yeah, we can see it's not quite working out here as the front line falls apart maybe a little bit too fast. The Hexa Gunblade almost, but doesn't get Kristarian across the line. We now have 3 different players all around the same amount of HP coming to the midpoint of stage, while Kristarian, Wet Jungler, and Hectic's down the bottom. So they're all going to be fighting each other to stay out of 8th as Wet Jungler swoops in and grabs hold of a spatula. I think it's been trying to brew something together for quite a while, but it hasn't quite happened as of yet.
Yeah, and we are, as opposed to previous game, it looks like the players at the bottom of the lobby are sort of stabilizing. Well, Wet Jungler is going to look at stabilizing right now, I believe, because his board does not look like it had a lot of gold invested into it. And yeah, we're going to see a Tactician's Crown being slammed, and looking for a chosen here. Let us see what we end up settling on. Right now, no good forecast. The 2-star Caitlyn is definitely nice. Here we go again. Nope. Yeah, there. Buys it and then instantly thinks better of it and just goes for something else. Let's see if we can get a few more rolls here, because we are still missing a chosen. Nope, no time.
I mean, there's a lot for Wet Jungler to do here, especially with the best friends. I mean, you've got to rearrange your board very carefully going forward. At least we've got the 3 items slammed on both our backline carries. The Caitlyn 2-star, the Ezreal 1-star. It looks like it's just about good enough. Even a stray Dazzler emblem in the mix there. Wet Jungler course corrects, gets the win back in, but I don't know how comfortable I feel about his long-term chances here.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, and it's going to depend on him finding a good chosen headliner in the next few rolls, because he is quite close to being very strong, and will, using our still, keep accruing more and more resources and going stronger and stronger as the game goes on. And as for Hecticx, the player that raised the stakes earlier, it's not looking too good. And just as I say that, we find a chosen Ari, which instantly makes the board look 10 times better.
And it's worth noting, as Observer just popped across to show us there, that we have got Havali hitting Seraphine 3. Thank you, Makes, for pointing that out, because that's going to be massive. We're talking about the Havali was really struggling to get the board online, but it looks like everyone is making it happen. We see that on our right here, that the a lot of the gold has really been taken out of the bottom end of the table. Wet Jungler, Hecatix, they're both operating pretty much on empty, and the only way they're going to get any more money is by getting these round wins.
Yeah, definitely is, and let's see if that Akali is able to threaten the Ahri. But as you can see, the pumping up really has had time to stack now, and she's just casting so quickly, sending out one orb after another on repeat, and the tempo keeps getting higher and higher as the longer the game goes, the faster she will be. There will be no stopping her, and instead of scaling down as she usually does, this Ahri will just keep scaling up and reaching that final crescendo of hers.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hecatix has really got the get out of jail free card, but Wet Jungler, again, in the same sort of spot. Everyone else is holding on to their money because we've got ourselves a relatively small spread between first and down to 6th place in terms of overall HP. Crystarian with the EDM board is starting to see things being pulled together, but, you know, long term for Crystarian, do you see this being a top 4 board?
Well, it depends on two things. First, getting that good third item on Lux. Second, not finding something like a spatula that we absolutely cannot use in any worthwhile manner. And we have a lot of upgrades that can be coming our way. We have an Illaoi pair and we're level 8, so we can find that. We can find the 2-star Zed, the 2-star Zac. We have so many ways to upgrade that board, the 3-star set as well. But right now, they're simply not there, and we are going to start taking heavy losses if we do not find them soon. And the Heart Seal Chosen as well that so many players would dream to see just comes here through the shop and will not be bought, obviously. So
that really hurts. I mean, Crystarian is, I guess, in the best position he could be at the moment. Will put in the third item, some more healing for Lux, and a little bit more bite as well, as managing to one-shot the Ahri with the Dazzler damage, be able to one-shot the Lulu as well. So I think we're getting a little taste of what this Lux board can do under the right circumstances.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be very powerful, and with the damage she does, she deals, she's basically immune to dying before the rest of her board, so she will have the time to stack the Archangel, and even in 1 versus X situations she might be able to claw her wins. And here we see Alanzq with the Twin Terror Katarina has hit her 3 stars, has a Alanzq and a Shojin, so she will be quite unlike other Katarinas and will be casting a lot more from her own attacks and not from the damage she takes being auto-attacked out.
I think the big problem here for Alanzq on the 5-round loss streak, as you mentioned before, just unable to find those last few Katarinas to get her up to 3-star and then really get the maximum benefit out of the Twin Terror. And of course, beyond that point, even go up levels and start getting more units activated in the same kind of way. Hecatix, though, on the other end of that, does have their board fully online. The single target damage chewing through the crowd divers, who definitely aren't spec'd for taking damage, but instead for dealing it out. One last bounce comes in, keeps the Ahri away for a few seconds more, but Alan's loss streak will continue, and he's running out of room.
Yep, definitely is, and there's the prismatic Twin Terror not being used as well as we are used to on compositions like the Executioners, which is the sort of the traditional way to run it, and with the 1-star Zed as well to accompany that. No good frontline items. We're just kind of short, like slightly short on everything. We are lacking DPS a little bit. We're lacking in frontline. We are lacking in support units, and we are also lacking in terms of how we can strengthen that board. And we see here the potential 2-star Zed is in the shop, but not able to be bought.
That's always painful when you're running the Twin Terror, that you know that you would go down to just 1 Zed rather than 2 Zeds, which I don't know if it's going to be a net positive for Alanzq, but he desperately needs a win right now. Remember, we are up at the very tippy top of the players in Lobby 2. Every single player in this lobby won their first game, so they absolutely know everything they're going for. But for Alanzq, we do have a last-second reprieve. He will get the win. Wet Jungler, though, will not, and drop down to 2 HP. Our number 2 player in the world could go out of this first lobby in 8th.
Yeah, and as you can see, the lobby is very, very close together. Everybody is looking, is locking on inside this about to be deadly mosh pit where people are about to get knocked out of the game. And it is the fact that no one's dead yet, and we're going to be looking at the first player death in 5-5 is super, super late in the game, and speaks very highly to the level of the players, because they have managed to stabilize find the answers to the issues in their games. And here we see something very important. Right on cue for IMB, that Ziggs giving the 3 hyper pop. The stats from the top of my head are eluding me, so I do not want to be wrong, but it is giving, I believe, 15 mana and 30% attack speed. Might be wrong, so I'll get a correction, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, certainly we've got Emmy also managing to pick up another Lulu as well, so definitely looking good towards the top of the table. Wet Jungler down the bottom, though, wanting to try and avoid getting knocked out in last place here in the second game of the competition. Has got the carries in the back line, hasn't managed to hit the 2-star edge roll as of yet, up against the Lulus from before. With all the hyperpop stacks in the world are not quite enough to get across the line, and that will keep Wet Jungler alive.
Yeah, but just barely enough, and we can see here 2 things in the Caitlyn and the Runa that is been slammed on us. That has been put onto her as a third item. It is both of these things are recent upgrades in this patch, and they go decently well together, especially when it comes to adding just a little bit of damage. And you remember when I mentioned we might see the first player death in 5-5? Well, I was wrong. Everyone is still kicking. Wet Jungler finds Ezreal 2. W29F has reached level 9 with 10 units on board, sees some really pretty shops, but we are missing a bunch of things, I believe, here. Missing the Mordekaiser, missing, well, no, it's on the bench, missing the Yorick, crucially, to get that 7 pentakill. And it looks like we're down a lot of upgrades here, and it's gonna be pretty rough.
Yeah, as you said, I think the mosh pit is the best way to describe this lobby. We've got single life on the bottom 3 players right now. The fighting for survival. W29F had been doing incredibly well in the lobby, but no one could have expected it to be quite this close. The Viego dancing through the lasers, gets onto the backline. He's the last one standing, but maybe that's all you need. The Zed is pouring out the damage. Viego gets the kill, gets the resets, keeps W29F alive, but will not make the elimination. Alanzq, though, will be knocked out off stream.
Yeah, Alanzq will be the first one to fall, and will we see if Hecatix, he has kept every single gold in bank. He has 50 gold right now, so he was gambling onto the fact that he would survive here, and is probably looking at going level 9 for the next round and spiking out really hard. And what a crazy ending to this game. We thought the pace could not pick up any higher than that, but we were in fact so very wrong. It is a truly a pleasure to be casting that kind of high-level gameplay. Let us see who takes it. In your mind, who has the better spot right now? And let's see if you can make the accurate prediction.
The one player who's leaping out to me here, considering that, yeah, we are on the edge of the knife here. Hecatix is still holding on to 63 gold right now, when everybody else is spending down everything. I think that's about to change as we're coming to the finish line. You say, 1 life for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place. They're all looking to try and hit Havali and AMB up at the top. Currently, the 2 Turkish players are leading the lobby, but there's nothing being left behind by anybody here.
Yep, and just as I mentioned, Hecatix just went to level 9 and rolled about 20 gold there, and we can see Crystarian here. He has, crucially, potentially a very good matchup against that hostile board, but there are some Eloy tentacles that are here to draw the fire from Lux, and here the Ezreal gets taken down to mid-life, and will surely go down with Lux's next ultimate. He lines up crucially, and the Lux gets the ultimate of her life, and with the end of justice, she stays alive, goes back to full once more, but the Poppy, however, does not. No, the Poppy will not fall.
There's no way. There's no way. Not against a single target. Poppy's just too damn strong. Crystarian fought tooth and nail to stay alive. Who goes out in 6th place. We're down to our top 5, and there's barely any HP left in the lobby.
And Hecatix, after being very, very close to making that dream comeback, goes to level 9, rolls 20 gold, instantly gets taken down, goes out with -10. must be heartbreaking because he was on the verge of greatness, but in the end ends up stumbling at the last moment. And Havali, after having such a disaster roll down, is also on the cusp of making top 4 and is going to go against Agembe.
Oh my gosh, these boards have come together the way our players wanted them to. The double Lulu set on the backline did stop him from getting hit by the Seraphine very early on. There's massive AoE potential here. The Seraphine is low, but survives to the tail end. Ari heals up though thanks to the Gunblade. One more shot and gets the hit through. Havali will be taken down. What a disappointment that must be.
Yep, and let's see if Wet Jungler joins him. It looks like the Poppy is once again the hero of the moment, but wait, no! I spoke too soon. The Cortex is just taken out with the Radiant Sunfire and the Radiant Hand of Justice. Wet Jungler will go down, but crucially for him, wins the tie.
Oh my gosh. I mean, being in the top 4 here in Lobby 2 at the, almost the very peak of the competition means that you have a much easier ride for the rest of the day. Wet Jungler could have gone out in 8th place, instead finishes out in 4th. With such a volatile lobby, I have to think he's thanking his lucky stars he made it that far.
Yep, and here we see something that I really love from Nettlemitch. We haven't seen much from his game, but we see he has 2 itemized 2-star Viegos, and that is so powerful because the one Viego is quite vulnerable when he ults, and he goes into the backline like this, and once a single melee unit dies, he will be taking the aggro. But if there are 2 Viegos, then suddenly there are 2 and they will split the aggro, but it will not be relevant as W29F after such a strong early game, and going so close to being dead last in the game in the end, just takes a top 2 here.
Oh my gosh. I was fully ready for W29F's amazing early run to end in disappointment, but again, remember, this is a player with historical tournament performance, but not recent appearances here in the GSCs, going toe-to-toe with some of the best players in the world. And as Agembe finds the 3-star Lulu, which will be, of course, duplicated by the hologram, hitting first place for our player from the UK may have just slipped out of his reach.
Yeah, and once again, game 2, and here we see Lulu dominating yet again, this time in a different setup with the more expected hologram. The Lulu is just apparently too strong. Note that he had Tiny Titans, so he should, relatively to how strong his Silver Augment could have gotten him, but he's using up every HP from the Tiny Titans to stay alive and reach that point in the game. But right now he's so powerful, the Viego just melts in front of the Hyper Pops and the attack speed that the mana it generates. And it's just ends up being quite close actually. But here it is, the final note in the symphony that was this second game. Truly, we could not expect what was about to happen. That stage 5 was full of ups and downs, and in the end, Lulu just hyper pops her way to victory.
That was absolutely beautiful tail end of the game there. I think, congratulations to all our players for an exceptionally entertaining game number 2, but we're not even halfway done with today. Certainly good news for our Turkish players to have Agembe coming through and pulling off such a strong performance. We're definitely looking for our Turkish players to really expand out their impact on the international scene beyond Ging, to have more players taking that central spotlight. But that was astonishing. But we need to get set up for game number 3. And before that, of course, our analyst has to break things down. We'll take a short break. When we return, they'll be back with us, telling us how it all happened.
My name is Double61. I'm from France. I'm 19 and I am TFT player for Kamen Corp. In set 9, the best player, I think it was obviously Wet Jungler. I mean, I feel like he was a really good player, but he couldn't show some performance in previous set. But finally in set 9, he did the second at World. So yeah, I think he's a really good player. I hope it will be me. I mean, A third title of EMEA champion would be great, but I don't know. I hope it will be me or maybe my cousin. I don't know. My goals for TFT, I won championship one time. It was in set 3. And I think my ultimate goal is to win it again. I mean, I think I can do it with a good preparation. I think that we have the potential in Europe. So yeah, it's the objective. I think LAN are really good ideas. I mean, this is what TFT is. The Vegas Open was incredible. I played the finals, so yeah, the emotion I had when I was on stage, it was incredible. So yeah, I think that if TFT has to grow, there have to be LAN. So yeah, I think that's really good. Shout out. I mean, I always say it. K-Cup fans are awesome. They know it. I always say it in all interview. I mean, their support is incredible. So thank you guys, and continue to support us. I hope we will not disappoint the fans.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and I feel like this game was a little too close to my personal liking. A lot was going on there, many players on to single-digit HP, all fighting it out. Within like 3 rounds it was over. Very crazy game that we got there with Prismatic head start, but of course, let's take a look at our post-lobby game screen. And there is one thing that from the very start with these Prismatics, everybody in this lobby was aware of. INB had the Emo Annie from the start, then Prismatics roll around, you see that hologram, you think, okay, that's a nice and easy transition. Going from the Superfan Annie into the Lulu, you're gonna have a great time. Everybody else knows you're on the Lulugram, they're not gonna touch it. And I feel like that led to a little bit more rerolling just in general, because people were like, oh, okay, this is where he's going to spike, this is where I should have a comp assembled most likely, and leading to things like that Lux, but it also led to some pentakill Viego Vida.
Yeah, we have the 2 of them in the top 3 here, right? W29F all throughout this game was playing like a very strong, like a very clear game plan with the fact that he picked up the Infinity Falls from the Augment, then was carrying a Yasuo for the longest time, moved those items onto an Urgot further down the road, found that Compass, but for the longest time was struggling to find that Viego too, because Nettlemage was holding on to all of them. And we saw the second that W29F found that Viego too, it was just curtains for the rest of the lobby. He cruised his way all the way into the top 4, to 2nd place on 2 HP.
And rounding out the top 4, Wet Jungler, the runner-up at the last World Championship. Salvaging a 4th place, I think, is something we have to praise, because his spot looked a little bit doomed. He was trying to assemble any kind of board, just flexing in units. Again, every single round he was rolling and just changing his board every time, trying to make the strongest board possible to survive. Didn't hit the ideal board, didn't hit the the Zed or the Ezreal headliner, but still made it work and salvaged that top 4. And then we had a lot of different rerolls, different game plans being played. Alan had a unique game plan where he was playing Twin Terror with Crowd Divers with Katarina and Zed was a little bit unfortunate with the roles. I think it's not a bad way to try and execute the game plan of Splinter. It's no longer just crit chance like it was in the past. You can only play Executioners. It was changed 2 patches ago. You can just get attack speed on many different units, like Lulu, for example. In this case, Crowd Divers as well can benefit from it, but hit it a bit too late. Overall, was just not playing high tempo and bled out to an 8th in the end.
Yeah, unfortunately on that Twinter, like you said, not really keeping up with the lobby tempo. But speaking of kind of just ignoring the lobby tempo, I feel like we have to mention Havali here. Man's going into the game, not playing a headliner for what feels like forever, then sends it down on level 6 and suddenly has a Seraphine 3. The casters, they were fantastic. They were talking about something and suddenly there's that small Seraphine 3 pop up and I'm like, wait, Havali hit a Seraphine 3, and they were like, wait, how? It just sneaking through it stealthily and then somehow managing to claw a 5th place here. I feel like that was very impressive and not something I had on my board.
I feel like there was one minor step that we missed along the way there. He went to 0 gold 3-2.
And then some time passed, and then he found a ton of natural copies somehow. So I was equally confused when you mentioned it, Makes, because he seemed like he was going dead last. It seemed like a typical game where you roll down on 6, you don't hit, and you're like, well, it's not my fault. It's the game's fault. I definitely, this is my only chance to solve it anything. But somehow he salvaged it and got a 5th.
Good 5th. Good 5th.
Yeah,
I think that's the takeaway right there.
Great. You take those. Also, I really liked seeing the Lux. I feel like it came a little bit too late for Crystarian. We were kind of seeing it happen, the 80 gold down, yet very unlucky. Doesn't find the Lux 3 on the back of that, plays 2 more rounds without having the headliner on board, and then somehow manages to assemble it, but everybody else had already scaled up, and then the Lux just cannot do as much. There was lots of potential on that board as well that could have led into further upgrades, but I liked seeing it. I feel like it wasn't at its strongest. I think the Lux Revolt could still be a little bit stronger still, and we could actually see it finish on the top 4 at least, if not even the top 2. But well, I'll keep the jury out on this one as we are waiting for standings. Is there anything else that spoke out to you guys during this last game?
I know Wida has been following the Ari Sentinel game plan for this patch specifically. What do you think went wrong, Wida? Because pumping up, I'm not sure how good it is in the stats with Ari specifically. I think Kenobi was touching on it quite a bit. It makes sense to me on paper in terms of the attack speed for the Ari. Was it just hitting too late? Was it just lacking that 6 Sentinel at the start of stage 4? What do you think went wrong?
I think that when you like kind of look at like the board was put in a very like it was in a very suboptimal like. It was very inefficient when you looked at the trade whip, right? Like it was like 4 spell, we were 4 KDA, like 5 Sentinel, right? Like that inefficiency is kind of a part of like when you're trying to like struggle along to kind of put the board together, that can kind of occur. But that was kind of what happened here, right? And also I think the Spear Shojin versus the blue buff when you're going for something like the pumping up ball as well. I think that obviously the synergy is kind of there, but I think that the blue buff is like much better than the Spear Shojin in a situation like that when you already have the Nash's 2 in play. But sometimes you just don't hit, and it again kind of comes back to the point where it's a comp that is very all in 4-2 most of the time on the blade, and this time around it just didn't land.
Well, something did land though, and that's our standing. So we are going to take a look at those and see how everything shaked out after that second game. Once again, we are starting with the top 64. We're not going to show all of the players, but we are showing that upper half as we are moving through standings here. We're getting a great mix. I do want to mention, I think we mentioned at top of show already, but Turkey really coming strong into this Golden Spatula Cup. They have a couple of players like Chinar, but also like Havali, who we just saw in that previous game, that I feel like could really be contenders for this cup to actually take it all.
Mamene as well had a great showing this Invitational with Talel doing really well, with Brix doing really well. He's actually been a beast on the EUNE ladder under a different name. I didn't know it was him. He's like T1130. Looks like a Terminator, but it's actually Brix coming back with a great showing. We see there Talel 29th on the standing. So Mamene really well represented overall in these 2 games.
Yeah, kind of look at this Orc here, right? We sort of alluded to the top of the show from Zeulenache. Wow. That Orc kind of needs a little bit of a helping hand to qualify. But this time around, it seems like he doesn't care about it. But there's something else at the top of our statistics that I think that a lot of people will be very surprised to see. Mamene coming back to his first GSC since he won going 1-1.
Ah! astonished. This is so cool to see him up there, but also Alanzq, who we just saw top 1 in that previous game as well. Getting those top finishes really, really nicely to see all of them out there. Now, we are going to go into a quick break while Panda keeps disappearing on us, but he will be back in just a couple of seconds. Don't go anywhere. We're back here for our next game. A little bit of a switcheroo on the casters this time around. Counterfeit and Uida are going to be joined by yours truly to lead us through game number 3 and 4. And I heard, a little birdie told me, Counterfeit, that this is going to be a lobby with players that you specifically were asking for.
Yes, I mean, one must always try and apply corruption at every level of interface with every broadcast. Honestly, this has been the big tournament for the players in the UK to come forward in force, and the fact they've also been able to perform pretty well overall and hit towards the top end or the top half of the table so far, including, of course, our players here, is only better than that.
I think in general, right, we have such a big history in terms of the players we have here. Right? We have Fossil, who obviously had that debut performance back in Monsters Attack, went all the way to the championship for the Western Lost Times qualifier. And then you have someone like Shidusor, right, who has had an amazing set on the ladder, has had multiple accounts at the upper echelons there as well.
But also, Joshy, Darkest in this lobby. Darkest has been a player that has always excited us with a little bit out-of-the-box play, you know? To me, Darkest is a player that is like the Scapeus Light, if that makes sense. There's a lot of crazy comms where if you look at them, you're like, this shouldn't be working, but somehow they do. So I'm really excited to see what they have in store for us today. But of course, also Greece showing up strong here with Drox and Tropical in this lobby is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see what the Greek players can give to us as well. You know, we did see our Czech players in the previous tournament coming through and kind of having the GSC one was really the Czech tournament with getting first and third place. Of course, a great follow-up to that would be to have players, the Greek ones, come through and be able to simulate a similar performance.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting that this will become much more of a topic as we go deeper into the tournament, but Tropical did finish 20th in the first GSC of the set, right? So he's currently sat with a very healthy amount of points. Well, he means that if he makes day 3, he has a very good shot at making it to the regional final. So a name you kind of need to keep an eye out for. Obviously, Jitters are pretty much already qualified through ladder, so that's not one to keep an eye out for. In terms of just like the overall perspectives of like how this set will be moving along.
We're going to be seeing that game start shortly as we are looking to see how these players fight it out. I have been, I'm known to squint at the chat every now and then, and they've been asking, I'm just relaying the message, they've been asking for a prismatic start with Wandering Trainer. How are we feeling about that?
I think there was a discussion saying that people were, like, some of the high-level players were more willing to do that than I would have imagined coming into the set. Because you look at it and say, this is you can end up with an atrocious start to the game where nothing lines up, or you can have a game where everything just is laid out for you from the beginning. I'm really surprised that players are more willing to take this under pretty high-risk situation.
I mean, we're not going to be seeing it now, right? I think the thing is with Wandering Trainer is that it's a coin flip, right? Either you get something that's amazing, or maybe you get something that's not exactly ideal, right? That's kind of the name of the game. We get something like that. So something that's kind of reserved that should go either at the top of the day or at the bottom of the day. I think that's something that we got to keep in mind here, as we are going to be seeing them splitting between Treasure Armory and Pot of Gold makes.
Yeah, it seems like the script has been leaked. We changed it last second to make sure that we can not be touched in terms of that. But it is going to be the Pot of Gold, so really this portal is not going to kick in until the later stages, which also means like if you can play to get there, there's going to be a reward at the end of the rainbow, so to say. But sometimes the journey is the real road.
Well, yeah, I mean, this Pot of Gold is going to be split between the survivors players, as that was an incredible drop in here for Joshy. So not only did he win his choice of portal, but he's pretty much won his drops immediately.
I mean, this is a very interesting one to kind of work for as well, right? It's like you get build your own Kaiser Bard board almost already, right? You need to pick up the Lily and stuff like that and keep an eye on that. And even then, some like the Pentacle Olaf and there's just so many angles for Joshy to kind of figure out which way he wants to go down once he gets to that path.
Yeah, and like you're saying, really also already having the Lilia, you can go into the Sentinels. This comp is screaming Joshy's name, but he has something different in mind with already one Olaf on board. It seems like maybe the direction that he's being given is not the one he's looking for. Keeps the Heartsteel open as well, of course. But sells off the Kaisa, says, I'm not going for the Bard reroll. This is not where we're landing with this one.
I mean, it's pretty bold, but hey, Joshy's definitely got something in mind. For anyone who's not familiar with Joshy, long-time Northern European player, has been dipping his toes into the TFT casting scene as well. So he'll appreciate what it feels like to have people looking over your shoulder and criticizing your every move.
Yeah, whoa, hold on a second. Okay, never mind. We're not having fun, I guess. I had to just peel on the Gargantuan Assault. I'm like, okay, Olaf was nerfed, but we get the Gargantuan Assault. We have an open boat. It's time for the Olaf reroll again. We're 4 Olafs, and just no. But even then, right, I'm like, okay, Viego, you know, he's also quite cool. He also likes a Titan Resolver too, but no, just no.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like within 1 minute, we got really excited, only to then be disappointed at least twice for the board that Joshy is building out here. But we are going to be seeing where this one leads as we are hopping across boards. We're seeing a little bit of a punk angle here for Tropical. Also not really something I had on my bingo sheet, but for early tempo, surely it's still great.
I mean, certainly, you know, the edge has been taken out of a little bit with Punk 6 taking a hit as of the last patch, but certainly with everything else, if you've got the right start, and here we've got the Deathblade in place and a lot of early powerful units, including the Vi headliner, I think we can make some early impact for Tropical, even if this isn't necessarily where we end up staying long term.
I mean, I think that a lot of this is going to come down to whether or not you want to invest the gold into the Punk rerolls, right? And that's the big thing we're going to be seeing here. I don't think that's going to be the case. I also bought into the EXP. It's just a nice amount of stats here, right? The Vi is a pretty solid option. Can easily fletch in like a Guardian, for example, get that Pantheon going. And Jinx is a pretty good item holder. It's one of the few ranged AD item holders in the early game that is like Corgi, for example. And Corgi really relies on having that chosen aspect to him in the early game. Try and generate some value from the augment.
Going to be seeing where this one goes as we are moving through the first couple of rounds. You know, this is always where players like to find those streak angles if they can. And on the other side, we are seeing Jadusor, and he was the other players that had the Kaisa opener, similar to the one we saw from Joshy. So 2 Kaisas instead of 2 Bards being delivered from the PvE round. And maybe Jadusor is the one that wants to go for the Kaisa reroll, for the Bard reroll. That definitely is still an option, but we are seeing the Olaf very popular here with the players.
I mean, I think even with the 3-star version being slightly trimmed, it's still going to be a very, very powerful option. And we can see the item carrying going on from Darkest at the moment is great. Of course, we've got the Into Night, so we've got the Edge of Night online, and a Bloodthirster as well. It's suddenly looking like melee carry is on the menu, even if it isn't necessarily going to be Olaf himself.
Yeah, again, we talk about this as a very natural transition point to something like a Viego, right? Really benefits from that Edge of Night. Akali doesn't really benefit from it, right? So you don't want that double split. And also some of those like martial lines we've seen, we heard David talk about as well, right? So plenty of options. You can kind of see Kafusselt going for a Freezer Company opener, trying to get some more econ in, already has that 20 gold online. So you can kind of see like the few different strategies already kind of melding together in this game.
Yeah, and the lost streaks, you know, still easier to manage to get by even after streaks were changed than the win streaks are. But with Corpuscle, Neverdown, and Drox all on that same angle, somebody is going to win out, unfortunately, I fear, as we are getting into the last couple of rounds. And there we have it. Somebody did get a win there, as we are going to be hopping into the carousel, looking at the units here. We do have the bow on a 1-cost unit, one of the more popular components, I feel like, at the moment, but we are going to get a glimpse at what everybody's playing right now.
Yeah, we can see that there's 3 interesting ones coming together. You mentioned the Kafuzzle before, of course. You know, had the incredibly exciting Western Last Chance qualifier. He wanted to get to the world stage, picking up some very, very early emo executioner. You know, the kind of stuff we'd expect to see from a Twin Terror board, but actually doesn't have any augments to push him that direction quite yet.
Interesting.
Yeah, speaking of interesting stuff here, right, we see the stars are born here, actually putting Burrell in a very interesting spot here. All that they will need to find that center free here, which is one of the most powerful reroll lines on this patch. We spoke a little bit about at the top of the show here, is the headliner center that can still show up. There are no longer any of those restrictions on the 1, 2, and 3 concept. We talked about that in the previous patch coming through. There, a huge change coming in. Super exciting to follow whether or not this is going to be able to hit. You're going to be able to hit this on 3 too.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this one. I love seeing the Senna. She did fell off just a little bit around the time the Vegas Open happened, and now she's back into the club. She can sit with us again, and like you're saying, it's only the headliner that's missing here to really make the dream come alive. Does have the Nasher as well. And as we are hopping through, we're going to check in with Neverdown, who's currently on 4 copies of the Annie. You can see that he hasn't really leveled, so still an option to maybe see the Annie reroll here if the shop is going in the right direction and delivering us some Annies.
I have a very important question, Makes, right?
Oh no, what is it?
Who's the bouncer that finally let Senna into the club after she got rejected in Vegas?
Oh, that's your dog. That's easy.
Mordoc's a bouncer? I mean...
Sure. Have you seen him? Guy's terrifying.
Definitely not a human teddy bear by any means. Speaking of human teddy bears, it's Kerfuzzle on the other side of the board.
I feel like every single time we switch POV, we're just seeing Kerfuzzle lose again to maintain his loss streak, right? So we're just getting like the full-on story of Kerfuzzle's game trying to lead into these emo executioner lines without even being on his perspective.
No, it's fine. Kerfuzzle is he's performing art here. He's saying, you know, I'm going to play emo, I'm going to be sad by jumping everyone else's board and getting absolutely smashed again and again. But it's fine, because Fuzzy is building up a good amount of gold in the bank and a big loss streak along with, so we've got, let's see, Drox down at the bottom with the Superfan board we saw a little bit before, but also a big loss streak in place. So while rounds aren't getting won, the plan is coming together, I swear.
Speaking of plans coming together, we're currently holding on to 8 copies of Vi. And we get a golden orb as well here. That's going to be a duplicator, so there's going to be some potential for some excessive scaling in the late game here. We have started to invest a little bit into these rerolls as well here. This could be a very interesting one to follow.
Okay, hear me out. As the resident reroll nerd on this desk, let me talk about what's going on here, because normally when we see Punk being played, we see it being played with like the Twitch headliner, with the Jinx headliner, preferred even with the Jinx rapid fire headliner rather than the Punk one, because then you don't have to play Senna. Now, I was sold on the plan with playing the Senna, playing also Senna reroll, since that's a 2 cost, you just reroll the entire board, but now that we know that another player is on the Senna reroll, I'm starting to worry about what Tropical is cooking up here. I don't think this one will be finished the way we are expecting it to. But for now, the Vi is tanking a lot.
Well, I think you're right. Yeah, we haven't necessarily got all the pieces here. Given that Tropical's doing so well in this game, he certainly isn't in the position that he could go through and grab a spatula from the carousel pretty much ever. So hitting Punk 6 is pretty much off the table. I do think you're right that maybe we just see a move elsewhere, because we don't have the Jinx 3 online, but we've got a board that's strong in the immediate.
And that's the thing as well, right? This occurred naturally. We have not invested into it at all, meaning this is going to allow us to go towards a bigger, like having an easier time transitioning towards like a level 8, level 9 board, and then using that duplicator to get a huge spike further down the road. Again, as long as you don't invest overly into the Punk rerolls, you're not going to be under any duress.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we are going to be very excited for what Tropical has in store later on, but it's not going to be Punk eventually. But what is going to be is Prismatics, and Drox taking his time here, picking what he wants. The binary still open is very interesting to me. Many players don't really like this one, but he's thinking about it, at least as we are re-rolling everything else. It is going to be the binary.
I think this makes a lot of sense for the position Drox is in. You know, he wants to start pushing up the table and get the immediate power online. He even got a couple of items left still to be slammed to go further than this. You can see the board just immediately is pushing forward, and with the potential to get a lot stronger longer term.
I mean, it also does look like he is leaning in towards one of these bard rerolls, right? So just being able to spread your items across, start itemizing the Kaiser or DMF, depending on which line you want to go down here, just provides so much additional value with that binary airdrop, alongside the fact he also got a component from his first auction with that magic wand, right? He has more components to spread around.
I mean, you're saying either the Kai'Sa or the MF. I feel like with the binary, we can get it all going. All of the carries get one, you get one, you get one. The Bard, the Kai'Sa, the MF, we can all hold hands and have 3 items eventually, so that's going to be very interesting. But Peter, 63 HP. Kerfuzzled is going strong on the losses, picking up the Rage Blade there from the Prismatics. Is this potentially a Kale reroll?
I mean, I hope so. This is looking pretty promising. But speaking of the losses you mentioned there, one thing that is standing out for me is while Tropical is up at the top of this lobby on a massive win streak, our loss streaking players, I think, must have run into each other. And that's meant that they've all lost their loss streaks. And they're having to rely, again, completely on their bank balance. Kerfuzzle ideally would have a big loss streak and the bank balance to accelerate this reroll if that's what it's going to be.
Yeah, the thing is as well, something else that's worth noting here is most likely going to be a KL reroll, right? It's the fact that the KL is at 2-star level, even is a very, very potent item holder. But again, she's a great user of that rage, but you can kind of see down there. And with the duplicate, with the remover as well as the LeftOverture here, he has so many options on the bench here trying to repurpose some of these items, right? These double bows right now make a red buff, already has the anti-healing, so maybe can repurpose those bows for defensive components further down the road, depending on how this game will treat him further on.
Looking at the carousel here, we do have the Caitlyn and the Twisted Fate. Could be an interesting pickup for some of the players that are pursuing it. Jadosor is on Twisted Fate, so maybe that's where we're headed with this, but goes for the Kaisa instead, as Darkest has picked it up before. And I'm really curious with how this is spreading out between the players. There's a lot of rapid firers in the pool that people are fishing for. Jadosor also on that Kale headliner now.
Yeah, that's going to slow down. I don't think Jadosor is necessarily going to be staying here long time, but it was mentioned before in the cast, just having the super fan is so flexible in terms of, you can get a decently strong unit online right now and not feel at all bad about swapping her out for something else longer term.
And it actually is kind of like the patch we're playing in Vegas sometimes with this, where it's like, I remember I was watching Volta early set, and it's like every single player in the entirety of the world pretty much is like they didn't touch their team planner for like any game. Like they just opened it before going into the game. They added Kennen, Lilia, Nico, Echo, and I was like, we're just going to be doing whatever. And it's kind of the same vibe when you start looking around like how prevalent the super fans they have become, right? And then like, it's just like how powerful is this fandom, right? Because like which fandom is more powerful, right? Like which superfan fandom is the most powerful? Because like they're all the same, right? Like they're all like they're fake fans. Like they're fake fans. They're super fans of this. Like you have Kennen in every single border. So Kennen is a super fan of every single headliner in the game. Like he's just a fan of everybody. That kind of
Speaking of fans of everybody, I love a good Annie reroll, but Neverdown on 3-6, still away from the Annie 3. This is normally where you would like to have her online, and we are looking at the board right now. This is going to be the pickup here on the golden duplicator used to bring her together, and I am worried that this might even be too little too late. We're not having any additional Spellweaver augments that are empowering this Annie, but we'll see how it goes against all of the 2-cost rerolls.
It's also worth noting that with a composition like Annie, one of the things that really like propelled this into being a super powerful composition is the fact that you're sitting to hit on like 3-1 and you're just able to start pushing levels, go level 8, go level 9, add Sona, add Ari, all these things here. And with the fact you've kind of been stuck a little longer than you would like to here on this, like obviously fine on stage 3 still fine, you are going to be a tiny bit delayed when it comes to starting to push those levels and really compete for the lobby.
Yeah, and the one thing I feel like we got going for Neverdown here is that at least the gold hasn't been touched too much. 45 is still plenty to make that econ back up and then invest into levels like you're saying. So I still have hope, but we need to get an additional, secondary carry maybe, or a stronger frontline at least to assure that in the next couple of rounds this board is actually not going to crumble.
One thing I wanted to bring up from this sport, which is really interesting and just got sort of partially resolved by the superfan removal, is the Quicksilver being added into the mix. Not something which necessarily we're expecting to see on every board of this kind of type. Rita, how well do you feel like this fits into the long-term game plan for Neverdown?
I mean, it kind of depends on like which units you're going to be playing, right? Because the Quicksilver can go onto some of these melee units you might want to run in duality with it, and that's something you got to keep in mind. It's a good item. Also, it just gives attack speed, right? So even putting it onto something like an Ari will help her get those quicker casts off as well.
There she is, Senna 3 coming online for Boral, but we are seeing other players also sending some of their gold down all across the board. People are rolling and looking for options. Kerfuzzled still not finding that Kale. A little bit tough of a spot.
Yeah, we know where those Kales have all been hiding. Jigsaw decided to just casually stroll and say, "You're running this reroll? I'm running this reroll."
Yeah, but the thing is worth doing here as well, right, when you're looking at it, is that he's level 7, he's 70 gold, right? Like, he doesn't have to play this reroll composition. You can just go level 8 here, fall to roll down, start finding those Viegos, start finding the Carphuses, lean into that line of play instead, right? It would have been nice to get that kill free, but again, very potent item holder, so not necessarily out of the game just yet.
Augments rolling around. It's going to be golden augments.
Ooh. Do spot a big one coming in for Burrell there. We mentioned before they were going for the center board. We have got the blinged out augment coming in, a central augment in bringing that board online. Currently on one of the lower HP totals, but I have to think coming into the back half of stage 4, Burrell's going to really step up in power.
Seeing lots of upgrades pop up all across the screen, and it seems like once again there's a little bit of hand holding going on. I see the Riven pop up for Joshy. I know Darkest is also on that 8-bit angle, but seems to have opted for the Yoni instead, so both of them shaking hands, saying different directions. We're okay. It's not going to be a Kale contest as we are moving through levels. We also find Joshy on that pentacle board.
Yeah, looking pretty good here. You mentioned the non-contest. Well, we've been on the edgelord meta before, where we were able to spread enough room to get multiple comps working. But Darkest is the one that seems to be the strongest right now. Darkest also in a pretty decent position, up in second place overall. There's a big drop between our first and second place HP players. So while they are safe, everybody else is really brawling down from all the way from 4th down to 8th right now with similar HP.
Yeah, but also worth noting, right, the fact you have someone like Darkest there sitting on over 50 gold, right? We saw Joshy was level 8, he was all in, he was trying to hit his board, and he missed on that one. And the big thing here as well for Burrell is the fact that he's not able to really push levels just yet, so he really is relying on this center free to be enough to get him through stage 4, because he needs to get towards that level 7, level 8, level 9, get that Kiana, get that Akali online, just to fully shore off this board.
Absolutely right. Just the previous round, we saw how it nearly got close between the Senna and the finally standing units on the other side, though we are seeing Tropical. We haven't checked in with him for a little while, still running that Vi, still running that Jinx, but like we said, the long-term plan might be looking differently, and he has started losing, will continue to do so, so I think soon enough there will be changes on the Punk board.
Yeah, I mean, Tropical's in a pretty darn good spot, honestly. Yeah, it's managed to stay up on high HP for a really long time while Darkest moves into pole position. I'm really looking at the players down towards the bottom because, some of them, especially, I believe that it was Drox had gone down to almost no gold in the bank as well as not having a substantial win streak. So the HP in the lobby has been pretty even for a while, but I think heading into stage 5, we're going to start seeing some of our players taking bigger hits.
He's also both of the reroll players kind of struggling a little bit, right? Kefusel on that kill reroll we were talking about so much. Drox on that early Bard line still hasn't really shored off that just yet either. I mean, I have someone like Jigsaw here, right? Went level 8, found that headline of Viego, still looking for the Carphus, but super powerful here. Now we have to figure out the items here. Very good play here as well from the likes of Kefusel, just guaranteeing the correct items on the Kale here. Just getting down to C1 here. Does not want that Adaptive Helm on the Kale.
Does not want it on the Kale, but also doesn't really want it on any of the other units here. You have your Edgelord in. You'd really like that Karthus to maybe come around and supply him with that Adaptive Helm. Would be a good mix-up, but the Pentakill Akali is definitely putting a lot of work into it to help him out here, and Kale has been nerfed. 5% attack speed in this patch has been taken from the headliner Kale. Let's see if she can still put in the power into the Pentakill, and it looks like yes she can, and she will be going here. We have the Karthus on the bench as well, so if Kefusel can actually up the levels, I think we should be in a good spot for this reroll.
Yeah, Karthus still being put together here on the bench as well, right? So just waiting to be able to go to level 8, get closer to that here. Want to get that second Rage Blade on there, and then I assume we're going to be seeing the red buff come on there as well. Could be a Godbreaker as well. I have not made a Godbreaker in so long. I swear to God, I just completely forgot the name.
It's okay. Yeah, the crit item. We'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, that Kale's going to have to do a lot of work long term, but for Drox, as we check in here, the other player along with Kerfuzzles and Neverdown on the lower HP as the lobby overall starts to drop down. Picked up that binary airdrop from before, has got, as you said, makes the multiple carries online a lot more quickly than would have been possible. But I don't know if the board's actually still strong enough, even with all these free binary items.
Yeah, so the thing is, you do have the binary, but you don't have the stars. And if the stars are not aligning for your reroll, I do have some bad news for you. Still 3 copies away from the Bard. Doesn't really have anything strong going on for the Misfortune. It's a little bit unfortunate where we are stuck with the items right now. And of course, you're trying to get at least a little bit more frontline out of the board. So trying to spread that binary onto the Nico, onto the Echo, to at least get tank value to buy that Bard some time to maybe scale up just a little bit. But without the Rage Blade on the Misfortune, I feel like this is a little bit cursed in all sorts of regions, and the one thing we're missing the most is money. So I'm not feeling too confident about Drox's board here right now.
What an amazing spatula drop here, right? We just need that cloak, and then we have the jazz emblem, right? Right?
Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I was going to say, we
chat.
posted in the old chat, want to buy spatula? Going for a really good price.
Yeah, if only it would still exist. That would be nice, but that's not the patch we're in.
We missed as well, so it doesn't matter.
Other things, no Misfortune 3, no Bard 3, Drox on the low end, 9 HP. You might actually lose this one and get bombed out in 8th in this round 5-1. But we're going to be hopping over to Kerfuzzled to see how the Kale reroll does.
Kerfuzzled is the one who's making it out of the bottom end of the table most successful at this point. Notice the others have all got loss streaks in place. They have not turned it. But with Kerfuzzle's board online, the guard break apparently getting the job done. Neverdown takes the hit. We're down to now 2 players on likely a single life as of this next round.
Yeah, but for Kerfuzzle as well, a lot of that is down to his economic management, right? We talked about this. We saw the fact he was sitting level 7 with like 70 gold on 6 copies of Kale. Did not overroll, did not have to overroll either as well, right? So really just leaning into that. And well, for Darkest, it is the quote-unquote wrong 3-star edgelord that arrives. It's the unitemized ribbon, but at this point, I don't think that he cares.
Speaking of carrying, this guy won, but look at it, still away from the stars. Last round was won somehow. I'm not even really sure how it happened, but it's going to go up against Joshy now to try and do it again. There is potential in this matchup as the Akali is not yet leveled up. Neither is the Ahri in the backline, so it might be enough.
Yeah, I mean, Drox definitely is working on borrowed time. You can see how powerful the Poppy is already. If those were 3-star backliners, what a different world we'll be living in. So Akali will just chew through them piece by piece. And it all falls away. That will be not actually our first elimination, because Neverdown goes down in the same round, and that means Drox makes it out in 7th.
Yeah, kind of pivoting back to what I was talking about, right? He just hit a little bit too late, was not able to really accelerate off of that momentum he got from that Annie, but that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And meanwhile, Gijosaur also, like, the board looks good, right? You got Akali 2, Kalphas 2, Viego 2. This board should be able to at least get him into the top 4, you would assume.
But he doesn't have the Penta 5, doesn't have the Edgelord 3. There's still a little bit of weirdness with how these traits are shaking out. And on the other side is a board that has it figured out, the blinged out Senna rolling around. And this one is ready to fire away. Away goes that Viego, just annihilated in the process. I don't think you can have any more hope for Gijosaur in this matchup, unfortunately.
The second I saw all of the clump frontline against the Senna, I was like, yeah, that ain't going to go well. And the newly buffed Senna showing exactly why she has come back into the conversation, ripped that board to pieces, and now we go into a carousel that has some appealing emblems.
Yeah, it's kind of falling to the fact that they're like the KDA pattern was just like kind of forcing a belief, right? So that's kind of something what to do. But Boral, that is a Caitlyn, and also guys, that's a true damage emblem. That is pretty powerful. That is
very powerful.
It's not quite as powerful as it was back when we saw true damage Caitlyn be like such a dominant force, but it is still super, super relevant. Or at least the emblem itself will become incredibly relevant here, because look at this. Out goes the Seraphine, in goes the Akali, and 6 true damage online here for even more damage for the Senna.
It's unbelievable based on what we saw in the previous round. That wasn't even the final form of this composition. But Darkest, Megs, you promised they would cook for us, and apparently it has come true. I love we've got a crowd diver Riven in here. What on earth is going on?
And even so, the headliner is Yone. Riven has been found more or less naturally on 3-star with no items other than this Grout Diver emblem. So really, this is cooking, but I'm not sure if it's hot enough to eat yet. For now, Darkest is going to lose out, but I'm very, very excited to see where this board leads once that Yone 3 actually rolls around. Once this board's potential is fully unlocked, it could be quite glorious.
Yeah, it's
Do bear in mind
to be in, right? Go ahead, Peter.
Well, I was just going to say, just because we were a couple of stages away from it, the pot of gold is our portal for this lobby. So 6-1 is when that's coming into play. We are down to our top 5, and a lot of gold has been spent. But for Tropical and Confuzzled, getting that extra gold injection can really bring them back online very quickly.
Well, you can make the argument that he's already online. He hit that 2% hitliner for Lucian on level 9, right? We're talking about how he's going to be able to take that Vine, just to transform that into a very powerful level 9 board. And when you look at this, I don't think he needs that pot of gold. I think he's just fine as it is.
I'm a little bit worried for this Lucian, because the way he works, he needs to chew through the front line first to reach the back line, but he says no worry at all, easily done against something like the Kale board, so he's in a very, very good shape. Still, like you're saying, potential upgrades to be found on the Alawi, on the Yorick, and for Darkest, we're getting closer and closer to the Yone.
One away.
It's still just crazy, right? Like, they're 1 away from this. So they've just been on this board, but they also did find the Viego 2 on level 7, which really did help in stabilizing this board, because that is such a powerful unit to spread the Morello, provide extra damage, provide damage amplification on top of that, really helping the Yone for alongside that fall crowd there from the emblem. This board is incredibly stable here, but with the additional gold coming through now, we're going to have to see some of those huge roll downs coming through. Needs to find that Yone free before going level 9.
Yeah, I mean, I think if anything, maybe this is helping out Darkest more, because that's an awful lot of money in the bank to maybe go up to get to 3-star in places we just have there, and then be able to still have enough money for full econ and push even further. Tropical hits a 2-star, Misfortune, Burl rolling down, Confuzzled holding on to the money, fascinatingly enough, with only 1 life left in the tank.
Okay, so the reason I think is that you're praying you need to hit level 9 to get somewhere, and you're just hoping to save that money to maybe make it there. But on the other side, there is one nasty, nasty Yone reroll, and that is going to be the end of it. Unfortunately, not enough for Kerfuzzled on the Kale, but I feel like a top 4 is still pretty decent for a comp that's just been nerfed.
It's worth noting as well, where we are in the tournament with these players. We're in lobby 8, so our players are currently roughly in the middle of the tournament right now. So hitting the top 4s is honestly okay, because at least it keeps them in this situation. You know, it's taking the 8ths in lobbies like this that really put you in trouble for the rest of the tournament.
So we can just include his heads-to-head, right? Tropical has that 6-2 now with the Spear of Shojin as well, has the Yorick 2 in the front line. Everything in this board is just upgraded. This is such a powerful board, but the wrap coming through from the Yone could be the big changing factor.
Yeah, it's all about the positioning, and the Yone is trying to make headway towards that Lucian. Lucian finds him first, though, does not output enough damage as the Yone goes closer, but doesn't go far along enough, will die here in the middle of the fire. And now the big question is, if you're Darkest, what do you do here?
I mean, you hold on to your gold, try level 9. That's the biggest thing, right? You're trying to go to level 9 here, you're trying to hold on for a while, then trying to figure out what can I add in. We don't have Kian on the board yet, for example, right? That's a big hitter to get in there, get the disruption, get that additional combat power with those components being spread all throughout the fight.
I think for me, the thing I'm looking out for is, because we've got this crowd diver in place, We've got the Edge of Night as well. I'm really looking to see where the Yone ends up pathing through the fight, because he gets stronger from his ability as time goes on. If he can keep that Edge of Night from proccing for too long, he can get to the tail end and just kill everything.
Gonna be seeing how it works out once more. 20 HP is not needing to worry, but the Lucian crumbles, so Yone has found him, and this time around the Yone will take a win, even though if it is a 1v1 in the end, the golds will fall, and they're assembling around Tropical.
And a very big optimization of the positioning here as well, coming through from Darkus, pulling that Yone even further so it does not take any sort of initial aggro, allows it to go out there, allows it to get stacked up on the tentacles on those lower star units that Tropical are currently running on their board.
All right, brings us to a final round. Just the last pieces coming in. Pentacle emblem to join the Crowd Diver emblem on the ribbon. I mean, makes you want to see multiple carries. Darkus has delivered.
I mean, that ribbon can have as many identities as she wants. If she wants to be a crowd diver, I'm good with it. If she wants to be a pentacle, I'm also fine. She's just making this board better and better with everything that she gains, and I'm really excited to see it. But we are also seeing a little bit of a jiggling going on here with the items, taking out the Mordekaiser. Now we are once more seeing the wraparound from the Yone and the ribbon to maybe end this game 3.
We have got the stronger tank in front of the Yone to keep him from walking right into the back line, though, and that could change absolutely everything. Yone gets delayed, gets a few casts in, but it worked. Yone was blocked.
Yeah, and again, this is going to be that positioning minigun. We're just going to be seeing all throughout. You can kind of see Tropical trying to juggling a little bit left and right here with Delusion with Lat 6 too. There's not a lot of other upgrades really to add into the mix here. If you're Tropical, like you're trying to go level 10. If you get onto that stage 7, add even more power here. Maybe get even more jazz stacks in with a different trace. All right, there's so many more ways for Tropical to kind of elevate this board, but it's all contingent on him getting towards that level 10 and winning this fight.
How this one shakes out. Is it enough for the Yone and the Riven to go where they need to? Lucian on the other side of the Yone will not reach him right away, but eventually makes headway. Yone getting knocked down here, and Darkus takes another loss. Now onto 15 HP is not enough to sustain one more. The last matchup will be the last one for this game indeed, but first we're gonna get a little bit of support from the Drake.
The only thing that we've really got left for Darkus to itemize at this point is maybe we're going to see the Kane getting a little bit stronger, but we've already got the Riven online, we've already got the Yone online, we've already got the Viego online with everything it could ask for. I don't think Darkus board gets immediately too much stronger.
I mean, it's worth noting that like the likes of a Kane 2 with a healing item is a completely different beast. Kane 1, it's thin like paper, it can get cut open very easily. But if you get Kane 2, get some healing on him, he's an absolute menace in that backline. But Kiana 2 also a nice upgrade here, meanwhile we see Tropical going level 10.
Finds the blue buff off of the Envil right after that. Kiana too. What a nice little coincidence for Darkus getting together here. You said it. It would have been nice to also upgrade that Kane, but in the end, it's going to be about where you can get the highest spike, and that upgrade on the Kiana 2 should help in distributing items and also stuns onto the enemy board. But is it enough? Can the units find this Lucian in the backline?
Yeah, the Kiana's doing work, trying to get the Yone to punch through the front line. But the Viego's the one doing the work on the tail end of this. Yone's got caught in the tanks, but Viego's free to fire, gets cut down, but Yone survives to Kevin Parker the end of the round and get the win.
Again, yeah, that's we're just gonna call that the Kevin Parker move. I mean, there's a little bit less high, but it's still a huge win for Darkus, right? Putting them at 17 points. And with the fact that the cutoff here is going to be 27-28, this means that now they have a complete clear map of what they need to do to accomplish that qualification for day 2, right? That's a big thing to know. Puts a lot of load off of your shoulders now, saying, hey, I just need 10 points. I can do that easy peasy.
I love that call. That was so good. But we are gonna go into a break, and after that we'll hear from our analyst desk now that we have reached the halftime of today to see where everybody's standing and what's going on with the players. So don't go anywhere. So yeah, I can't even think anymore. We're gonna be right back.
Hello, my name is Sefeddin. I'm 23 years old. I'm from Egypt. I played like TFT since set 1. I have been challenger since set 1. I think it's fine for both, but I think ladder, the ladder should be more competitive. So yes, like giving more spots to the ladder should be fine. I mean, the strongest TRC, I actually watched some of the French TRC. I think they are very strong. I mean, the MENA TRC was pretty strong as well. I think like France and Germany got some decent players, but Egypt is coming for them. Yeah, I think like Mujiwara is a friend of mine. He's like an Egyptian as well. He's really good at the game, to be honest. Like he started playing set 6, I believe. When I quit the game, he started. And there is like Egyptian summoner as well. He's one of my friends, and yeah, they are really good and underrated. I actually like to play Valorant before the tournament. Like it's kind of weird, but I like to play like Valorant before the tournament. But I mean, before the tournaments, I really can't get like a decent amount of sleep to like that affects me. But yeah, hopefully if I get some good sleep, we'll be fine. Yeah, I would like to shout out my friends and family, especially my mom. Like she supports me, yeah, and she's believing in me. So I'm winning this for you, Mom.
Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk. It's Impetuous Panda, joined by Kenobi, moving from the caster desk now on the analyst desk. And what a game we have to break down. Different in many ways, but also a few players going down the lines they know, like Pentakill, for example. I think the standout is going to be Darkest. I think Darkest and Tropical had a very similar flow of game, let's say, although they're playing entirely different comps. Darkest, especially, they had a very good start with an Olaf, one of the best item holders in Stage 2 in the game right now. Had all the good units, had Urgot, and used that tempo to just have so much HP to go into this Yone line, and knew how to play this Yone reroll without hitting Yone 3. So on Yone 2 for most of Stage 4 and 5, had a lot of really good secondary and tertiary carry with that Ribbon 3 out of nowhere with a Viego as well, and was able to navigate that into Stage 6 and 7 into a very high cap board, Kenobi.
Yeah, definitely the two players that were conducting the lobby really put the pressure on everyone else, and that led to that came from a very early 3-star Vi with some kind of unusual items in the form of a Sunfire and an adaptive helm for Tropical, but he managed to use that very well. He probably just simply wanted to use her as a transition point. Like he had only found Jinx 1 at the end of Stage 2, despite having found the 3-star Vi, so he very smartly opted to leverage that into a fast 9, playing a very unusual P-Bass style comp. With that lucky chosen Lucian that we do not see often, but with the recent changes, he finally gets a chance to be a solo carry. Solo carry would not be fair to the rest of the comp. It would be like saying the singer is the one pulling all the work, but the Yorick and the Ziggs were doing a tremendous amount of work in terms of DPS as well, with the very solid front line from the Thresh and the Ilaoi here.
Talk about lucky. Brawl had a very interesting game where he had 6 Sennas in stage 2. You'd say, okay, he's going to hit Senna 3 super early, just needs to find the headliner. It cannot be that hard, surely. And then all of stage 3, no Senna, rolls down to 0 at some point, kind of like shades of a volley with a Seraphine in the game before this one that we saw in broadcast in game 2. And then re-spikes again, hitting the Senna 3 at the start of stage 4, hitting Blinged Out as his last augment, hitting the true damage emblem for Ari as well. So once again becomes a boogeyman, a menace in stage 4 and 5, and we saw him in the end bleeding out to a third. Overall, Senna with the buffs, I think, is going to be very, very strong. We'll be seeing a lot more of it throughout this weekend. Throughout, I think, Blinged Out especially with both Yasuo as a main carry in stage 2, and we saw with Senna in this game as well, can really benefit. I'm very happy to see true damage overall just being in a better spot. After the nerf that came in, after the nerfs to the emblem, it was kind of not really a viable comp. Now, once again, with Senna, it's back in action.
Yeah, and what's very interesting with Senna is that what she is good against is melee carry comps, and right now there are so many of them that are very prevalent. We see like the AD Flex very often runs at least one melee carry that is very impactful, and being able to take it out early with the Senna AoE is very impactful. The Pentakill is also using Viego, and there are so many compositions just like simply Yone or even Reroll that are very hard pressed to beat the Senna because she has such incredible burst damage and will not let up until they are dead. But speaking of Viego, the Pentakill was so contested this game, right? We had Viego for the edgelord player, Viego for the Kill reroll player, and Viego for Jedusor, who was playing straight up Pentakill in a more standard way. And being so contested meant that it was very unsuccessful for all of them except the one that won the game.
And we saw kind of that dance between Jedusor and Kerfuzzled, where Kerfuzzled was going for kill reroll. Jedusor was using the kill as an item holder in stage 3, unsure if he was going to let go of this headliner and at what point. Kerfuzzled went to 7. We weren't sure if he was going to go just vertical pentakill because he had so much gold to work with and could go 8 or roll for the kill. In the end, he rolled for the kill, and it was just, I think, too many players going for the same comp. We know there are other 4-cost comps that were uncontested, like Heartsteel, for example, completely untouched in this lobby, which is maybe why it was so easy for Darkest to go for that Yone 3 in the end, despite hitting very late. But it is always, I think, you look at the lobby complexion, you say, hey, there should be, at the very least, one Heartsteel player to try and balance it out and make it so that most players are hitting their actual comp at 4-2.
Yeah, and none of them were there this time, and that means no Ezreal, no Caitlyn. It's kind of surprising after having seen them being so very dominant in the Scrim Invitational and just overall in the meta, on the ladder, or in the previous patch, since there haven't been that many changes. But here, clearly, that was the exception to the rule. Tell me a little bit more. We've seen this Annie reroll attempt, and it went terribly. Tell us what needs to go right for Annie to be good.
Oh, you need to high roll, or more. I think better explained. You need to put yourself in a position where you only commit if you are high rolling. A lot of the power on these 1-cost reroll comps come from just hitting naturally, not having to spend time actually rolling for these 1-costs. Because if you're stuck on level 5, all of stage 3, losing HP, and then you don't have enough gold or time to make it to 8, for example, to hit that Ari to add out those extra carries onto your board, you are not going to have a good time. You want to be playing these comps from a very high tempo start, and you don't let go. You don't put your foot off the gas on that tempo the entire game, ideally, and then eventually bleed out to a 3rd or 4th. It's the case with Yasuo, it's the case with Olaf, it's the case with Annie, and that was not the case in this game. Both the Annie and the Jazz Superfan board, you hit too late, the conditions were not met, and it was just kind of a disappointing game where you can't really do anything about it once you fully committed into that line already.
Yeah, at the very least, you need to be applying strong pressure starting from stage 3. You can afford to take stage 2 slow in order to build some starting economy, but then you need to invest it right there on 3-1. Obviously, sometimes you just don't hit enough Annies to be able to do a successful 3-run roll down, in which case then you just have to wait, and it's just what happened here. You hit late, then you don't have the gold that you need to have the second spike, because you spike once on your initial 3-star 1-cost or your chosen 2 or 3 costs in the case of Seraphine, Senna, etc. And so you win stage 3, and then come stage 4, everybody else is going level 8, getting the 4-cost chosen headliners, and using them to upset the tempo, and you need to be able to match at least with 1-star 4-cost of your own, like the Ari for the Annie, for example.
Maybe not win those rounds, but at the very least not lose them by too much, not be stuck on 6 or level 7, where you're taking these massive losses and just bleeding out. You should be able to, again, stage 4 is your stage where you're the one taking some damage here and there, and then eventually you're capping again at stage 5 while being able to go 8, going 9, and again getting that secondary carry online. So overall, you can't always obviously decide, oh, I'm going to hit all my anti this game, it's going to go great. Sometimes you commit to it, and this is the problem with rerolls. You lose agency as a player. If you're a very skilled player, you'll see the absolute best in the world that are usually playing 4-cost flex because they have way more agency around controlling the game and the tempo and not being at the mercy of Mortdog pushing buttons or not pushing them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something that I always find very interesting, especially in high economy lobbies, which we've seen like earlier with the item payout or the augment payout. You cannot miss when you press EXP. Like when the 4 gold in EXP will always lead to more EXP and getting you to one more unit. But when you spend that 2 gold when you roll, the 2 gold can go to waste. And it's absolutely not in your control. Obviously, if you're able to think on your feet and be able to realize what adaptations you can make to get stronger from round to round, then you have some agency even when you roll, but definitely still has the potential to completely miss out there.
The big point for me, Heartsteel, at what point in time do you think players are looking at the lobby complexion and not trying to pivot into Hearts? Do you think it's just an item problem? Do you think just the augments they picked were not lined up for it? Because if you see no one's playing Heartsteel, at least last patch, and this patch is not too different, it is the case where you're saying, hey, I'm going to try and do anything I can to steer far right and try and pivot into this comp if it's open entirely.
Well, I think there's something to be considered about the spot in the game, but there's also something to consider about the format of the tournament, because Heartsteel carries a heavy risk. Even if you're playing it from far ahead in the early... you play from far ahead in the early game and pivot to Heartsteel in stage 4 when you will roll down on 4-2. The game going really well for Heartsteel kind of involves getting a good cash out on stage 4 by taking losses intentionally. In order to accumulate the stacks, and that's a very risky playstyle to adopt in a tournament where half of the players will move on to day 2, so you do not need to play 1st or 8th at all. And I think that's part of the explanation of why we haven't seen in this game.
We do have standings ready, so we'll see what players did maybe play 1st and 8th and continue to their win streak. We had Mamene at the very lead. We saw after that game 2 with 2 first places. Did he get another one? We'll find out very soon as the standings come up. And we, again, try and see halfway through this day, 3 games in, what players are in a good mental spot to say, I'm doing well, let's just keep doing what I'm doing. Everything from 64 and above would be qualified. This was game 6. We have some big names here from last GSC, for example, Zoro, who was just about to win with his disco game plan, and Patik stole away that trophy at the very end. Maran as well, who did so well, making it to that 83, but also some Spanish players I'm very happy to see here, Odessa and Baby Guana, with a good showing.
Yeah, and we see, I'm naturally drawn to a lot of the French players, but here we see a little cluster of Greek players in very solid position in between the places 35 to 38. And as we go up, we see a very high amount of Turkish players making a statement here that they are here to take the win and go for day 2. And you were right. Mamene went for a 3rd top 1, so maybe.
Listen, Mamene, 100% win rate in GSCs. I think he said that very seriously. This guy must have some crystal ball. He saw into the future. He said, all right, it's time to come back. I'm winning this one again. The stars are all lined up apparently, but players like Raiko doing really well. Dark Hydra, 4th place in the standings. Our current reigning EMEA champion, back from set 9, Runeterra Forge. So really happy to see all these big players doing well. But the players that are not in this top 64, they have to maybe go and lean into that Heartsteel game plan of playing for 1st or 8th, of playing more high risk, high reward, because they might need it to actually bounce up in the standings and make enough points to actually finish above that 27-point cutoff that tends to be where the tiebreakers lie.
Yeah, and I think Mamene, what Mamene went was not that he had 100% win rate in GSC historically, that he was planning to have 100% win rate on this GSC, and let's see if he can keep it up as the games go along. We will keep an eye on him, but he's at the very least already nearly there for day 2, which is very, very impressive after only 3 games.
3 games left. Game 4 is ready. Our casters are ready. We'll see what action lies in store for us as this game 4 unfolds.
Thank you guys so much as we are getting ready for that 4th game. That 3rd one dragged a little bit long, but I assure you we're getting back into games as soon as we can. And the next lobby that we are getting ready for, Counterfeit and Wida, is actually really exciting. I think specifically for you, Wida, there's a lot of names in there that you keep yapping about, and I love hearing it. So tell us.
I mean, so I'm excited about it and I realize it's lobby 16 makes. And then you're like, Lekogo, Canvas, Ging,
Zeulenache. For now, it's okay. There's 3 more games.
Just like the combination of Canvas, Lekogo, and Ging, like on stats, on everything, are 3 of the best players to ever grace EMEA TFT. I can't even count the amount of championship appearances between those 3. We have regional titles, we have everything between those. Like, it's an absolutely incredible lobby to watch.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, you've got the Mamene arc fully in place with him winning everything. Coco was known in previous GSCs for going through and destroying Dage, just coming through and absolutely ripping through the field. It's astonishing. We're going into Game 4 beyond the halfway mark to see these names in this lobby, and to know, coming out of this game, that only some of them have even got a chance of making it into Day 2.
Okay, I have a little of a episode random fact for you when it comes to Canvas, because I am a fan of American football. I like watching it, but I do not like a specific team that shortens itself to KC. They be happening to be playing in the Super Bowl this weekend, but I was posting on my Instagram story like that I'm hoping for them to lose, and Canvas messaged me thinking I was referring to KC Core and was like, why?
Why would he think that?
So funny. He's like, why do you want us to lose? I'm like,
also, he wasn't bad. He was just bad.
On Instagram. Yeah, okay, that's a whole new level, right? Just manifesting that through. I mean, to be fair, Instagram is, so to speak, where people tend to manifest some stuff. But again, as I was alluding to before this GSC, Canvas has a 26% top 1 rate across regional finals, across GSCs. That is unreal, by the way, when you look at the sheer amount of games this guy has played.
I mean, if speaking of Canvas, if there's going to be a player for me that's going to leap out of this lobby 16 and claw his way back up, it is a player who won a GSC and a regionals back to back. You need astonishing performances come out of this lobby to make it back across the midway line and into Day 2. Maybe these portals will help us on that way.
Well, we'll see what it is going to be, as we are looking at maybe a tactician's crown. That one's always a little bit interesting, allowing us to have some more wild combinations. And I'm not surprised to see Lekogo and Canvas both standing on this one. These guys love playing just a little bit ahead of everyone else, but it is going to be the unit accelerator coming in from Ging.
It definitely will be, right? I mean, just being when you look at this, right? The fact is that, as I was alluding to in the previous game before we went to the break, right? Was that you're aiming for 27, 28 points to guarantee yourself a spot in Day 2. These players are all sub 10, and you can kind of start doing the math. You get 8 for a first, and you kind of realize the ridiculous streak that they will have to put together, even if they manage to win out this game.
Okay, well, needs must, double 61. The cousin of Cam is certainly known for pulling off feats of a similar nature. But, looking to the lobby we're kind of working in our previous game, of course, we did see the Edgelords pulling out a pretty impressive performance. I have to imagine the unit accelerator is going to work pretty well for them in this lobby as well if it gets picked up.
Looking at the units on the right side of your screen, there's one that's yelling at me, and that's the one from Zeulenache. We have 8-Bit already online for him here, and we were talking to him this morning. He played Riven Reroll to 100% win rate in the Scrimvitationals. This is his pocket comp. He's really good at it. He knows that other people might be on his tail end with it, but if he gets a head start like this one, there might be a good chance for him to go all the way.
There was also Ging, if you can see on the right-hand side, who's managed to find 2 Kales and will be pushing it forward into the Edgelord side of things from that way as well. It's looking like the overall start for our players coming into Stage 2 is we're going to have some pretty decent boards online from the start.
I mean, if you just want to have like all the money in the world, you kind of start building an economy for the reroll line, there's the AFK option here for Zeulenache, right? That's something that we can look to. You know, see double Spoils of War coming through makes. I know you love a bit of Spoils of War. Like, why do you love Spoils of War so much?
I just feel like after the whole Draven, Legends thing, many people didn't touch Spoils of War at all anymore because they were just a little bit traumatized by the Draven legend. But now, Spoils of War is actually really fun to play. It gives you a lot. It feels really rewarding. You get to have an early econ angle that then can transfer into game power. So I'm not surprised to see players actually picking this one up.
And it looks like we spent all this time talking about the Riven makes and Peter. And, well, it's no longer on the board. It got sold and got kicked to the wayside to pick up this cannon instead. But it's worth noting, though, that Zeulenache is leaning towards a reroll line with that team building pickup.
Gonna be seeing this battle of the Sennas between the two of them. We'll see how it goes out, but Zeulenache will lose this one, is saying, nah, I'm not touching this Riven unless I get her hand delivered in the shop once more, then maybe I'll think about it. But for now, we're preferring the super fans coming through, and you can see BNDP already on 15 gold.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Spoils of War is another way to get that gold in the bank as well. I think one thing that's really important is that it's not giving you any direct power from the augment side of things straight away, so you're really relying on your board to get the job done. Ging has got a pretty solid start, though. You've got the backline of Kale, the front line being held down by Lilia. This should be a board that should at least get a few kills in.
Lakoko against Ging here, both of them on the front line. Sentinel re-roller here for Superfan. Definitely a strong pickup early on, does give you a whole lot of leech and extra power onto this headliner, and on the back of that, Ging is going to be able to just play for tempo, get that early gold from the spoils, and Lakoko will take a loss.
Yeah, so one of the biggest things as well with Spoils of War, it sounded like this, I'm also on the Spoils of War train. I was convinced by stakes, or it took me a while, and it was like, you always click this, you always click this. And the thing is, like, once you're stable in, like, stage 4, stage 5, and you just, like, start killing random units, right? Like, it's like you have hustle in every round, and, like, when you go, every time you go up against an Alawi, it's like you're playing top lane League of Legends. You're just, like, farming gold off the tentacles, you know?
Oh, for sure. Like, I'm really interested to see how much it can impact here. But there are some other augments we haven't talked about yet. One, of course, which we're excited to see how it would do across the day is on Cambiz's side of things, who has got the shifting gears, we know, as another way to put a lot of gold into the bank.
I'm so glad you said it, because in my head I was like, is it shifting or breaking gears? I always get this name wrong, and I was wanting to talk about it. It's so good now. Every single time you win and then lose, or lose and then win, you get 3 gold instantly. It's so much money that you can print with this one. Just looking across the board, I'm actually surprised to see Canvas only, quote-unquote, on 9.
I mean, I guess it also kind of comes down to, like, how well you treat your car, right? Like, are you breaking the gears? Are you shifting the gears properly? Right? That's also a way of looking at it, as opposed.
Well, I mean, Canvas hasn't been able to turn it into exactly what he wanted, but one benefit of him not managing to get the shifting gears is that he's on low enough HP to grab the spatula, but actually doesn't do it.
I'm surprised that the spatula is being left open for as long as it was, but Lakoko going to be the one to pick it up here as everybody's getting their pick of the litter. We also get a glimpse at the boards and what everybody is playing, but I don't think we have really strong directions just yet. A lot of players trying to go into the Heartsteel where they can, a lot of players just playing for the Superfan frontline, as it's just so good right now no matter what you do, other than Lakoko, who just slammed an 8-bit emblem.
All right, well, you wanted a direction. Apparently, I don't know if there was just a subtle pressure being applied saying, you may have had a Riven start, but I'm going to be the one who runs the 8-bit this game.
It does make a lot of sense, right? Because you have the Laden Forge coming through, you can get some pretty good Riven items, something like the Depth's Defiance coming through from that, right? Which will really help you kind of get that Riven to a near unkillable game state.
See if the Depth's Defiance actually rolls around, but what does is the Senna headliner on the other side of the board. It's Mirko, and he has found it, also has another Senna copy online, and we just saw the Senna reroll in the previous game do really well. The player even came into chat afterwards saying, hey, Senna is broken. So I feel like that should be something you're a little bit scared about seeing it online somewhat already now.
And that board isn't even up to full strength as of yet. Dalasom, though, on a win streak up at the top, has been bringing out the big shots and making great use of an early Vi headliner to lock down a kind of a grab bag composition that so far has been knocking out a lot of wins for him.
Yeah, it's just about keeping the tempo, about building that streak, about just getting towards those fast 8 spots, just getting yourself as healthy as possible, something like that Ezreal board. But also, we spent so much time talking about the shifting gears. Well, Campus is currently on the fall loss streak, hasn't really been shifting it up that much throughout the stage so far. And well, he's going to go on to a 5. There's a Coco coming in, but Campus's legend also came at the same time.
He's following him around, it's fine.
Everyone's getting baited today. It's okay. It's okay. We're making do with what we have as we are looking at this fight here. Dalasom trying to protect the win streak is going to work out in his favor here. Will take that win against the one last Quirky standing. And for Lakoko, news are also well as the Heartsteals keep rocking up.
Coco, I mean, has taken the early game and has managed to, as I said, sneak in the Heartsteel. Remember, Coco is our player with the Spatula online, so we'll keep an eye on what his long term looks like. Looking at the overall golden lobby, though, Megs, you did point out before, BNDP managing to manage the economy very well, is ending out this stage really far ahead of the pack in terms of gold in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed to see how the money is getting up there while also not really having a strong streak, right? Normally it's either a full win or full loss streak that will allow you to rack up the coins, but for BNDP, it's just easy going as that. Does hit level 5 here on the back of Krugs as well with 50 gold. Is in a great position to make a lot of moves.
So, coming into this one, I was just kind of curious because we know coming out of Lobby 16, it's really about the player who can hit first place. Are there any of these competitions going to jump out at you as being, having that kind of potential?
I mean, it's going to depend on like what Campus is doing. We don't have a full scope of like where people are going to be. Something like Dalasom here, right? He's on a full win streak, can potentially get into an amazing spot here. Had Campus found something like that early Bard shows and is really heavily itemizing for, like with that adaptive film, for example, right? He would be in a much better spot to start building up. And also, like we saw at the last GSC, the top end of these early 8-bit emblem, getting those like huge 8-bit into the mix, right, with the ribbon. That's something we got to keep in mind as well.
And speaking of keeping in mind, we are seeing 5 losses on the side of Candace. We were talking about the switching gear augment right away. He could have printed so much gold here if he was able to get some wins in, but instead says, no, I want a loss streak. I want to get that econ out to then roll down on 6 to try and find the Bard, try to get a win on the back of that, but it's not happening. He finds another loss. He's eventually or essentially playing without one augment, now picking up the Tiny Titans to at least get that power online, as well as finding the Kaisa headliner instead of the Bard to salvage what's going on.
It is kind of a different way of playing this, right? This composition was kind of like starting to get cooked up during the last GSC, actually. It was on like the sheet of like comps that we like could talk about. It showed up, but didn't really want to point out the Bard Kaiser reroll. Obviously, the Bard is the more powerful aspect with that scaling with the dudes, but if you get the Kaiser online early enough, get the free start, something could happen here.
Sam has managed to hit here with a full 6 win streak. He's got the 4 big shot line incredibly early, turning from kind of a real mixed comp into a really much more focused composition that can hand out some serious hurt.
And that's such a bad information for anybody that was rooting for Canvas here. You're contested on the MF, you're contested on the Kaisa. Now both of these players are looking for similar units, could spell disaster in the long run. Canvas for now, like we said, stopping the bleeding just a little bit, but looking across the augments, there is more going on.
The thing is also we're not fully sure of the intent from Dalasom just yet. Yes, the team building does mean you're kind of leaning in towards something like a reroll line, but one of the biggest strengths of the MF composition when it was the ever-present thing at the start of the set was the ability to push early level 8 and then like stabilize from there, build out a much stronger and more well-rounded board, right? So if you're something like Campus here, you're trying to roll desperately for that Kaiser, you can kind of get in under before Dalasom feels it's needed for him to roll.
Let's touch back on what you're saying, makes the silver augments coming in as a second choice here means, again, like the board power is going to be very, very important. Ging up on a minor win streak, still in the shadow of Dalasom's absolutely astonishing run so far. But I can't draw my eyes away from, from Campus, who's finally been able to break that massive loss streak. He's left so much money behind from where he could be right now. Maybe, just maybe, he's got enough time to recover.
Well, the good thing is you're still getting money from the switching gears, right? Every time he is actually able to win or lose, he's still going to get that 3 gold, which should allow him to reconnect some of that money, recollect some of that money as we are moving through stages. And if I counted correctly, Canvas is also only 1 copy away from finding that Kai'Sa 3, which really could give him a lot of board strength and power, especially for that 3rd and 4th stage.
Yeah, I'm just something.
Did Setios want that cloak? I mean, the thing is, like, with Unit Accelerator, it's sometimes a little bit odd. They kind of like stepped up and stepped back with the glove. I think that's something that was a little bit of an interesting thing. Kind of like one of the things that we got to keep in mind with something like the Unit Accelerator being in play.
No, I do that absolutely all the time. Just fling myself forwards as the 3-star center comes in place. So we know we've got the brewing of the 3-star Kai'Sa, but this 3-star center is gonna hit like a truck.
But it also needs to make a huge U-turn for Mirko, right? Because like he's currently on a 6 loss streak even, right? That center 3 has to stabilize him enough for him to be able to like make level 7, make level 8 like we saw from Burrell last game.
And we saw the board there for a glimpse of a second. It's mainly the front line that I would be a little bit worried about, because if things are collapsing onto that Senna, she is going to have a hard time to actually sustain herself. So she really needs that front line to buy her the time to actually take out units. So hopefully we can get that going there on the Senna board. But on the other side, we're once again checking in with Canvas, and looks like maybe this time around he's able to find that win exactly as it is happening. And on the back of that, we'll get at least 3 gold. But I do want to shout out Dalasum. Wins now 9 as we are moving towards Wolves. Absolutely just cruising through this lobby, now hitting level 7 as well. This is a player you need to be scared of if you're playing in this lobby.
It's terrifying. I think especially with a lot of our players towards the middle have been really stalled out in terms of their power. I mean, Cambis has started to make a little bit of a recovery to maybe challenge longer term, but I have to think overall, you mentioned before that we were seeing some of the Kai'Sa play being done in terms of the reroll. With the Misfortune getting buffed again, I think we are more in the camp now of ideally having a Misfortune online to try and challenge. The Cambis has started to knock back and forwards between the win and loss streak, so he is getting that money in the bag, and he's spending it as quickly as it comes.
Yeah, he's been stuck on 8 copies of Kai'Sa for a couple of rounds. Now, we would love to have that to kind of propel him into stage 4, but that's not going to be the case here. The extra HP from the Tiny Titans here really working overtime to keep Campus in and around the top end of this lobby. Just trying to keep him stable here as Ging will find a pretty big win here actually as well. So nice as he did get 1 loss to kind of close out the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And the main thing with Canvas is that we keep seeing Kai'Sas in other players' shops. But speaking of finding, Ging brings the Kale reroll online here, goes for it, and will actually lock it in. Also has the super fans going, so fully itemized here on the Kale. This is what it's going to look like. Now he's just going to try and build out that front line. Already has the Mordekaiser. We'll look for the higher cost Pentacled units to join.
Yeah, but not the only edgelords getting some action here. Setios fighting out of a very low HP total, or compared to what we could be expecting, is building up towards a Riven 3-star and has been for a little while. Doesn't, of course, have the emblem. That's going to be in the pocket of Lakoko, but still trying to make this happen.
Yeah, that's another thing. We'll be seeing this when we go back to Gangsport at some point. I believe he didn't spend a single gold on a reroll because he had that. He picked up the rolling for days, and outside that, he hasn't spent any money on any rolls and still finds that Riven. Right? He's level 7. He's 55 gold. He's going to be able to pull himself into level 8, 4-2, 4-5, depending when he finishes it, and then start just rolling in and trying to find that huge pentakill ball we've seen so many times today already.
Yeah, KO rerolls definitely falling into his lap more than anything on the back of the augment. Like you're saying, is super, super cool to see for Ging there. But I'm starting to feel a little bit worried some of the players like P that we are seeing on the other side of the board find yet another loss. Can the last augment maybe offset what's going on here? We're going to get hit with prismatics.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's great news for BNDP, because this is going to really push forward a lot of these boards' power. And if you're a player like Canvas who says, you know what, I'm a little frustrated, I'm not hearing everything I want, I'm willing to sign a deal with anybody to get the gold I need.
It's a flaming hot deal, right? But there's a reason why it's flaming hot, because it's not. It will come back to haunt you here. And even then, we can see he got all the gold in. He still hasn't found that copy of Kai'Sa. He does have a 2-star MF now. He does have 2-star frontliners, but the top end of this board at this point in time is not necessarily the best thing here, because he even sold off the non-headliner Kai'Sa, just trying to get the maximum amount of power online, hoping to transition into a. But I assume it's going to be an MF later down the road.
Mates, I'm just amazed by this. The Infernal Contract, as we just said, really caps out your ability to build out these incredible late game boards. We know the only way these players get out of Lobby 16 is with a first place, and Cambiz may have just given up that possibility by taking the augment.
It's a good question, because I feel like if any board, it's probably this one that's going to do well on Infernal, but the selling of the Kai'Sa has me really worried, to be honest with you. Of course, if you are playing that Jazz line, more is always merrier, but it can work on level 7. The only issue is that Canvas is really not finding what he needs to make this one come together. He could potentially just find the upper layers, and that is exactly what we're going to do. Find the Misfortune instead, finds the Lucian, tries to assemble a board around the units that he's given here to maybe make it work out. But now you're in the position that you can only be a level 7 and you cannot fit the Kai'Sa and the Lucian in a convenient way.
No, but you're trying to figure out what's actually worth more here. Is it going to be the Jazz that's going to be the KDA stats lands on those Jazz stats at the end of the day here? And also it's worth noting that down towards the bottom of the standings here, BNDP ended up on Cursed Crown. We saw it last one, didn't talk about it. That could be really, really dangerous. That's the dance with the devil, Peter.
Yeah, I think our players, they know how high stakes this lobby is. They're going absolutely all in to try and make it out with that first place they'll need. But Cambiz, all the tricks, all the Infernal deals are not paying off enough. Cambiz spent a ton of money just trying to bring that board online. If it doesn't happen very, very soon, he's out of here.
And I feel like that's the storyline for several players here. Of course, Canvas on the back of the Tiny Titans did get a little bit of a longer lifetime here, extended just fictionally, but seems to find himself in the penultimate position as well. But Mirko and BNDP looking close as well. And a big factor of that is Dalasan, who had been streaking throughout the entire first half of the game, just pressuring down onto the lobby, serving losses left and right. That just speeds up the lobby tempo. You need to put something together. You need to find a board, which is why so many players are scrambling to find some version of reroll.
One of the things, we mentioned that Dallas put the pressure down earlier on. Zeulenache is the one doing the same now with his own win streak. He's hit the Seraphine 3. So if you don't have your board online right now, it's just going to get blown to pieces. There's so many 1-stars in place for BNDP, and it goes up against the win streaker.
Zeulenache on the other side is running that Seraphine 3, and we were talking about the rerolls. This is definitely one we've seen already today, just so good against Clumps, but can she survive the assassination of the 1, 2, 3, 4? Seems like it's not going to be possible for Zeulenache. BNDP is able to survive just one more round, and Canvas unfortunately does find a win. The overlay got me baited there for a second, but does find the win here, is able to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, another thing kind of like pivot back to Zeulenache Sport, as we have it on screen, right? It's the fact that these items are not necessarily ideal. You don't have the Spear of Shojin, you don't have the Morello on the Seraphine. There are kind of two schools of playing Seraphine. You have the Spear of Shojin plus JG, because then you go around the crit, you go and stuff like that, and you have the Morello line as a more traditional one here. Nash's Tooth is kind of in the between, does really help your casting, and with the combination of Nash's Tooth plus the Adaptable, you do not have as much AP as you would like on the Seraphine.
Oh, it's not all coming together quite as of yet, but Coco has been working for a while. We've got the 3-item. Caitlyn, of course, for the 8-bit has been stacking up for a while, so she's going to hit incredibly hard. She gets the second cast through, and she will. She's just going to wipe the board.
And yeah, seeing this board from Coco does give me a little bit of a flashback to that Golden Spatula Cup 1 of the set, where we did see the full 8-bit cash out happening. Coco, knowing that he needs a top 1 finish here, might actually be angling for it, might actually be trying to get the full 6-bit online with the board that we're running right now. Does have another option there in the bench to get at least 5, but is still missing one more.
Something I want to highlight here, right, is that he's not trying to tunnel vision onto the likes of a Riven Revo, right? He's just playing creatively around the 8-bit spat with the Viego, making great use of the additional AD, has that 2-star newly buffed Caitlyn in the backline, dishing out a ton of damage that you're talking about. Yes, we want to get to that 6-8-bit at some point, but that's not the end goal right now. We're just trying to play the strong spots we can, then transition into something at some point, maybe.
And Dalsam's definitely got the most ability to get towards that very late game situation. A ton of money in the bank, where we can see Setios, BNDP, Coco, they've all spent every single dollar they've got in the bank, whereas the players up at the top, they've been able to hold their economy and look towards the longer term.
And I'm actually surprised to see Mirko and Canvas trying to salvage some of that econ still to hopefully make it further in the long run. But we are going to be checking in with Zeulenache as he goes up against Setias on the other side of the board. The backline on the Caitlyn. Caitlyn does have that Shojin, but really not much else going on. The Ahri a little bit out of position here, but it is going to be fine, and he will find that win against Setias.
I think the important thing there was just having the, you mentioned the Ahri from before not being online, not doing quite as much damage as needed to. Finally gives enough single target damage to get through, as Canvas actually gets some of those 3 stars online. But he's not the only one. These boards are really hitting, even with the gold being so sparse.
Yeah, we are at desperation station though, right? For a lot of these players, and we're talking about even for Mirko, right? I play we're talking about here, found that center free relatively early on, but has struggled to make that have an impact as well. So the fight for the bottom of the lobby right now is pretty intense here.
It absolutely is, and you're calling it the desperation station. I'm calling it the we are all holding hands looking for rerolls, and that's exactly what happens when you're buying all of the copies out of the pool. Somebody is going to hit eventually because there's just not any left. And Canvas will get knocked out here, even though he found that Echo 3 is not going to be enough. Very tragic game from everything we've seen for Canvas here, unfortunately. But Mirko might just be next in line. 6 HP and a Dream. Setias just 1 HP more. Both players looking for upgrades. Both players looking for a way to claw up.
I want to highlight something here as well from the likes of Dalsum. Right? This is a very, very good transition here. Gets the benefit of actually skipping Lad Esriel here now. Has the option to go for the Jhin as well. Doesn't have something like that blue buff to get into the mix, but this is still a very powerful headliner. And I think this is great heads-up play here, realizing that now he's getting a little bit too low, and then finds the out here with that lucky gloss. But no mana gain item is going to lessen the impact as well. It's a lack of bench space right now for this Jhin.
Yeah, really asking a lot from this set to hold on the front line, but he is itemized to hold the line for just a little bit further. It's not quite good enough, I think. The healing from the Hand of Justice almost keeps Dalsum alive, but I think Ging is really pushing through.
Wait, does Ging have Yorick yet? He does, but it's the Yorick pair now. Okay, he just gets a Yorick from that thing.
Well, he gets a Yorick, but Mirko and BNDP get knocked out, unfortunately, during this round here. We were all so amazed with seeing that Jhin headliner. We missed that elimination there, unfortunately, but We are getting closer to the top 4, and Setius is staring Zeulenache into the back and saying, I want your spot. Get out of the way. I'm trying to fight my way up there, and you're in it. We're going to see whether or not Setius can actually get something together here to make it happen. Same time, though, Dalasum, he needs to clear that bench space. You called it out, Wida. It's just so tragic to see the Jin only have like 3 violins.
Yeah, I mean, you need to play, like, to be honest though, right? Like, you're just like playing like a multitude of violins. You're playing like that. Like, how many violins are too many, right? Because I only have 2 hands. I can only play 1. I can't even play 1. I'm not very musically
Not
inclined.
the maestro, you know.
Oh boy, we're getting to that part of the day again. Setius, though, is barely holding on here, just below the top 4. Has been fighting against Coco's domination of the 8-bit line and will not have hit quickly enough to keep him alive.
Very important thing to note here.
Yet so far.
Yeah, so close. But a very important thing to note about Zeulenache's spot here, right? He's found this RE2 with that Nash's Tooth as well, right? So you have a triple carry setup. You also have the Lulu in there, buffing up with that Hyper Pop. But again, you have full frontline items on the Echo. You have a Nico in the mix. You have everything you need to succeed now. So even the slightly less than ideal itemization on this Seraphine should not be a huge issue. You have the ability to go towards the level 9, find a Sona even as well. Options are plenty right now for Zeulenache.
I have bad news though. Zeulenache has Ging in his match pool. Ging is on fire, has just found the Akali 2, has the Karthus 2 in the backline, as well as the Kale reroll Yorick online. This board is close to perfection, and he's going to need a little bit of luck to actually make his way towards those backline carries. They're standing in unfortunate positions for the Seraphine to actually do her worst, and that's exactly how the cookie is going to crumble for Zeulenache, but is able to hang on 1 HP.
Yeah, 1 HP in a Dream here in the mix as well. Again, as you're pointing out, right, makes the combination of the Spoils of War alongside that very early, pretty much almost free Kale free has really propelled Ging into the position we're seeing him in right now, hitting those huge upgrades and well on his way to finding that Yorick too as well.
And the itemization has been very good indeed. Dalasum, of course, with these lucky gloves here, has got the double backline itemization fully in place, but we're left into an endgame here where Dalasum and Zeulenache are really fighting each other for 3rd place.
I'm really curious on how this is going to shake out. Zeulenache does go level 8 here, puts in the Alawi to try and put more bodies into the way as other players are trying to find upgrades as well. We are seeing Coco could still tank 1 more hit, but Dalasum and Zeulenache are for sure on their last one.
Dalasum hits the 2-star Ziggs. That could be the last injection of power, and the Bard coming in as well. This could change everything, but we'll come back to that in a second. Zeulenache has got a very tough matchup against the 8-bits.
We're going to be seeing whether or not it is enough for our Romanian player. We talked to him this morning. Can he find a way out of this lobby? The Seraphine under attack, and that might just be everything here. Does not find the hit onto the Caitlyn in the backline. Dalasum able to hang in there.
And also, it's worth noting that.
Pieces, or even to 8-bits.
All right, we'll let that sit. We'll let that one sit for a bit. I was about to say, like, honestly, worth noting that Ging actually lost the fight, right? So we can see that the rest of the people in the lobby are kind of working their way towards, like, maybe like contesting Ging. Maybe Ging is like holding on to gold, so we're still not excited. So again, I don't think he has the York 2 just yet, right? That would be a huge spike from getting extra front, extra damage, and York 2 is such a beast here. But Dalasum off the back of this Jin now alongside the 6-2 has so much combat power.
I've got the Lucian online with the 3 items, but he dies instantly to the power of Viego, amped up with the 8-bit, just rips through the backline, and it's just instantly over. Dalasum has been so strong for the whole lobby, and he goes out in 3rd.
I'm really curious to find out who Ging actually played against. He definitely had a ghost copy, but I'm not sure whether or not it was Dalasum's or Coco, because that could tell us a lot about how this one is going to shake out. Lekoko on the left side here, Ging on the right. Lekoko could still tank one more hit, but is he going to need it is the question, or is he actually going to be able to win this one from the get-go? Holding on to one more Kate, trying to say, okay, if, you know, the shop gods are gracious, I'll go for Kate 3 if I can. Don't contest me on this one, as they are matching up here between Cupcake and Kale.
You saw that, just the Viego sliding through the center of the formation, immediately takes out half of the DPS of the composition immediately, and just like that, it's over. I think this is a major problem for Ging. I don't know if he can stop the Viego from just walking into the back line.
Yeah, the thing as well is that, like, I really want to highlight the way Lekoko has played this game out, right? I think it's super important to kind of note the way that a lot of people would have seen that 8 bomb, as I was talking about earlier on, be like, okay, he's just going to play Riven reroll. Meanwhile, he's just like, okay, Caitlyn's good again, apparently. We're going to play her, the buff really having a lot of impact, and just like create a play here, just really just understanding every single line that you can go to close out a game here. I think is absolutely a brilliant showcasing of why we tend to laud Lekoko so highly.
I think both of these players, right? Both of them really showing off this game, it feels like, and rightfully so. We know what they're capable of, but the question is who is going to run away with it. And right now, they're so close in HP, they're so close in power of the boards, but can the Kale actually survive the assault of the Viego that is well, making his way there? She is charging up on the Rage Blades, getting some stack. This time seems to remain unscathed as the Karthus rains down from above, is able to take down a lot of units as they are able to go over and knock down that Caitlyn. Lekoko down to 8, one more loss, and it's going to be over.
I really like the positioning there for the Kale, just putting her straight up in front of the target. She has to kill for the round to make. It's a high-risk proposition that maybe the Viego just goes straight onto her and kills her, but in this case, because he got stuck in the middle, she was able to just DPS him for pretty much the entire round. And if Ging can make that happen again, then he takes the lobby and moves forward with a slim but real chance of making day 2.
Fine preparations here for this fight. You can see how much gold Lekoko is sitting on, but he has nothing to spend it on here. Just praying that he survives this fight. Because if he does that, then he has a lot of possibility to go level 9.
Gonna be seeing it's working out the Viego left-hand side of the board. He needs to find a way towards the backline. Karthus, though, is faster, and he takes out everything and anything that Lekoko has built on. And we'll see the nice little chibi Sona finisher out of Ging, taking home game number 4.
That was still such a heartbreaker lobby. Maybe, Ging and Coco, maybe the ones to make it out intact, but we can't ignore that there were so many good players in this lobby. I say good players, incredible players who've just had their tournament lives cut short.
Yeah, we got to see why we were going to see this lobby again. Again, not necessarily in terms of how the performance have been so far. We got to see them play at their fullest potential, and I think that's super important.
Yeah, sometimes it's not about the bigger picture and just about a good old game of TFT that's exciting and fantastic as this one. The analyst desk is free to disagree with me on this one, as we are going to go into a short break and then we'll hear from them on how actually the standings are shaking out, so don't go anywhere.
I'm Joshy, but my real name is Josh. I used to go by Joshy Chan, but I dropped the Chan. I'm a TFT player I just play from the UK. Yeah, that's me. I've played since set 1, but playing competitively, probably set 3. That was the first time I hit Challenger, so yeah. I think ranked is because of it has so many games, you have so much more sample size. It just shows if you're a better player. So I kind of agree on that point, because of some tournament player could a GM player, if they play well enough and know a certain line and maybe get lucky enough, they can make it through. But through ladder, it's just pure games and a large sample size of amount of games. So I'm super excited to just go to a LAN event just to see the different experience of playing like a LAN TFT tournament to a online, because online it's just like the 6 games and it's over. But like you play in LAN, like you have the environment of just the people around you. My advice for rookies is just to get just play as many tournaments as you can. There are like so many different types of tournaments, like different formats. In Europe there are like different university tournaments that you can play for. I think just getting reps in playing tournaments just to get that experience, so then when you get to like bigger tournaments, like you're not nervous playing differently than how you'd normally play. I just want to shout out just the community and like the tournament organizers, the content creators around TFT right now. I think without people caring about the scene, we wouldn't have the scene, so I wouldn't be playing right now. I wouldn't be playing the game I like, so just shout out them.
Game 4 has concluded. We're back to try and analyze everything that went down. A very interesting game, a lot of different game plans for most of these players, different comps that were played, and overall, I think different levels of skill that were demonstrated by our competitors in this Game 4. Dalesom, one player I really want to highlight. He did not win the game, but the way he played TFT in this game, I think, was excellent. Had a very, very strong win streak. Picked a second augment, which we don't see very often. The champion duplicator, just for tempo, just to continue that win streak throughout all of stages 2 and 3. In stage 4, he had the option on 4-2 to do your usual Heartsteel roll down and try and hope and pray you hit Ezreal, you hit Zed, you hit your whole board. Instead, he said, my board is strong enough. I have 4 big shot in. I have an MF headliner. I can maybe just survive the stage 4, bleed out a little bit in stage 4, and then go fast 9 and cap your board around legendaries. It didn't quite work out because his late game board was imbalanced between the back line with a Jhin headliner in the end and the front line with only the Set and the Lowy in the front. But I think still a very well played game, and it really shows that Dalesom has a very good understanding of how to cap out boards in the late game.
Yeah, it was very impressive. And on the flip side, well, someone that took Dalesom down was Ging with the Kale reroll, following up into a pentakill vertical, which was honestly executed very nicely. Really applied a lot of pressure to the lobby during the later parts of stage 3 and stage 4 with that very long win streak, a lot of HP remaining to go into the late game to cap out the board with the legendaries and beat out his opponent in the form of Lekoko.
One more thing to touch on with Dalesom, the fact he didn't roll down a 4-2 also could be BNDP, who was kind of contesting him on the same 80 flex Heartsteel units in stage 4. And also, he was holding Kaisas and MFs, making Kamiz's life that much harder, which is not someone purposely griefing another player, but it's more so he's competing against you in this lobby. You're going to try and do these small things that make the other competitors' lives a little bit harder when it comes to hitting their own rerolls. So I think just really, really good game to highlight. Also from Lekoko, talking about griefing, has an 8-bit emblem. You might think, okay, he's playing Riven reroll for sure. We saw this in the last few patches. But we had Setios, who was dead set on playing Riven, had a lot of natural copies. So Lekoko, I think, very smartly pivoted off the Riven game plan, played around Caitlyn as a flexible unit. And this really highlights why the buff to Caitlyn was so important. He played a very interesting board with completely different units that you would play on a Heartsteel 80 flex board, but still we saw how strong it was with Caitlyn and Viego instead of Zed and Ezreal as the 80 flex units. So really well played game from Lekoko, showcasing why he's been one of the most consistent players in GSCs across every single set since Rising Legends started.
Yeah, definitely a very impressive game from him. Finding the items on Caitlyn, I find them very interesting. The Death Blade coming from the Prismatic Augment and the double Giant Slayer. You would think it looks kind of scuffed, but in the end it was doing so much damage because, yes, she was not ulting as often, but she was doing so much single target damage with every bullet of the ultimate. Because the issue is sometimes, you get Shojin onto her and she casts often, but she has to wait for a long time with the cast animation, during which she's not doing any DPS, and in between the casts, if she does an out one shot, then units have the opportunity to regenerate. Here, that was not the issue. He definitely was taking down the targets very, very quickly. And talking about rerolls, we've had many 2 costs in this lobby, right?
And the more 2 costs are out of the pool, the easier it is to hit your own rerolls as long as you're not contesting on the same line. And that was the case. We saw Senna, we saw the Jazz line from Canvas, who was kind of switching between the 2 costs with Kaisa and then the MF later on. We saw the kill from Ging, of course, and we had the Seraphine as well. So I think the players that I correctly identified, hey, there's lots of players rerolling for the same cost. If I have a good spot for it to have the right items, if I commit to this, I have slightly better chances of hitting. I'm not so much at the mercy of Mortdog in the game as we saw in past lobbies with the rerolls. So I think just the game plans were all very good, except for maybe a few players. Canvas committed, I think, a little bit too early to the Jazz line, had an unfortunate reroll, and then it's just very hard to come back from.
Yeah, he had a combination of the items not falling around like he wanted, the roll down in 3-2 completely whiffing and being down to hard 0 gold with no more bench, had to sell stuff to try and hit, and then even with the internal contract did not hit enough to come back in the game. The spot was too scuffed, but I think he also accelerated his own downfall a little bit by taking so many 2 costs out of the pool. He allowed all his opponents to hit all their compositions and to strike him down that much quicker. So really a tragic game from him. Let's hope he manages to pick it back up for the last couple of games. But it's definitely has to be a rough one.
It's just an uncomfortable game, really, where you roll down and it's easy when you hit your headliner. You can itemize it right away and everything. Despite not hitting the 3-star right away, it's just relatively easy. When you don't hit the headliner, who do you itemize? If you put the items on a non-headliner copies, and then you hit the headliner, you have the awkwardness of, do I play both on my board? Do I scuff, the Jazz trait, for example, where you want to have exactly 7 units on 7? Overall, just an uncomfortable game that I think no TFT player likes to play. And it is maybe partly on him for committing so early and not having some flexibility, but I think it just happens with rerolls where you commit and kind of put your life in someone else's hands, and sometimes it does not pan out in the end. So really unfortunate for Canvas in this game 4.
Yeah, if you do not come across any usable Chosen to get as we mentioned earlier, a strong tempo during stage 3, especially in a lobby that was hitting hard in stage 3, then you're just going to find yourself in positions where you have a bad choice or a worse choice, and no matter what you do, it seems like there's no way out. So you try to commit to finding the best outcome, and if you find it, then you can be fine. But if you whiff, sadly it looks spectacularly bad. Yeah.
Let's check out now the standings and see how our players have done after these first 4 games. Did Mamene win once again on his return to GSCs? We will find out. But looking at this page now, everyone above this point would be qualified if the tournament were to end right now. Thankfully, it's not. We have 2 games left. Do not go anywhere. Do not turn off the stream just yet. But these players for now are close to the chopping block. White Jungler, Kevin Parker, Alanzq, some big names that have to really make a big comeback. And relative newcomers to GSCs like Raptor, for example, Javen, I know it's his first GSC. These are players that are trying to make a good first impression in terms of their career in TFT.
Yeah, and I keep trying to get a hold of which countries are doing better than the others, trying to weigh them by how many players are actually entering the competition, because we are seeing a lot of French flags, but
so close!
God,
he got a second.
What?
I was ready to explode if it was 4 wins in a row in GSC day 1.
That is still very, very impressive, because he is playing with the first 8 players as well, and that means he's been consistently outperforming the best performing players right now in day 1.
Really happy to see some big names like Balotelli, Raiko, both on the front page. Italy needed a resurgence when it came to their players in GSCs. We had so much dominance from them, specific players like Solar Tiger, of course, in EMEA Finals, but just they weren't there the last few sets. Maybe finally a comeback for Italy. But we'll go to break, leave you with those thoughts, and we'll be back for game number 5. So do not go anywhere. And we are back for game number 5. I'm Petrus Panda, still with Kenobi. We had some space on the desk. We invited Wida over. We are now a TriCast for these last 2 games to decide the final storylines in terms of what players make day 2 and what players end maybe their entire set 10 journey on these last 2 games. We have a stacked lobby. Kenobi, start things off. A lobby that I think you're going to be very happy to see the players we're going to have here.
Yes, indeed. We have 4 French players in that lobby, and it's a lobby with a lot at stake, right? They are around 16 or 17 points, and so that means exactly how do they need to place Wida for this game to keep their hopes alive for day 2?
I mean, we're looking at like a 3.5 average thereabouts, right? That's kind of like the top 3 slots that are the most important ones in this lobby to keep an eye out for. And we have some pretty surprising names when we're going to get a little bit deeper into those. Some players you would not expect to be down here as we get them on our screens. We have someone like Kabixon, right? GSC champion. Last set won the 3rd GSC of the set, right? You have Fossil championship experience. Paderborn, do I need to say more?
Yeduzor as well, someone who's been smurfing on ladder, has been, for some players, one of the best players in this entire set, and is now on the point where he has to show up and prove why he's so strong this set, why his understanding of maybe the headliner mechanic really propels him to that next level in the French TFT scene. Serginho, one of the newcomers from the Spanish scene who hasn't really made a big splash yet in the competitive scene, but is now maybe having this one chance to do so, and again, trying to make the best use of it.
Yeah, and speaking of newcomers, Ryosuke as well, coming from France as a newcomer. I've got to say that picture is very, very stylish from him. And I want to pick back up on, we've had the streak changes, and usually it means that there was loose streaking is considered a little bit weaker, right? And that's something that would heavily impact a player like Paddleball, who is very well known for his paddleboard style of selling everything stage 2. And I want to see if he can make it out and go to day 2 and then day 3. It's a big challenge for him.
I just want to comment, the Ryosuke photo there, I don't know why, it gave me some Robin Songs vibe. Not entirely sure why, with the hairstyle potentially. We'll see if he can channel his inner Robin Songs, one of the strongest players on any circuit for sure, and make it into that day 2. Odessa, Wida, in this lobby as well. Opinions on this player? I know you had a different name in the past. You were a big fan of him. He's Spanish, of course, one of the best Spanish players, I would say. Didn't really make much of a splash in set 9, but I think has a chance to do so in set 10 still. I
think calling me a big fan of Odessa is a bit of a stretch, right? I think he's a player we need to respect. I remember that, like, when he was playing on that Distobi attack for like the start of a set, and people were like, who is this new guy? And people were like, oh, it's just Odessa. And then we're like, okay, Odessa played some damn good TFT under that name tag. I will give him that, all right, on ladder, but still waiting for that big conversion from him as well in an event like this. And I kind of want to grab the point about Paderborn a little bit more, Kenobi, right? Because he comes in here, he won the Fresh Cup, right? Like, he's a player on form, but it doesn't really seem to shine through here.
Yeah, he's just on the verge of being able to make day 2. And there's one thing that can go for him in these last 2 games is that he has the experience. He's one of the players who has the most tournament participation in the French scene, but also in the international scene. And I don't think the pressure can really get to him, and he's going to be playing his best TFT even in a precarious position here.
Talking about international experience, he even was one of the few EMEA players that played in the MSI event that was held over in China, with Double 61 being the second player to do so. Didn't do so hot, but at least that experience does help in terms of having different boards and different game plans and seeing how to approach the game. We're going to start things off already on stage 1-3. 2 Annies being held here by Yeduzor. We'll see what the one-cost headliners look like, and if any of the players have one of those natural spots to play into things like the Annie 3, like the Olaf 3, like the Yasuo 3 potentially as well.
Definitely. What's going to be interesting? I'm seeing the Bruiser chosen headliner here, and I'm curious to see if players want to opt into strong Bruiser line in the early game, especially if you find the set in one of the boxes you get. Being able to play 4 Bruiser early on is so powerful. Also with the Olaf headliner, it makes it so hard to kill, and because very few bots have the actual DPS to kill 3 or 4 bruisers that are up to so much HP.
Yeah, a bit of a rough spot here item-wise, right, for Yeduzor. There's no real slammable items where you don't want to slam stack Shiv. Even though Ruins has been buffed, it's not necessarily something you want to slam here, but a pretty interesting selection of augments here. Gets that Spoils of War, and I think that's just going to be a slam pick indeed.
We saw the power of it last game, the Silver Spoils of War even, scaling into the late game, still getting you some great rewards later on. Scrappy Invention is a very strong... But Jorginho's going to skip over it here, and we're going to see Learning Dispel. Hard one to really make work, I think, in really any meta in set 10. I haven't seen it pick too often. Other than the one time with the any reroll comp in Vegas that did so well. Blinged Out, though, one of the very, very strong augments 4/2/1s for the center reroll or the Yasuo reroll specifically.
Yeah, and we're gonna see if we get into an early commit. I was about to say we have the Shojin for Senna, but that is not ideal actually, because you actually do not want to build Trojan onto her, because you usually play her with Superfan. So I'm interested to see if he ends up slamming the Shojin, and if he does, if that means he's not going to be playing with the Superfans, because usually the cannon comes with the composition being a true damage himself, and you want to be able to use that as well, and they fit so well with the Echo and the Lilia, and then the Nico giving the Guardian to Kennen. It makes so much sense to do that, but let's see what he ends up doing.
Yeah, it also is like it's just straight up just like telegraphing what he's going to do for the rest of the game, right? An early Garen 2 as well, kind of carries him on a tempo. Could be a nice little addition here to the board, but maybe a little bit of a preemptive make, right? Would you sell the headline to get onto the board, right? It's a little bit of an expensive hold as well.
Awkward components all around, it looks like, for most of these players. Ryosuke on a disco opener with just awkward AD-ish items. We saw a early Runan slam for Yedizor onto that Corki, which is not usually the slam we see in Stage 2. For most players, it kind of locks you in a bit too much on specific units in Stage 4, like Caitlyn, sometimes Zed. Actually, a surprise, pretty good item on Zed, according to the stats. But we'll see. With Spoils of War, you do want a win streak, of course, for Yedizor, so you kind of have to slam something.
Yeah, and the alternatives are bad as well. As like not bad as well, because Runan is pretty powerful early on with the recent buffs. The item has always been something similar to a static, where you use it with the added early game damage. That doesn't scale too well into the game, but with how much less HP the compositions have early on, it is much more impactful. And using the Spoils of War, you can generate later game items with that if you are strong enough, and generate economy, and then be able to win despite that, and use that to propulse yourself to the late game.
Yeah, another thing as well, we're in very serious about very quickly there, right? But it has that Aegis of Elenium. It's a super powerful item in the TF disco line as well, because most of your units will be on that line regardless, and you get the additional resistances with that healing alongside the additional attack speed as well. So a very powerful item to really help set up a composition like the TF line if you want to go down that route.
And Kubikson has lost 2 fights, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to play for Heartsteel. No longer win streak, just sells the headliner. No headliner for now. Has the Even Shroud slammed, and we'll see if he can find potentially a headliner, or a Heartsteel unit rather, on this next carousel to help him find that 3 Heartsteel early and play for this very, very strong late game plan.
Yep, it is often harder to play Heartsteel from the get-go, because losing HP early on means you cannot get the late game cash outs, which are the much more impactful ones, because you get more stacks the later it is in the game. But if he manages to find a Set or Yone here into a true headliner Aphelios, to bring that to 5 Heartsteel instantly, it can just completely blow the game wide open, because the 5 Heartsteel gives access to some really insane power really early in the game.
Really spat here for Odessa Day, but with him being on something along the likes of that Punk line, which he is because he's on Clouded Mind, right? That means that he can have a lot of money, can make a very flexible decision further down the road. It could be a KDA spat, it could also just be a Pentacle Emblem if he wants to go down that route.
And we'll see what his next few shops looks like. I think he's not fully committed to these punks just yet. We'll see if he levels to 4 or not at 2-1. For now, just has the Jinx and the Pantheon in for now, so we'll see. But again, Spat does open up so many more paths and makes so many comps that much more viable when you have that +1 going to Stage 4 especially.
Yeah, and talking about Heartsteel earlier, here we see Lost being one of the 5 Heartsteel. If we find a single Yone, we are in a tremendous spot, because he is playing Heartsteel and win streaking, meaning he generates additional economy on top of his win streak money. So he is poised to take a very dominant lead over the lobby from this early game.
And these items as well, Even Shroud, 2 Urgots, just really good unit at killing off units, at just making sure that you can even get a win streak, as you mentioned, Kenobi. So really good spot it looks like here from Lust.
Definitely.
Alongside with the augment as well, right? Like he's also going to be generating economy through his augment with that death plate on top of that as well.
Yep, and there it is. Right as you say that, the gold drops, and we go 5-0 versus Jedizor, which is going to be rough blow for the Spoils of War. And Lost is definitely, if no one breaks the win streak here, he is going to be miles ahead of everyone and will have so much economy to play with. And it's going to be interesting to see if he can convert it as smartly as we've seen Dallas in the last game.
We're seeing so many players on the Heartsteel game plan. Potable also said, you know what? Me too, buddies. I'm going to go into Heartsteel. I'm going to see what happens. Maybe not going to be fully into Heartsteel later on. Is not I think, committed without even. No, surely not. There's two other players that are angling Heartsteel. Kubikson just sold his headliner and his whole board. Oh, Potable style.
Yeah, but the thing as well, it's worth noting here is that when Potable was under pressure, when we still had the legend system in like Runes are Reforged, he would be picking Pingu to pick up the Metabolic Accelerator first augment. This is a playstyle, as you alluded to as well, Kenobi, that he is very much ingrained into. He made his name doing this in Fates as well, with the likes of the Fortune cash outs, those huge comeback streaks. This is his wheelhouse. This is the way he wants to go about it here. And I like the fact he took so long to assess the lobby to figure out if he could raise the stakes or not.
Yeah, definitely the time taken to think about it is very, very important here. And what's going to be key for him being able to make that comeback is really his ability to find, him finding the 5 hearts still, because with the double, when he raised the stake, he now earns double the amount of hearts for his next cash. But without the 5 hearts still, it ends up being kind of lackluster. If you just stay with 3 hearts still, we're gonna cash 180, 200 maybe, and that's not a lot of power for how much the HP he's going to have lost.
Looking at the board now for Serginho, they hit that Yasuo 2, has the Senna 2 as well, but not super rich. We'll see how he handles the stage 3 and what combo he wants to go for exactly. Will it be the Senna as the main carry? I imagine so. He's level 5 already, so I think the Yasuo has already been forgotten as a main carry. But again, we saw from Bural in that game 3 how hard it is to, if you're angling on just one unit, to guarantee you get that headliner early enough.
Yeah. Mentioned not a lot of economy in the bank, but so much economy on the board, because that board is very expensive. 2 upgraded 2 cost, 2 upgraded 1 cost. And here we see complete itemization for Senna, which is a little bit strange.
You can't pop it off, right? You could just 1 round and then you pop off the tier. The single tier could potentially be the angle that Serginho is going for while fully itemizing the Senna right now.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, right, that you're talking about the low economy here. I alluded to this as well when we made that Garen 2 earlier on with no real intention of, like, kind of moving towards a real angle here, right? This Garen probably cost them a ton of economy, but it also has saved them a ton of HP, right? It's a trade-off you're going to have to make during stage 1, stage 2. It is one of the most important skills to have in TFT. Like, assess when can you kind of sacrifice economy for board power, and when do you have to do it the other way around.
Yep. And talking about an expensive board, we see Lost having the 2-star Urgot, which is going to be so expensive, sweating the belt here despite having lost his win streak at the end of stage 2. Not too sure about that, but he's 53 out of 60 on his Heartsteel cash, so he's going to be doing so well in the rest of the game.
That was a great moment. Monkey see, monkey do. You slam the belt, I'm going to slam it too, despite it maybe not mattering at all for one of the 2 players. Twin Terror is found here from Serginho. I'm curious. Actually, we checked Kenobi, the stats a little bit after game 1 or during game 1. Twin Terror Senna, what that looked like. It seemed like the gold version is pretty neutral in terms of not that much stronger than just any other good gold augment for Senna reroll, and the prismatic is actually not so good. So I think not really the angle Serginho wants to go for if he is playing that Senna reroll. Too healthy though, could be interesting.
Too healthy would be interesting. There are some things that you can definitely cook up with that. There's some compositions that I've heard rumors of, but what more importantly, I wanted to talk about his item choice, because what's been successful on Senna so far is having at least one heavy AP item, whether it be Rabadons or Archangel. And here, even if we went for a 3-star Senna build, which I don't know if we are at this point, he could be try to go for a Kali and just have a 2-star Senna. But she would lack damage, and she's gonna lack damage either way, and that's really scary to me.
Yeah, like a lot of interesting things going on the side for Odessa right now here. With that Cloud of Mind, as we were talking about during the earlier stages, David, that's going to come through here. Has found the early Viego alongside of that Diamond Hands from the Portable Forge. So he has a lot of it. He has an extra economy item on the board. He has an Econ Augment that gives him like so much continuous value all throughout this game. And then he's just going to be able to continue to just like turp himself to level 8, start the roll down. He's relatively healthy at 66.
Very unique board here from Yetazor. Gold Collector on this Gnar Headliner for Superfan, for Mosher with the Urgot as well. Itemized, I think Urgot now has been doing so much as an item carrier, but also just as a carry sometimes with the vertical Mosher boards rising in maybe not just popularity, but viability in these last 2 patches, really. And the Gnar does so much in Stage 3 Kenobi when it comes to farming gold and just killing off units, almost one-shotting units with the right items.
Yeah, the 4 and 6 Mosher breakpoints in stage 2 and 3 are so impactful. But here we see Ryosuke with the Senate headliner and the 2-star cannon with the Ionic Spark doing way too much damage. The Gnar, despite the 4 Superfan, cannot regenerate through that. And Ryosuke is in a very good position when it comes to maybe playing that disco line, if he so chooses in the late game.
Yeah, and there are a couple of interesting things here as well. He has that vampirism as well, so he's not kind of playing down half of an augment right now with the amount of HP that he has. And then you have someone like Potapol on that same augment as well, right, getting even more intense value. But he has found that 5 Heartsteel. You're gonna really help elevate this. That's when you're talking about Kenobi. You need that 5 Heartsteel to fully accelerate, get those ridiculous cash outs.
Yeah, and he's hit it. He has already one Ezreal, which is oftentimes it is one of the harder parts of stabilizing with the Heartsteel. So he just needs to make sure, you see he has no items on his units because he wants to make extra sure he will not win a single round and grief it out. But here we see it.
Another one. Come on, Potable.
And he does
goes
it.
for another one. He has Ezreal pair already on the bench, 7 loss streak, but he's still relatively healthy for a 7 loss streak. He's right now sitting at 55 HP. So I think this is looking good as long as he's able to very correctly navigate and make sure he loses every single one of these next 4 rounds.
Yeah, the metabolic accelerator here really pulling in a lot of work, but that's a part of the strategy, right? This is the kind of play we're used to seeing from Potable when he is on his best, playing to the absolute limits of the game of TFT.
Yeah, he might drop to single-digit HP before stabilizing, and if there is one spot in which you do not lose a single round after stabilizing, it is that one. And if there is one player that we can be confident in executing that, it is Padball as well. And you know what? I'm so glad we get to see that because it also makes for the best viewing and commentating experience as well.
The upside is that he has 2 Ezreals already as well, which is one of the scary things. You get these great cash outs, you get all these extra resources, but if you don't hit the key units you need, never mind, he lost. Don't scare us, Kenobi. Come on.
I got beaten by the
our hearts can only take so much. It's for on game 5 of day 1. We need our hearts to be in a good spot when it comes to the next 2 days as well. But I was talking about the Ezreal players. There's 2 more Heartsteel players in this lobby. At the very least, Odessa with the Heartsteel emblems in the angle towards it, and Lusk we saw earlier in stage 2. So the fact you have 2 Ezreals already, I think takes away a lot of the stress and pressure of what the stage 4 rolldown might look like after you cash out.
Definitely is going to be interesting to see how Lust manages. He also has found an Ezreal, but with like one of the remaining failure points for Padball's game is if Lust he's still making more and more gold with that Dev Blade on that augment.
Yeah, also like you see does a tome as well, right, for Lost. So if he ever feels lost, you can do a little bit of reading there and try to figure out that's going to be find a solution. So he got that from a hostile cash, I do believe, and now Odessa also on this. Okay, no man, he's not. It's just a Spectre thing. Yeah. We're getting baited a lot today, I will say, by various elements of this game, but sometimes it happens. But again, no, not a pair. Oh wait, he has a hostile element. That's probably what happened.
Yeah, so much to juggle there. The Senate 3 has been 5 by Serginho, has the Archangels instead. You mentioned the hard AP items that he needed. Normally it's Rabadons. In this case, it will be a scaling item with Archangels slowly giving more and more AP as the fight prolongs. We briefly saw Yetazor's board in one of those fights in stage 3. Very cool pivot from that Gnar Urgot duo carry into now the Kaitza headliner alongside the Ahri. We'll see what his board looks like if he might just end up playing that vertical KDA or the Ahri as the main component of his board in stage 4.
Yeah, and maybe we can. We have Twin Terror at home with the duplicator and the 2 Senna drops from the orbs. We could have Senna 3 and a Senna 2 without Twin Terror here. I think that's a little bit funny, but it looked like he solved the issue. He's gonna use the augment, the blinked out to generate the mana he needs instead of the Shojin, and gonna generate the AP. He was very well aware of that he needed somehow AP and found a creative solution there. I love it.
Yeah, going away from that Superfan line that we've been talking so much about at the top of the show, and just in general have been so accustomed to seeing on these boards. And this will allow him further on the road to fit in more of these true damage units with only having to play the cannon. So that's going to be something we want to follow. Whether or not he's going to be able to acquire a spat, potentially, right, get closer and closer towards that top end here. But Kabixon, he did win this round, but it also is worth noting that he is currently in a rough spot without any headliner for that unit. He has 6 natural copies of.
And he, I think, scouted, saw the other players going for the Heartsteel comp, going for Ezreal, said, I'm out. I'm going to try and find my power elsewhere. Maybe potentially a Yone reroll, though Yone will, of course, also be contested by the Heartsteel players, so it could be difficult. Tome Pop by Lust, no longer in Heartsteel, has also pivoted out and maybe left Odessa compatible to their own devices.
Yeah, and we could have gotten something like a country is what he would have loved to see. We see an ammo here. We have the Poppy, so we can go into 4 ammo, which means we might angle it towards a more executioner's board, because Cortis is the one unit that uses the ammo emblem really well. It actually is an actively bad item on Samira because she needs to auto attack a lot in order to stack up the flare and the style points to increase her spell's damage.
We have a lot of stacks going on here with Potterball. 529 to be exact, and you can see he has slammed some items to try to kill a couple of units because those do provide you with extra steel hearts. Obviously, we are getting the turn out here. We have simultaneous cash outs coming through after the next turn, so after the carousel. This game will be absolutely spiking out of control.
Yeah. 648 and 16 HP to play with for Paddle. Well, rather 18 HP with the healing coming up next round. It is going to be a nail biter.
Oh, 1,000 stacks on the Heartsteel cash out. Gets Radiant Morello, gets a Tactician's Crown, and gets an Ezreal headliner in the shop. Another one. 6 Ezreals already. If you're trying to play Heartsteel, pivot out. I got this comp under control.
Yeah.
Big issue though, right here, Kenobi. The fact that the IE is now on the non-headliner Ezreal. We did not. Oh, we have to remove her. Actually, never mind. It doesn't even matter. And the thing is that we are so far down the HP pool right now that we have vampirism as well. Like this Ezreal will just be continuously healing throughout on top of everything that's going on.
Yeah, and the hardest part is that he needs to he needs the front line right now. He hit the Ezreal headliner, but he also hit the natural Ezreal, so he might end up having to sell the Ezreal if he doesn't find an upgraded front line, because right now it's looking rather thin. It's going to be enough for this round, but the more we go on, the more pressing that need for front line will be. Will it be enough? Well, it's
econ loss, right? You gotta get that streak goal just to be completely sure, sacking for carousel and all that on top of everything here. But as you're talking about, for example, like a Blitzcrank with a great item here would be a fantastic pickup for Potterball.
Potentially needs a tier. Needs to find that blue buff for this Ezreal, but it's going to go for the Lucian just for the immediate spike onto the board from the unit quality and the bow coming through as well. We'll see what his last few components look like in the end of stage 4.
Yeah, it was a very decent roll down. Missed out on finding upgraded frontline, but I believe he had so much gold to roll and so little time because it was not 4-2. So without the augment to give some more buffer time, you have to be very, very quick in your decision making. We've seen he hadn't had the time to swap out the Infinity Edge from on the proper Ezreal. There comes the Illaoi. The frontline is going to be feeling a little bit better. Reforge the Sunfire. I love that a lot. And here it's getting there, but it's definitely is not there yet for the front line.
I think he's like trying to just orchestrate the board to the best of his ability right now, just setting up as much as possible before the round here. But he's taking out the headliner here just because he needs to have more frontlines. You're talking about Kenobi.
Yeah, but
probably wouldn't sell then, no, to try and find an actual better headliner.
Yeah, exactly.
For example, Zach.
Sell one of the Ezreals then, because I get back to 5 Heartsteel with the headliner, and or just sell the headliner to find something like the Poppy, the Zac, or even just set something like that.
I think a strong player, but that was still a Kennen tank item holder in stage 4. So luckily that's going to be a win for Potable. He is going to have a lot more time to really think through his game plan and execute his final board coming into this stage 5. Odessa on the other side, maybe on the losing end of the Heartsteel players, only has 1 or 2 singular Ezreals. He's waiting for the sell from Potable potentially. Like, buddy, can you please sell?
Yeah.
But there's Potable just praying for each other's downfall right now. Potable looking for those 2 copies. Odessa just wants a singular one to find the upgrade. Because he's doing the thing you were talking about, right? Finding that Poppy into the frontline Asher headliner to just get that going, but he's lacking the backline to fully stabilize.
Yeah, and if you have to compare both
setups,
oh, there it is.
And they face each other.
Hold on.
Wrapping. Oh no, this Zed goes onto the Ezreal. It's absolutely doomed. I don't think the Poppy can hold on for enough time, even with the invulnerability.
Or can she? Oh wait, no, the Ezreal has... No, just the other Ezreal barely leave. The Poppy is hanging on by a thread, and Ezreal gets sniped by Patable's Ezreal, by Patable's own, and it's going to be the end for Odessa, and Patable must be feeling really happy about that. That means a lot of units that he wants are back into the pool now.
Oh. Here's a culprit, by the way.
Now we see the problems. There's no Ezreal 3 for Potable. There's no Ezreal 2 for Odessa. Meanwhile, Yeruzor, who's also about to be killed, he's at 16 HP. He's like, oh wait, let me just item hold this Ezreal collector for a few rounds.
I mean, it's the blue buff. It's the all up on the Lions, right? It's kind of the conundrum when you end up slamming that Rune's Hurricane for the tempo earlier on with the Spoils of War, etc. But those items you were talking about, Knopi, has not been able to stabilize to really branch out and get like a full set of quote-unquote good items.
Yeah, the items are definitely the issue right there for Sherizor. We are only 1.5 items in the front line. We do not have access to a giant belt for that Echo. Gonna go into the Even Shroud, try to increase that Ezreal's damage, but then what we do with the rest, we make a second Steadfast Heart. It's gonna be it, but it has to be feeling really bad. Activate the true damage for the Echo at least, but it's trying to plug a hole in the ship. But we are definitely sinking here. If we come across someone that's a little bit too strong, it's going to be the end.
I know Rod there could have been a KD ace pad as well. Settled for true damage instead. Kubikson we're seeing has managed to hit the Yone 3, has managed to stabilize. 3 win streak now for the Polish player. The Yone sneaking onto the Samira could be a quick kill, and it is now the 1v1 versus the Hecarim, and that should be enough for Kubikson to get yet another win in this stage 5. Overall in a very strong spot, despite the Heartsteel players, has managed to hit his main carry.
And Sheduzor took -16 and it just goes down instantly in top 7.
Yeah, speaking of 16, that's the amount of HP that Potable currently is at as he gets the 2 extra HP coming in. And a player we haven't talked about all game, I feel like, right? Kefussled, as we briefly got a look at his board. We talked about him for a while, so the Lost Beast and all that, but he has found his way onto a pentakill board.
And Serginho as well, the Senna reroll player, has stabilized and has not lost control of stabilization ever since the beginning of stage 4. 7 win streak now for the Spanish player who, with this Senna, is just doing so much work. 6 true damage online, and we'll see if finally Potable can be the one to end this win streak with all those extra Tactician's Crown, all the extra resources from the 1,000+ Heartsteel cash out.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
It's completely like Potable has found the Ziggs to add some Hyperpop and Dazzler lines to the Jazz. His front line is not upgraded, but now the back line is, so we get more. We have so many units. We have 10 units on board, and 11 actually, if you count the target dummy. And it's going to be so rough because the damage that he has compensate for his lack of frontline. He just kills everything so quickly.
Yeah, it's like quickly, like the thing I actually was talking about being crazy here for a while was Serginho's position, right? He's rolled, I think, only rolled 12 times this game and pretty much had his entire composition online. Well, that is a ludicrously low amount when you're playing a 2-cost reroll line. Like, that is absurdly low.
Listen, player diff, us Spanish players, we know how to high roll when it comes to reroll, especially some Spanish players who are very much known on ladder for doing exactly that. Serginho may be trying to make that his reputation as well coming into this game. Another reroller, Urgot, just barely one off here for Lust to hit this Urgot 3. Samira as well, but still 3 copies away. And the emo spot on Thresh is something I like a lot. His extra casts are going to be so impactful in these fights.
Yeah, once he is upgraded, he will be great. Right now, I believe he will have a hard time getting a second cast off, but we are in a good position from Lost because Country is having some difficulty shining unless you manage to find everything. And by everything, I mean you need 3-star Amumu with the tank items, 3-star Urgo, 3-star Samira, 3-star Vex, and to the cherry on top would be 3-star set to really wrap up the composition with the 3 crowd. It would be very, very strong and really hard to kill.
Yeah, and also like it's just like a double effect when you get those style upgrades, especially on the country units, right? Getting that Hecarim or the Dread Steed, as he's called in this way. It's Hecarim. We're not fooling anyone, right? But he also gets extra stats coming through from those star levels. So like every single time you find that upgrade, it's so much more impactful than it would be in just any other normal reroll composition.
Yeah. Also, when you find a 3-star, it means he's out of the pool. So as the more you find, the easier it is to find the others. That's why you don't actually need anyone to be playing 3-cost rerolls to hit, because you clean the pool yourself, and there it is. He can probably take some time to rebuild some economy with that huge spike.
The double shop could maybe just put the tier on the Thresh for the earlier cast, considering he needs another Samira item, which would probably be the next PvE round. It's going to be a priority towards the Samira. But looking at Kerfuzzled, on a 2-loss streak, has to fight for his life, has not really high-rolled, is playing a pretty standard pentakill board, 4 pentakill only in this case, so a little bit awkward when it comes to trying to fit the 3 edgelord in instead. And we'll see if it'll be enough against the HP leader, Serginho. Immediately that Senna cast going to blow up so many of these frontline units. I don't know if Karthus can do enough damage here with Viego going the wrong way, and Senna completely untouched in that backline, dishing out damage throughout the entirety of this fight. Viego locked up by the Echo, and that should be the end of it.
Unless
this Thresh is kind of popping off.
No. Oh, the Thresh is popping off, but one more cast from the Senna is going to do it with the Gunblade. And I mentioned it earlier, Senna is the bane of these compositions.
Yeah, and it's when you have those like really centered front lines, right? And it was ever so close there. One less auto attack from the Akali, and all of a sudden that fight goes to the Karthus gets the execute onto that Senna in the backline here. It buys a lot more time for Kerfuzzled, who is currently he's just lacking so far behind, right?
Yeah, Ryosuke did a great job with the Ahri as just a placeholder for most of this game. He's finally moved into Disco. He has 6 Disco, 4 Bruiser Online, Alawi 2, but still a TF1 Kenobi. How has he been winning the last 2 rounds with this as his main carry?
Well, I believe that the fact that Ilaoi is his headliner, it definitely has to help, because these tentacles can slam for a lot of damage. We have keepers, like the... and we have found the emblem as well, which means that we don't have a Disco headliner, and we are still in 6 Disco. So look at that, the board is so hard to kill. Viego usually has such a great matchup in this, but here he just struggles to kill anything at all.
Nikali taken down in the end, unfortunately, means that I think that should be the end of the road. Karthus, I think, cannot really solo here with these headliners still alive, and Blitz, the unsung hero when it comes to DPS in a lot of fights in stage 5 and 6. Anyone that's faced Disco a lot last few patches knows that he just cleans up some 1v3s that he should not be cleaning up as a main tank.
And it is something that probably a lot of players have seen is you have an Akali, a KDA Akali with 3 items versus a Blitzcrank, and it just takes forever, but there's absolutely no way for the Akali to take down that Blitzcrank. That's when and you check the damage recap and you see, oh, all right, Blitzcrank 6,000, cool. Wouldn't have picked him for the carry.
And then you scroll on to the damage shielded, healed and damage blocked, and you just realize he did the triple double like he's like LeBron James or something, right? Like he goes hard in the paint once he gets rolling.
Yeah, and level to 8 before finding the extra copies would allow Lust to find the Poppy for the 4 emo, which would make his Amumu and Thresh so much more powerful. There she is.
There it is. And the Thresh upgraded as well. We can see maybe a second item on, or just a last item on the Samira. I think it has a bit more priority here, and then maybe get on the next carousel the Thresh item. We'll see who he faces. Puttable is in the pool here for Lust. 9 HP, no last stand, is on his last life, and it will be Serginho instead. Another scary player though with this Senna 3, a Kali 2 now as well, and the Kiana has been found with Guardbreaker, Edge of Night, and the 8-bit emblem.
And crucially also, an 8-bit emblem on the Kiana means that this unitemized Caitlyn is actually a menace now. We have a lot of damage, but apparently not enough. The scaling is not going to come through. We have a little bit too much damage coming from us.
Yeah, it's also worth noting here that this fight started with the primary fight, like with the Thresh, for example, being away from the center, right? So there's no like immediate burst onto those, and then you just like have your backline unaffected by anything that's going on in front of them. So super powerful setup here as well. Now Potterbull's board, he has just lost a fight, but though, so that's something that we keep in mind here. Lost to Rio's board, so he's still not level 9. Obviously does have those 2 Scientist's crowns, but he needs to get level 9 to get like more reliable access to the likes of Lucian, to the likes of 6-2 here. So currently struggling a little bit to cap out maybe.
Yep.
I don't think he had time really to go 9, considering where his HP was at, where the rest of the lobby's HP was at. Just decided to roll on 8, considering he has all the extra spots anyway, just to make his board stronger in the first place. But we'll see. Fighting off against Kubikson, who is on 24 HP, should still be 2 lives. The Yone, if he sneaks right into this backline though, might make it to the Potterbull's in big trouble. But Potterbull has also healed with Metabolic, so he's up to 17 and shouldn't be a loss here, a direct loss, even if he loses this fight.
Yeah, and Yone is an actually big problem for this board. Thankfully, we have enough with the 2 tactician strand, but can you imagine if we had not cashed 1,000 stacks of hostile, how that would have gone? Because our radiant item, like part of our cash is on Z, which is still 1 star, sadly, which means we're lacking in damage.
Yeah, it's just we have another player in the lobby, right? Still rocking that in Quebecson, right? Who's rocking the crowd diver reroll line, but also like gotta keep in mind here that Serginho still has access to this champion duplicator. Should another copy of Kiana come running through either on the carousel or just in the next couple of shops here, that would be a huge upgrade to his board as well.
This could be the final fight for Kubikson, loading up against Serginho, against the Senna reroll player. Can the Yone sneak in and not get immediately blitzed down with the amount of damage that comes off of the Senna 3? Both champions are scaling later into the fight. Yone is now moving away from the Senna, so she can dish out damage without really being touched. And can the Yone clean up here? Can he 1v9? It looks like the answer is yes. Shades of Vegas. Serginho taking out a notch to 1 HP as well.
Yeah, and the issue with that Senna, I mentioned that Senna usually has a great matchup into the Yone, but with the edgelord dashes, he manages to reset the aggro and come back up to full HP. And if the fight has gone on for a little bit and the Titan is stacked and Yone loses aggro,
True damage emblem, just thank you very much.
As we were talking about, like if he gets access to one of those true damage emblems, stuff can get a little bit crazy here, but not necessarily something to keep an eye out for just yet.
The OG Caitlyn is back. True damage Caitlyn.
Oh. Speaking of boards that are really capped high, how about that one? We are 9 with 50 gold. Every single unit is upgraded. That is one of the scariest disco boards I have seen in a long while.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. He doesn't even have 6-2 on his board. Like, how can this be the most capped disco board you've ever seen? Like, it's obviously weak, right? Like, it's not even high roll. Like, he hits the 2s. He hits the 2% headliner odds on level 9 as well, right? Like, it is a very powerful board. Yes, like a couple of things I was talking about. It doesn't go level 9.
Serginho fighting for his life after being one of the HP leaders the entire game, is now facing off against the Grim Reaper himself. Potable with a huge loss streak into a huge win streak, eliminates a Spanish player. It could just be, in the end, a top 4 with that center reroll comp. Kubikson might be following down a similar path, and it is the case. The rerollers have been taken down. The 4-cost flex cap board enjoyers are now first and second and fighting for that win.
A very important thing to note for Serginho, right, is the fact that he was the highest point player going into this lobby at 17. So he will be going on to 22 points now, meaning he just needs to get a top 3, potentially even a 4th in the next game to make it through in a potential tiebreaker situation. So this is not the end of the world for someone like Serginho. The extra point, however, is absolutely huge for something like Quebecson.
Yeah, and here I'm trying to visualize how the fight is going to go between these two boards, and the big issue is that the Z is not going to be able to do anything. He's probably going to get taken out by the AoE from the disco board. He's going to run around to the side and probably be okay for a while, but still being 1 star means he will fall down to the AoE, and that there is quite a lot here.
A lot of it comes down to the Ezreal cast, usually a counter to Disco, but the Keeper shields here helping out a tiny bit. The Ezreal blue buff is missing, so not going to get that early cast where you could just explode the TF right as the fight starts. The second cast does do it though, and it looks like this game might be Ryosuke slowly bleeding out into a second, unless he can go 10 and find the right unit to cap out this board.
as we were talking about, right, still has something to add to their final form. The same thing goes for Paderborn, right? He doesn't have the goals we've been talking about. He does not have the luxury of holding on to go level 9, setting on pairs off pretty much all of his 5 costs, right? So any one of those coming for a lucky drop of a duplicator here also accelerates. But also worth noting, still hasn't found that set 2 just yet.
Definitely, yeah, the Z2 would be a massive, massive upgrade. Once again, he has that Radiant Titans resolve, and there it is. He is now looking so scary. In the meantime, we see Ryosuke went 9, has found the Ziggs, and yeah, but so has Paddball, but he did it on 8, and I don't see enough upgrades from Ryosuke here, dropping one of the Tariq to add that very strong Kiana too. But is that going to be enough, or is she going to go down and lose the 1v1 to Zed?
I do like the split positioning, trying to play around those Ezreal casts, trying to make sure that it doesn't just really implode all of your damage dealers. Ziggs and TF on one side, Lulu and Nami trying to deal some extra CC onto Padebol's board on the other side. But is the Heartsteel cash out, the 1k cash out, going to be too much to deal with, even for this incredibly capped disco board? It looks like it is going to be the case. The Ziggs showing he is a difference maker. The TF trying his best, but Ezreal here to clean up. Another loss for Ryosuke, now down to 3 HP.
Definitely rough being able to go to level 10 to just lose in much the same way that you already did. Kind of feels like maybe we had a missed opportunity of trying something different on level 9, like going for that 3-star 4 cost. But at the same time, it's not like we had additional copies to work with, so it is very understandable. It is quite hard to say how he could have won this from level 10. As we head into the final round, Wida, take us through it.
So we'll see this position you were talking about before, David, right? Again, it's going to be coming in here. A little bit of a change up, though, to 6 moving on to the right side of the field here. Potentially could be a decision factor.
We'll see now the Blitz, if he can hold on for long enough. If this Alawi can tank for enough, the Zac is stuck rather, but TF almost gets killed by the EDM Zed coming onto him. One last cast comes through. Ziggs is still alive. Ezreal does not hit the TF, but it does not matter. Ryosuke taken down, a strong second, but Padebol, in Padebol style, perfectly navigates a double raise the stakes into a 1k heart cash out into a massive win streak and a win.
Classic paddleboard into absolute dominance coming back. We mentioned it. He is the one that will not crack under pressure if you give him the highest stakes. And I mean, he raised them twice. He will be able to come out strong. And he just did that.
We'll see what our analysts have to say about this crazy game. A great result for Paddebol, who needed a strong finish, be in contention in that game 6 to break through the cutoff. So we'll go to a quick break. We'll be back with our analyst desk. Do not go anywhere.
Hi guys, I'm Neverdown. My real name is Fons. I'm 32 years old. I'm playing TFT since the start, season 1. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm really enjoying this set. I think it's already the set I play the most games on, so that says a lot. But yeah, I have nothing against the chosen mechanic or the headliner mechanic. I kinda like it, actually. Didn't play competitive in TFT before. I just started this set with some qualifiers, and I played some competitive League of Legends before, back in the days, in season 1, 2 and 3 in the Dutch scene, so not new to the gaming. My advice for players who want to qualify as well, just play a lot of games and just record your game and watch your game back and see what you could have done better. And also just have fun and play your own game. Watch the high elo players and copy them a little bit maybe. Well, I hope I'll be at the top, of course. Well, let's see how it goes. You have to a little bit of luck as well. And let's say make it to day 2 and I'm very happy. I would like to give a big shout out to the Dutch Discord server with the high elo players. We learn a lot from each other and everyone is very helpful on there.
You know, at the beginning of every game, we find each other in the analyst chat room talking about, what's going on in this game and what we expect to see and what we want to cover on this specific desk. Now, at the beginning of this game, Counterfeit hit me with a pas de bol on Metabolic, and I said, I've seen this movie before, and that's exactly how it played out. Pas de bol truly playing to his absolute best.
Yeah, the ice cold eyes of a killer. That, absolutely. Having seen him play so many times at this point, I think it's difficult for the rest of the players in the lobby knowing that there's really no way out as long if pas de bol doesn't get absolutely destroyed at the point he's trying to turn the game around. But I think with the as well, the metabolic accelerator added with the vampirism as well, meant it could really helped him turn back around the corner. That when he decided to turn around, that's when vampirism was the strongest, and he recovered so much HP during the course of that game to come out ahead very cleanly.
Yeah, he could even tank one more loss after that, despite, playing around Ezreal, holding on to the second copy of Ezreal. I was already worried. My legs were shaking as I was watching him maneuver through these Ezreals and potentially hoping for the Ezreal 3 didn't come together, but instead he made a beautiful board. And the two players in this game that were on the losing end of this kind of Spider-Man meme-ish play out were Jedusor and Odessa, both also looking for the Ezreals, also looking for those Heartsteel Comp 80 flexes that arguably have been nerfed, and it just didn't come into fruition.
I particularly enjoy what Jedusor was trying to pull off there with a really interesting item setup at the tail end of it. But yeah, I think Odessa must have just been absolutely furious with how things played out, because with the cluttered mind from the beginning, it really felt like we were set up for a confrontation between pas de bol and Jedusor in the long term. But Odessa just never really getting out of the blocks. There was so much potential that just didn't get realized.
Speaking of realizing potential, somebody with great spot recognition in this round has to be Ryosuke. Seeing that they're all going for that Ezreal line, seeing the Senna reroll being taken away, seeing the Yone reroll being taken away, and then kind of finding yourself in a position where you're like, oh, Disco is open. And suddenly the stars are lining, you're finding that Disco emblem, you're finding the Aegis. It was just so cool.
Oh, absolutely, and especially with the Aegis of the Legion being added in there. It's not something you see very often at all, but worked extremely well. I do want to point out, though, Serginho going in for the center from the beginning of the game, finding the blinged out immediately. I think, looking forward to our next game, which of course will be the last game of day one. I'd like to see more of our players doing that, committing in really early and saying, I'm running this line. If you try and contest me, we are both going 7th and 8th.
Well, we saw that this could spell trouble as well in just the game before that for Canvas, but let's take a look at our standings and how they are shaking out with only one more game to go. These are your top 64 players. This is where the cutoff is going to happen, and we are seeing lots and lots of familiar names.
Yeah, I'm personally really excited to see that there's a couple of UK players making it in just across the line. So it's going to be hugely important for them going forward. As we said at the top of the day, for the German players as well, not having quite the day 3 in GSC 1 they would have wanted, it's great to see some of those some of those familiar names back here again in day 2.
I'm so happy. This is, we've been saying it, this is an Aaliyah patch. This is a game where you are going for 2 cost rerolls, and this is what Aaliyah's playstyle looks like, and he is in those top 32. But speaking of, UK on top, Peter.
I've never seen this before outside of the Northern Legends qualifier, where there were UK players up at the top. For one UK player to be at the top, that's unusual, unexpected. For 2, that's inexplicable. But I am very happy to be here today to see it happen. We came in with 7 players. We're doing really, really well. I'm very excited to see what happens going into day 2.
I'm, generally having a feeling like this Golden Spatula Cup is all about the underdog regions coming through. But of course, let's not forget Mamene, who's still throning on top of that leaderboard. Previous Golden Spatula Cup winner of 6 coming back to claim another win. We'll see how it goes as our casters are ready to bring you the final game of today.
We are back with the same trio, Impetuous Panda, Kenobi, and Wida, here to bring you Game 6 of GSC number 2 for Set 10, Remix Rumble, and potentially For some players and their careers, the last competitive game of the set, because some players are depending on a day 3, some players on the top performance in day 3 even, to make it to finals, to potentially make it to Worlds. So a very important game coming up for all 8 of these players.
Definitely very important. Once again, we see, I believe, 3 French players, but the other nationalities have been switched around this time. We see, I believe, Shinar, Marwan Saru, Hi Pikachu, and Volg, all from countries that were not in the previous game, and it's going to be even more exciting. I hope we see a repeat of something like last game, of someone navigating the highest risks like Padball.
Yeah, you have someone like Shinar in the mix, right? A player that a lot of people are saying like he was actually ranked too low on your power rankings, like David, right? Going in after your show earlier this week. But I'm excited to see where it goes. But I think for me, Marwan is like one of the really big players to talk about, because his GSC 1 performances were quite really like unheard. Like they were really, really good. He was playing insanely well. And whether he's going to be able to find his way into another day 2, I think would be absolutely amazing to follow.
I will go ahead and say it right now. There are no Spanish players in this lobby, but I did a little fantasy draft with some other top players coming into this tournament, and Shinar is on my fantasy team, so I will be very biased for him doing well and making day 2. Just letting you guys know in advance in case, you know, he's trying to cash out Heartsteel, trying to play a comp, and he needs to hit. I will be very biased in this case.
Yeah, and also keep in mind with Shinar, right? Think back to the GSC 1. He was in the top 8. He was in that final lobby, right? So for him, even getting to something like a day 2 could cement him enough points to make it for GSC points. He is in for a ladder, so that doesn't necessarily matter, but it is another way of just like kind of showcasing just how good he's been playing so far this set. And well, we have 2 people that I want to see the world for, David.
Oh, come on, guys.
They're just posturing. No. It's a joke, clearly. No, they're all jokesters.
Holy, no, don't. Oh my.
It's game 6. Don't do it, Saru.
Oh my lord.
Everyone cross your fingers at home. We're good.
Okay.
We're good.
We're good. No more.
I would have enjoyed the content though, you know, game 6 of a day 1, you know, that's kind of when to bring it out, you know. I would have been down to watch some Wandering Trainer going on.
I feel like it's actually not most interesting one, because so much of the game is already set in stone in 1-1. Like it's so many possibilities are already closed because of the training dummy that you get. Some players, you know, will be able to play meta compositions with much higher breakpoints than they would, and the others will have to try and cook something. And when they need to score so many points to qualify, it doesn't feel the best.
Golden Finale in the end are going to be the portal. So interesting to think about what augments could come through at 4-2 that could be impactful to maybe be a very nuanced part of the decision-making process of what you're playing in this game 6. Blinged Out maybe being one of them, with Center reroll and with Yasuo reroll even being slightly better potentially in this game 6.
I see Shara committing to a headliner. We see Color Palace commit. We also saw the likes of Volk here commit to the Vi early on. Like committing to a 1-free headliner without a lot of information can sometimes be a little bit treacherous for some people, right? Because you end up closing out some avenues, but that is not the case for these players. And like Guardian Cannon was like an auto pick at the start of the set here. But I assume that it's because of the fact he had that Nico earlier on. It really just like made him lock that in. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Cannon headliner is not the greatest. He was so broken at the beginning of the set, but he obviously has been nerfed quite a lot, especially his headliner version. But if you have Nico with him, then it's quite alright, because you get access to the super fan. It is quite a solid frontline. He has gotten some compensation buffs recently as well, so it's definitely looking fine.
Talking about Yasuo reroll, we have a Yasuo on the board already. We have a BF sword and the item component bench, which is a great start for Yasuo. And we'll see if maybe a few extra natural copies make it so that Shinar inclines to actually play this comp all the way through. And it's a comp that had very, very good stats throughout all the Scrim-Invitational. A lot of players, if they had a good spot for it, they naturaled many copies. They definitely like to commit to this comp.
Oh, I
commitments.
I thought he would go for the champion duplicators there. I was definitely expecting that, but he goes for the insert coin. It would be interesting to see if we can get a repeat of the game Le Coco played earlier, or if it's just going to be a traditional reroll-driven game. What do you think of this augment in terms of power, Guido?
It's one that I actually tend to avoid because I don't like to be locked in onto one. Again, my hit rate with Riven, generally speaking, also isn't exactly amazing. I'm much more leaning on like 2 cost rerolls. Like I play a lot of Seraphine. I can play a bit of Senna, you know. But Riven, I mean, on the Rift as well, absolute calamity for me. I do not know how to do those combos. But I think it'll be interesting one again. Shinar is a player that I definitely trust to navigate that spot to perfection, but when you look around the lobby and you have multiple players on Scrappy Inventions, David, you gotta kind of think about the fact you're lacking a little bit of quality in there.
Maybe right now, but again, game 6, these players have 20 to 21 points. They need a first or a second to try and make it into day 2. Riven is a comp that can win when you do high roll, when you do hit early, when you can continue capping your board. It's a comp that with the right items, the right augments especially, can be extremely scary. So that's maybe the idea behind Shinar committing so early and giving up a lot of player agency in the process.
Yeah, however, insert coin is quite risky because if you do not win early and you're not able to stack 8-bit quickly enough to get the higher chances to in case some of you at home are not completely familiar with this augment because it's not the most big, you get a 8% chance of your 8-bit units giving gold when they kill a unit, and the more 8-bit stacks you have, the more this percent chance increases. So it relies heavily on being able to win streak the early game, or not win streak, but be strong enough to stack 8-bit, get some early economy. If you do not manage to do that, then you might just be down the gold augment entirely.
Setup here also for Lust. So we're seeing a lot of Guardian setups, a lot of, as you mentioned, Wida, these Scrappy Inventions all across the boards, really. Every single, I think half the players have picked the same exact gold augment in the stage 2.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting, right, as you're talking about, right, the whole thing about like building up a strong board for a unit like the Yasuo, really relies on being able to like execute these targets. Having to face having to face a Disco 4 Guardian board is so difficult to deal with.
And to add insult to injury, when the units are hitting a Guardian's shield, they do not stack 8-bit either. So it's just, double the pain for him. But he finds the Edgelord, which is going to be crucial in maybe becoming a stronger player in the lobby and being able to solve the issue I mentioned.
We'll see what this Yasuo can do. The last minute side switch into another Yasuo who has a Crown Guard instead with the kill as the item holder for Enzo. This could just be eventually a Mordekaiser holding this Crown Guard, and it could be kill. Reroll with a Rage Blade already slammed. Rage Blade is a pretty committal item. There are only a few carries that can really hold it well. What do you think, Wida, is the game plan here for Enzo? Do you think it's just going to be that straightforward kill?
Well, there is some really dark tech as well, right? With the Mordekaiser reroll line with the Crown Guarded, right? So that is something that I know Volta played a lot of at the start of the set. It's kind of fed into obscurity, Kenobi, but it is a line that needs to be open for.
Yes. However, I believe that a lot of players would be playing Mordekaiser 3 if it wasn't one of the more contested 3-cost unit, because the player with insert coin is going to be playing Riven, which means that he will be looking for Mordekaiser because he wants 3 pentakill. Anyone that wants to play super fans can play super fans with a side of pentakill using Mordekaiser and Gnar with the Viego or whoever on top of that. And so it becomes so hard. But if you hit it with the Crown Guarded on top of that, it's incredibly powerful.
I think if you ask any top player, what do you think about Mordekaiser 3? The answer is always but because he's just unhittable when it comes to how much pentakill has been contested. Even coming into the melee reroll lines with Yone and Riven, you have a Mordekaiser as your main tank there as well. So just maybe one of the most contested units in the game outright.
That's an early Twisted Fate for Lost. That must be feeling very, very good. Also with the Bow Dazzler, we won't be picking it up because we would be left with our metaphorical pants down when it comes to having frontline, but that's such an insane shop.
Yeah, and the important thing to note here as well, right, is that the Taric is super disposable. We see like a Taric 1 facility somewhere down the road. Just a great unit to have to kind of just like anchor this play while you kind of just like allow the Nami, allow the TF to kind of just hack away.
For someone who was on a 3-win streak who needed to try and win streak the entirety of the stage 2, the TF comes in at just the right time. The 4 disco trade spike is so big in stage 2, especially with just the immediate combat effect you get from the trade itself. And we're seeing here yet another easy win. Bad news for any other player who was trying to defend a win streak coming into the next 2 fights.
Yeah, and you would be saying, but Kenobi, he only has frontline items. How is he going to be able to convert that into a win streak? Well, the good thing is that he's playing a scaling board. That means that the more frontline he has, the more DPS he actually has. Because with the disco ball scaling, as long as the fight goes on, we just get the Twisted Fate hitting harder and harder and faster and faster. Also, Taric now hits like a truck.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that he's playing Pandora's item, so you can go for the highest cost unit of pretty much every single carousel here, not think too much about the component, thus building up his economy even further, because as we've been talking about so much about, the disco board is really expensive to string together.
Uh-oh, there is a full scrappy value board he's facing off against. Saru gets all 5 completed items onto his units. Will that be enough to take on the Taric? Will it be enough DPS? I don't know if the answer is yes, because the Redemption is also doing so much in terms of the flat healing in this stage 2 fight. And there's no Razorblade on the Jinx. She has immediate, combat strength. She has anti-heal, yes, but not really the scaling option that Razorblade gives you.
Yeah, definitely. It's not looking like it will be close at all. The backline might not fall due to the Guardian Shield. Wait, hold on. The Guardian Shield on the Jink is going to be pretty important. She will live one more cast, and now she's stacked up because she doesn't need the Rage Blade. She has scaling inside of her kit.
This is super important for multiple reasons. Sharu went level 5 to free on to 0 gold, right? So for him, that win is super important to not have completely sacked his entirety of his stage 2, economically speaking. And obviously, we almost saw how much impact that Dazzler damage decrease can have as well, with that CF hitting the entirety of the board.
We'll see now with the Luster. I think for Lust, it's not going to matter as much if he doesn't get the immediate good items. He can spend some rounds potentially rolling for the right backline carry items, having already 3 tank items on that Taric. But for Saru, he is the player now defending his win streak. He is the player who has to go for a tempo option. Huge rejuice with the gold there. Exactly what Saru needed from these Krugs.
Well, also another... There's a book just appearing here as well, right? For Marwan here, allowing him to broaden his horizons at some point throughout this game, depending on what he wants to go into.
Yeah, everyone got a golden orb or equivalent here because the loot is evenly distributed. I mean, you've seen the gold coming on for Saru. Here we see the Dome of Traits for Marwan, and everyone has had something similar, and so it's going to be so interesting to see all the directions that the people can take us. We'll have spatulas, duplicators here, like you can see on Shinar, gold, Tome of Traits. Am I missing something? No, I think that's it, right?
You've mostly covered all of it. 8 traits online as well for Marwan, so we could see a tome pop after this fight, knowing that he's going to have a bit more consistency when it comes to the options he's given, at least for 2 of the options. But what, Wida, do you think are the options he's going to be looking for the most, looking at his traits right now?
I mean, there was like of Heartsteel, for example, is always pretty good execution. That can be pretty flexible. I think that like Heartsteel has no Pentacle in, for example, which is like one of the big vertical chase traits that you kind of want to look into, but I think that like Heartsteel is always just nice because it makes that 5 Heartsteel so much more accessible. It is worth noting that Marwan is taking a ton of damage already. So we got Prismatic.
Golden Orb into Prismatic, meaning that we're getting so much power funneled into the game in these 2 rounds. We see Binary Airdrop being picked by Saru. We see a Radiant Relic here on Marwan. Shinar going for the Triforces. Oh, that's very, very good with the 8 bits. Means he can itemize a lot of units. And maybe he's if he's considering it.
I was going to say, for Shinar especially, there's only a few good Prismatic options. Riven, obviously Harm Assist. I think the Infinity Fortress is one of them as well. So happy he found something, because you could low roll quite a bit when it comes to your just stage 3 augment here. If you are Shinar, who's already, as you mentioned, at the start of the game, fully committed into the 8-bit line due to the insert coin.
Yeah, and even something like a Radiant Relics for any of those Radiant items is also something to kind of
Radiant Blue buff.
Radiant Blue buff. And it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of that emblem, because the Radiant Blue buff with a Gunblade is actually not that much of a commitment, right? Could be that could stay on Lulu, could be Ahri, could still be Ezreal, because the Radiant Blue buff will compensate the lack of DPS coming off from the Gunblade.
Yeah, and another interesting thing to note here, we have double Twin Terror being picked up, so I don't know if that's quadruple Terror or quintet Terror or quartet Terror, what it is, but both of the French players here in Imp as well as EMSO have picked that up.
And Saru, our strongest player in the lobby, Scrappy Inventions into Binary Airdrop. A very cursed and scary combination for anyone else in the lobby to face a player that I think is going to have such high tempo throughout pretty much every single stage of this game, even going into stage 4.
Hyper Pop emblem being offered to Marwan. Will he take it? It's either that or the Spellweaver's emblem. No, actually, could also be Sentinel emblem. We've had a patch dominated by Ari Sentinel, and I think it's not that bad. So definitely a lot of
it's time.
It is time for Sentinel. We had 2-star Cassandra on bench, so right now we get a big spike, and it's going to be a bigger spike to come in the future. If we find a headliner Sentinel, we could go to the very rare and very interesting 8 Sentinel breakpoint.
That was the first thing that I was looking at. Right? You have the Blue Blessing, you have the Gunblade already, you have a bow open. Getting that extra Sentinel in here is going to make it so much more easy for you to get to that Ari Sentinel's board that we spent so much time talking about without seeing great success from it just yet today.
Yeah, and I really like the approach when it comes to items from Tsaru, which is you get an item and you get an item and everyone gets items. It's going to be by stage 5, every single unit on his board will have 3 items. It's going to scale off so well.
And this spot from Saru looks absolutely insane. Preserves so much HP, win streaks. The moment he loses a fight, he's like, okay, Heartsteel time for me now. You're going to have all the extra items to get binary from. Scrappy as well gave you that tempo early on. I mean, probably the player to beat, I think, going to have a similar path that Potable had in the last game without the loss streak, without the massive raise of stakes, but still with the same incredibly capped out Heartsteel board when we reach those top 2 or top 3 positions.
Yeah, and so it looks like Imp is going to go for the Twin Terror board, the classic one with the Executioner. We see a Mumu with, I was about to say a Mumu with blue buff, but no, that has to be the Scrappy invention result, because that can be right. And
it's the Dark Tech.
Yeah.
Emo lowers our overall mana. We're going to get closer and closer to it.
You're missing out. You don't know this key information.
And coming back to Shinar, I just went to level 7 and is slowly looking for a headliner, but we are so low on economy. It is not looking good in terms of odds here. We could be close to Raven at any point, we have the champion duplicator, already 3 Ravens, so if we find the headliner, we are already only 2 off, but we are out of gold.
Yeah, we'll have to itemize the non-headliner Riven here without a remover. So if we get caught in that awkward nowhere land that we're kind of alluding to, this will be an issue for Shinar in the long run, but he will be relatively stable now. This Riven will be killing more units, I would assume, at least, than the other board he would put together before. But the continuous CC from this Disco board continues to become an issue.
One key thing to keep in mind for all of our players, we do know that the last augment will be gold due to the portal, so they can already kind of plan their game plan and these small micro decisions around the fact that augment will be gold.
Yeah, and the fact that the last augment will be gold is going to be very impactful for especially Tsaru, because that means
there it is.
Oh, there we go.
He gets access.
Not 8-bit though.
Well, no, it's okay. But my point, yes, Tsaru might get access to something like Salvage Bean, or like an augment that just gives out, an item like Crown Guarded or something like that, and be able to add one more binary airdrop to his composition.
This is one of the more Roach boards in existence, and one of the more deeper Twin Terror techs, the Kale Gnar Twin Terror board, David, right? Again, it's not fully online with the Gnar and stuff like that just yet, but we do have the Kale free.
I think a lot of optimization is still to be done with Twin Terror overall as an augment after the changes from crit chance to attack speed. I think even some forecasts are viable, like we saw way back in the day with Double Trouble a few sets ago. But for now, Kale doing its job. Of course, you're feeding on a player who is playing Heartsteel, who is trying to lose here. Hi Pikachu, one of the Turkish players, and Enzo. 5 win streak, very little gold to work with though, and still level 6.
And Shinar turns around his loss streak here to a win streak as well. The second we get the overlay updated, there it is. So he's going to try to see if he can at least keep himself closer in contention. But that's a big tier here for Hi Pikachu, who found that Ezreal off the previous carousel here just a couple of rounds ago. So now has that transition more or less lined up.
Yeah, and with the Scrappy Invention combined to the Cyberbolt, we also get a nice combination. He's going to have a very, very hard to kill board. And it's looking like he has a very good potential to cap his board. He will be just, if he gets gold here, it might be okay. But I was about to say he was going to be a little bit short on gold to go 8 on 4-2 and have a reliable chance at finding a good headliner. But I mean, he is picking up the Misfortune now. He has the option to get the Aphelios as well, if he so chooses. It's looking like he might just be able to hit the board in 4-2 and then infinitely scale off after that.
Going to be contested by Saru, of course, the other Heartsteel player, so we'll see how it goes. Early Ari headliner, early level 8 for Marwan, who said, hey, I'm going in and can now maybe with this Ahri end up going into 6 Sentinel and having a very stable board for all of stage 4.
And we have Turbo Biz lined up already, right? We have the Natchez, we have the Blue Blessing, we have the Gunblade. So everything here will just be topped off with no issues at all. The big issue, though, the lag of the Blitzcrank 2, lag of any front upgrades here will potentially come against some boards that might be a little bit more power, as we can see from the one for Shana here.
Surely
be
not.
An issue.
Surely not. Surely not. Ahri, don't.
Oh,
okay,
no.
Thank you. This man has a family. Chinar able to win that fight at the very least.
Yeah, and not finding the 6 Sentinels here is actually a very, very big problem. But we are going to be very refined in terms of items. With the bow left standing, we can get to the static, and with the glove, we can get to the steadfast heart. So definitely a very, very scary board.
Yeah, another thing that's also worth noting, right, is that in the long term, we kind of see how those types of matchups will kind of end up panning out. The continuous CC from the likes of the Ahri, we saw this in the first game of the day, I believe, as well, right? Ahri just being able to continuously lock down those frontline carries that are just going to get stuck when their Quicksilver's timeout.
Definitely, and looks like a tough choice for Enzo here, going for the long distance spell. Oh, it is such an interesting argument because it had such a huge downfall.
But yeah, the Twin Turret as well. It's a perfect setup, no?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the attack speed is not shared between the units, and it's not like he has a high amount of AP to share on the Kayle, so I'm not too sure about the value here. But maybe if we manage to find a Cartus and give him a pretty little hat in the form of Rabadon's Death Cap, then it can become even more interesting for the Kayle.
The other thing that's worth noting here about the fight we're currently watching right now, look at where the disco balls are placed. None of the backliners here are actually getting any value from the 6 disco right now. A minor oversight here from the side of Lost, trying to get extra value from the keepers, I suppose.
But it might cost him the round. It's looking mighty close. If the Blitzcrank cannot get to his next cast, we might be lacking in DPS, but no, the Ezreal looks like it will go down.
And the Ezreal did not face the right direction when it came to that cast. The TF just barely surviving, able to win that fight. We saw there the transition from High Pikachu. He's found some semblance of that Heartsteel board. So has Daylight, we've seen, of course, played with Heartsteel, roll down, not hit anything, and then just bleed out to a 7th to an 8th. Not the case, it looks like, for Chinar either, who has found the Riven 3. It is the Edgelord variant, and he has 1 extra, or 2 artifacts rather, on this Viego. So a very scary Viego here as well.
Definitely the right time to hit that as well. 40 HP is still a comfortable buffer in case he wants to go to a higher level. And the 2-star Viego with the triple item is often undervalued by players less familiar with this type of composition between Riven and Yone. Viego is actually a very, very important part of the composition, because if Riven is the only threat, then you can run into some very difficult problems. You know, something like a very, very strong Poppy that walls you for most of the fight, for example.
Going into a carousel here, right? We can see the emotional connection being picked up here, right? This is the emo-centric line. He has that Vex headliner, which is the tougher one of the two to find, normally when you are playing this Twin Terror line back in the day, right? But it does seem like he is kind of struggling a little bit, needs to find a way to get stable.
Yeah, and his way to getting stable is finding 3-star Amumu with items, because right now his front line is just a single cloak, which is definitely not enough. You need to have a strong Amumu Pantheon duo, or at the very least a strong Amumu, to be able to hold the fort for the executioners to do that damage, because they are quite frail on their own.
And a loss to Heartsteel player who is trying to somewhat lose streak this stage 4 still is not a good sign either for Imp. So we'll see what he can do there. But the Heartsteel headliner, Ezreal, has been found for Volk. So there's 3 players that are now, in some ways, playing around Heartsteel, playing around Ezreal as a main carry here.
Also worth noting here, when you look at the fact that there's a Blitzcrank 2 on the board here for Volk, not the common frontlines that you'll see on these Ezreal boards all the time. So you'll see that, but again, that means that for the Disco players and from other people, and from the R players as well, this means that there are fewer Blitzcranks in the pool. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to kind of get fully stable.
Also, I believe that we are currently playing 2 Lilia ones on board, which seems like maybe an oversight, maybe the pressure getting to him a little bit, forgetting that he could just have, I don't know, double the echo, for example, would be a little bit better, but not gonna matter because the backline is just gone by Twisted Fate.
But if I had to make an argument here, it's because of the fact you're going to get that KDA value, right? I assume that's kind of what's being valued here, and the fact that it's an Echo one or a Blitz or like a Mordekaiser one, it isn't adding more value than that, I suppose, right? But I definitely do agree with you, but I can kind of see the arguments for and against. You can also choose like an oversight because you're like in a transitional phase of the game.
Scary for Marwan as well, the fact that there's a Blitz 2 on this board, there's a Disco player who's currently the HP leader, is going to have a lot of gold to work with, and because he can hold a lot of Blitz cranks as well. And Lust, who's currently at 72 HP, and Marwan, 16 HP, needs to try and survive, has that great setup for the Ahri, but does not have a single Blitz, has 6 Sentinel, yes, but it's a little bit fake when you have no frontline items right now on any of your units. You have just the Stone Plate on your bench, and a lot of 1-stars still, despite this Ahri looking like an incredible damage unit, everything else is not really there.
Could get away with having with not having found the Blitzcrank rather, but not with having Mordekaiser 1 and Echo 1-star. We are definitely in a big deficit of frontline because there is no one for Ahri to keep healing up. Everyone is just dying very quickly despite the high stats of 6 Sentinel. It's just going to be up. So with everyone having items, it's hold that thought, because Ahri has just found a way onto Ezreal, or Ezreal has found a way to throw the game by dying before his frontline.
I mean, I've never seen someone on Ezreal in before his team, right? Never seen that before.
I'm the Ezreal. Usually,
and I'm the support player yelling at you for being an idiot. So
understandable.
And Imp, we predicted he's going to start losing a lot of rounds after that loss to a Heartsteel player, and it is going to be the case now. 5 loss streak, 13 HP, a singular point of life, a massive APM check coming through after this PV round ends.
Would you like to see him start the roll down now, actually, just because sure, you might lose like 2 or 3 gold in interest, but overall the time gain will be so much more impactful here. Okay, gets that duplicator, that's a huge bonus.
It's a Warmog as well, very crucial. It's going to be interesting because he's one of the newer players, so it's going to be interesting to have the spotlight on him for that roll down. Will he be able to go quickly enough? The double Amumu right there is very impactful. We're going quickly, the pace is good right there. Honestly, it's looking possible. We are one of the Amumu. We could get it with the duplicator, but I believe that we want to find the Vex as well. There it is. We can now have Vex and the Amumu 3-star. It looks like you guys have been a little bit of naysayers, shall I say.
If it was me, I would have rolled before. I know my APM limits. Clearly, Imp has higher APM than the average player, and he knew exactly his limitations. That amount of gold. He has to slam these last few items. Could be just a Warmog on the Amumu. Okay, it's Scorpion Vengeance. Okay, I'm like, wait, did he just slam a Nashor's Tooth somehow? Is this good enough? That's the question.
This is best in slot Amumu, Nashor's Tooth, the dark tech,
Yeah, talking about the scrappy invention, I feel like we might have been better off having the Warmogs completed on the Amumu and then adding the additional component, but that's maybe a little bit of time that we were needing, and it's not going to be enough. Marwan going to hand out a decisive loss, and it's not going to feel good because we don't get a good item for Amumu.
Yeah, there's no chain rest, there's no bell, right? The things that we really want to hit here would have been lovely, but instead we're kind of split up here. Because the thing is that the even shot here doesn't provide a ton of value. Right? Twitch is not the main star to show right now. It is going to be that Vex regardless.
Definitely is. However, okay, we get the final scrappy value, so we get full value here. The issue is that we can get bad items from the scrappy inventions, and I think towing the line between using the scrappy invention to get some value and getting actual best in slot items for your units is a rather tricky part of the game.
Facing off against one of the HP leaders, not currently HP leader, has taken a few losses here and there. Now Enzo sits at the very top, but Lust on the disco line, still on TF1, but so much gold to work with, potentially trying to go fast 9 with just the TF1 here, and the Blitz holding down the line against all these extra emotional connection casts coming through from the Vex. Looks like it's not quite enough, but maybe expected. Lust is, expecting to lose a few more fights here with the HP he has.
Yeah, and that matchup is going to turn sour for Imp if he comes across across Lust later on in the game, because that Twisted Fate was just 1-star, and we could see the cards going to the backline already. If the Twisted Fate was upgraded and maybe there was a Ziggs to go along with that and reduce a little bit of that magic resist, the Vex can go down before the front line very quickly, and the matchup can turn sour that way.
You look at an overall look at the lobby HP, right? You have Imp, you have Mawan down to just a single points of HP, and then you have Volk also closing in on that. Like, he's like on very low 2-life territory right now. Then you have the rest of the lobby kind of in striking distance with Enzo currently having a pretty solid lead.
It's going to... Oh no, the Akali's on the proper side to go onto the area. Let's see if the regeneration from the Gunblade is going to be enough. We also have Combat Caster to work with, but if the Ezreal's last cast hits on the Ahri, no, it's going to be fine. She's okay. She's going to be regenning. Akali goes back there, but we have a lot of time before she's under threat.
On the opposite side, Imp does survive that fight against Enzo. Ezreal cast comes through, does not kill the Ahri, and the Ahri once again... Big cast in time. That should be it. Ezreal stunned. Can he kill her off? He cannot. Vol also taken down to just 1 life.
That's such a huge win as well. Like, we're just talking about the fact that Volk now goes into single-digit HP territory as well. So winning those fights were so huge for your general placement.
Definitely is, and the stakes are the highest for these players. They can all make it through if they get a great top, and they are playing it to the max, stretching their HP pool to the limit, getting down to the 1 last life for 3 players, maybe 4 if Lost were to take down a particularly bad loss. He had a commanding lead that has now been given up. I hope for him, for his sake, that he's going down in 9 right now.
Well, this is why we're seeing Lust playing for level 9 and not playing for placements, not playing for ability. He needs to get a first or a second. These players are all at 20 and 21 points. Their only goal in life at this current moment is to make day 2 of GSC number 2, which means that a 4th place or a 5th place or a 6th place, no diff. They need to go for those top 2 spots, potentially top 3 for some of the 21-point players. But still, that's the roll down. That's level 9. That's the TF2 for Lust.
It's TF2 for Lust. Here comes the Ziggs
as well,
which is very good, and it's probably time to say goodbye to Tariq. Oh, Tariq, 1 star, no, gets upgraded on level 9, right on time, never misses a bit. And here we go against Saru, which is, yep, as predicted, every unit. He has no more slots. Like, it's literally impossible to itemize anyone else.
The TF is surviving. Can it do enough against this front that has come? It's going to be such a close fight in the end. The TF does survive. It is another big hit on Saru, who is now also on what looks like potentially just 1 life.
And the Imp going out, Mawan also taking a loss here, getting cutscene, dying a Panda here for the likes of Shinar.
Rough ending for both of them, going down -12, -14. We had a win from Lust, but very luckily for him, most units on Saru's board were 1 star, and he's now the one going down at 15 HP, so it could be very quickly the end for him as well.
Yeah, now the HP is like even more important, right? Because that lead that Enzo had has been taken away by 3 consecutive losses. High Pikachu has 4 consecutive wins. From 7 of 24, that's the remaining HP pools in the lobby. A single loss here is horrific. So much depends on the matchmaking.
We'll see now for Lust. Can he continue winning after these massive upgrades come through? The Ezreal is a natural counter to this Disco comp, depending on how these casts come through, especially the first cast. If they can one-shot most of these backlines, that could be it. The TF does survive. The Rage Blade continues to stack, but the Akali is trying to finish off the TF. He's fighting for his life. He's just barely healing thanks to the Disco trait. And it looks like the Akali is going to be able to clean up, but we talked about it. The Blitz versus the Akali with 3 items, and the Blitz might just win these.
Yeah, I believe the Blitz has it. Yep, here comes the regen. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I was just doing some foreshadowing. The Blitzcrank versus Akali 1v1 finals, and the Blitzcrank just takes it home.
But look at them now, like, both Enzo and High Pikachu takes losses here, right? So, like, that just means we're just, like, turning the entire table upside down. It feels like Shinar now the HP leader, having found himself out of the hole. He can't take himself in with that 8-bit at the start of the game, but navigated out to perfection, found that 3-star ribbon at the last possible moment, it feels like.
Yeah, and it looks like the long-distance pals is not paying off for Enzo here. It's not looking like he has enough power in his composition. And the Blitzcrank, the Mordekaiser is not being enough, but...
Yorick is big.
We just found Yorick. That is absolutely massive. It gives a Guardian to the Nico, which is going to be a lot more HP. And what do we get here? Hand of Justice for...
Taking off the Superfan item. Interesting there. Or not using the double rage and getting the Hodge onto the Kale.
Okay, interesting interesting attempt.
Yeah, I'll say this is a bit of the matchup, right? Because this is the one where you have a colony. No, it's not. But like again, like if you want a healing, double healing a matchup, it could make a lot of sense.
Yep, and here Tsaru with the double Z to 2-star with full items is going to be just running over Enzo. It's not even close there. The Kale is going to be doing her best. Oh, not even close, actually, a little bit closer than I thought, because Ezreal won. Nearly died to a cart assault, but here it is the end for Enzo. High Pikachu takes a 4th position. That is not going to be enough for him.
Lust as well, taken down both French players in the end, 4th and 5th. Their GSC run is over, considering they were on the cutoff. They needed to get a 1st or 2nd in this game to make it to that day 2, and then maybe dream of day 3 as well. So very unfortunate news for Enzo, who has not had the explosive, great set we're used to seeing from him back in set 8 and set 9. In the end, High Pikachu, the Heartsteel player, Saru, also the Heartsteel player, fighting for their lives, and Chinar, who is still alive, the insert coin, early committal onto the Riven. He's still fighting for this 1st place.
Yeah, but would you look at the size of that Zac? I'm sorry, with the Cyberbulk and the 4 Bruiser, his HP pool looks to be infinite, but it doesn't matter to Riven if he goes straight into the backline. Nope. Gets back onto the front line. Zac is moving, making Riven wonder what the hell is going on, but it's not going to be enough. And High Pikachu going down in 3rd means he is also out.
Yeah, also like the Riven just gets to free stack being on the opposite side of the board here at the start of the fight, right? Taking out those allowed tentacles, taking out some of those 1-star units as well on the board here. But now we have Shao, another Ezreal board going up against this Riven board from Shinar.
Here comes the final matchup with a lot of melee carries on both sides. Oh, and also, once again, we have Twin Terror at home, Tsaru says, with the double Z and the double Ezreal. Finds the Lucian on the last round to replace the Bard. Is not going to make much of a difference, but with the Aegis of the Legend, can we get rid and do enough damage to kill that Riven?
It's all about this Riven. It's all about this Viego. Can they deal with these backline damage dealers in time? Can they sneak in with the Edgelord trait proccing? The Riven is dangerously low already. The Zed doing so much damage, and I think there's no contest here. The Caitlyn's stunned up as well. It's all down to the Viego, who has 2 artifacts, but it's not enough to deal with the fake Twin Terror you talked about, Kenobi. 2 Ezreals and 2 Zeds doing so much damage there. Chinar now down to 7 HP.
Yeah, and it's so close in the end, because Saru only has 1-star Ezreal, but I believe that if he manages to hit the 2-star Ezreal, it might just spell the end for Shinar, unless we have some positioning trick. Oh, we see a headliner Ezreal in Shinar's shop, but it's still going to be found by Tsaru. He's going to intelligently place the one with the Chief's Gloves on the bench, add the 3rd Jazz unit, and that feels like it is the end unless Shinar manages to find a way to sneak that Riven on top of Ezreal. And we have all seen Ezreal do that. One mispositioned dash could spell the end for him. So let's see, let's get right into that.
Riven on the right side for Chinar. Viego alongside her. The Zed one. She was chunked down incredibly quickly before. She's being chunked down again. The healing is coming in, but not enough healing. The Ezreal cast kills her off. It's down to Viego. He's left alone. And Shinar could not even put up a fight in these last 2 rounds. He goes down. Saru, a past GSC winner, is maybe trying to mount a comeback to make it to day 2 and make a statement for the Greek community.
And it's worth noting as well that both of these players now end up on 28 points, actually, because Shinar had 21 points going into that game. So it does to me, I'm pretty sure that should guarantee Shinar making it through, depending on where the tiebreaker cutoffs end up being.
Very good news for my fantasy drafts. My biases, my behind-the-scenes magic working out with a Riven comp there for Shinar.
Yeah, and with that final game concluded, we are not going to take one final break before the analyst desk breaks it down. So we will be seeing you in a very short while. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Alanzq. The name Origins is just my second name. In the past, I had to just change my name because it was kind of weird, and I changed it into Alan, which is my second name normally. I'm a competitive player since I'm 13. Started from MOBA games, moved to the black card games, Auto Battlers. After I wasn't that good at the MOBA games at that time anymore. And yeah, moved between TFT and lore generally. After some time, after the Auto Battlers era started. And yeah, now I landed back to the TFT and I'm playing since set 9.0. Oh, I love them. I was at Vegas, I'm going for Cactus. Like, I absolutely love the opportunity to meet the players, like connect the faces with the nicks from the ladder and hang out with them and play against them live. Again, it's a great opportunity to also grow the game, and like you can see the audience is really enjoying those live events and watching them. So I think it's a great thing to do, those LANs. Oh, I am always confident. Doesn't mean that you have to just make sure you are not overconfident because it hurts on the competition. But I think I'm in the right mindset after this many years of like. It takes years to get to this mindset where you are. I think where you are not too cocky and you know your place and you're just going in with being self-aware if you are prepared or not. Yeah, I'd like to shout out my community, Team Liquid, which I'm part of, and everybody that will be playing and partaking in GSC, and whole the crew that will be organizing and covering the event.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, and while Twitch chat's viewer numbers might be breaking, we're here and ready to go for that final Analyst Desk of the day. And this game was a little bit special because, first of all, this was a bubble lobby, many of these players needing those high finishes. And with that, Peter, there's always a little bit of risk-adverse gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, you've absolutely got to make it happen out there. I think how that lobby being that we had our players around 20-21 points, they really needed the big finish. So Turkey and Greece really came out of this one shining.
Absolutely. Well, of course, for Zaru, we first and foremost have to mention these augments, right? Getting the Scrappy together with the binary just allows you for so much early tempo, making a lot of items and getting your units as strong as possible early on. And then just somehow, playing two Zeds.
Yes, I mean, we had Twin Terror in the lobby. Apparently, Saru thought it seemed fun. He'll try it for himself. But with the Scrappy with the binary, because you're getting the randomized items, I thought Saru, originally brought that in to try and extend his win streak. But I think bringing in the Heartsteel as well and, building up these late game units has really helped him take that early strength and transfer it into late game strength as well.
And speaking of early game strength that transfers into late game strength, we do want to talk about a very special augment that was picked up here, and it's called Insert Coin. It's not one you see a whole lot of, but I think you'll see more of it specifically since this patch. And I personally think it's so good. As soon as you get your comm together, you can just zoom through the lobbies, which is exactly what Shinar did. Peter, you had a little bit of doubts there.
Well, it was brought up on the cast, it's kind of very similar to Spoils of War in that if you're ahead on your board and you're getting kills, you're getting a lot of money, and you're ramping up your stacks, you're getting wins in. The reason I was kind of dicey on it is because we didn't have that much strength out of Shinar's early board, and so it took a really long time before it really kicked in. But once it did, absolutely, it was amazing. I just thought the opportunity had passed. I'm happy to be wrong about it.
Me too. I love seeing Turkey pop off, and Shinar, is one of these players that we've always been talking about in kind of like our segment on who we want to watch. We've been talking about Ging for so long as kind of like the king of the Turkey region, but there is more and more really strong players that are making headway from that region and from that ladder, saying, hey, we might not be the biggest region and ladder, but we for sure can be strong as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big thing, exactly as you say. To go from, it's a good thing to go from being like, we're a region defined by just Ging primarily to being a region defined by Ging and somebody else, but to have multiple players coming through and getting into day 2 in pretty authoritative fashion, I think speaks very well of the chances of seeing more Turkian players in day number 3, and hopefully getting some more established names that can enter the conversation.
Absolutely agreed. And with that, we do have Saru living up to his name. Saru wins once more. We'll see if he can keep living up to it in the next couple of days. We are preparing our standings right now, but Peter, looking back on today, any, outstanding moments that you had looking through the games?
Gosh, I think I appreciate that while it didn't work out that well that often on stream, that our players were willing to try some routes less traveled in the individual games. I mean, during that last one, being able to see the Twin Terror, KL and Nar being put together, I'm so glad we're at the point now, even with the set coming relatively close to a close, our players got so many different avenues to kind of express their own particular playstyle in the game. So I hope we see much more of that in day 2.
I personally am really excited to see more Kale than I thought was going to be showing. As you know, a Kale connoisseur myself, I wrote her off a little bit now that she was nerfed, but players have consistently been playing her and doing pretty decent with it. So I'm curious on how that trend is going to continue as we are moving through. And a little bit of a bummer for me is that Ezreal's still strong, but what isn't a bummer, hopefully, are our standings, and they're ready. So we're going to take a look and see who's actually made it to day number 2.
Well, it will be a bummer for everyone who doesn't show up on this list, but literally every person we're seeing now, we will see again tomorrow, because it's 128 players, top 64 go through. One of the things for today was, of course, that a lot of the top-performing Polish players from last time weren't making it in here. So lovely to see a few more of them, including our Dragonlands regional champion, Lelouch, getting into day 2.
Just stretching out the time until we get to that very front page, because I took a little bit of a peek and I think you're going to be very excited by what we have to show for a top 16 players of day number 1.
Holy moly! Blast at Moon, you absolute monster! I saw Blast at Moon playing in open qualifier. He was hanging with the best players playing there. And I was like, no, surely not. He's not grown into a player that can win a whole day by himself. I wouldn't even begin to entertain such a notion. But honestly, that's amazing for him. If we're talking about players growing, that's one of the kind of key points of data you can look at to say, okay, this is a player that's got a lot better in a hurry.
Absolutely right. But speaking of players that just seem to have gotten better, we do have someone here that almost feels like an old friend. Mamene, welcome to the desk.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Thank you for talking to us. How are you feeling? Great day today.
Yeah, absolutely great day. I'm just happy about my performance because I think I did just well. So I'm happy right now.
So of course, you mentioned you have the 100% win rate in the Golden Spatula Cup. After day 1, how confident are you in keeping that clean sheet?
Well, when I entered the tournament, I said to myself, like, if I don't go to the finals, it would be a failure. So for now, it's just it's the least I could do to go through the day 2.
Okay.
A high bar.
Pressure's high. I see. Looking at your games today, of course, you started out really, really strong. I would assume that your red on the meta was pretty good. How did you prepare going into this tournament?
Well, to be honest, the last GSC I played, so that was the first one 2 years ago. After that, I just played, I didn't really train. I wasn't looking about the stat and everything. I was just like playing ladder and didn't give a shit about stat and everything. But like 3 weeks ago, I started to learn about the meta deeper, to look stat, and I think that the result of it, I train a lot for this tournament, so I'm happy about it.
Well, I want to kind of follow up on that because I know a lot of our players have been working with the study group to try and prepare. This is obviously an incredible return to form. Is this something you've been doing just by yourself, or have you been getting assistance?
No, I'm training with only myself. That seems crazy because all of the top elo players scream together and share their insight about the meta. But for now, I'm just training alone, and it seems to work. So,
no kidding.
Right, it seems to work. We're going to be seeing how it works out further for tomorrow. Just in general, do you feel like this set has been going better for you in comparison to the sets since the last Golden Spatula Cup? So set 7 to 9, we haven't really seen as much from you. You were saying you're not really try-harding. Do you just like this one more?
I think like the past 2 years, I've been studying abroad, so that was kind of hard to try out the game while doing my studies. This year I'm still studying, but I have less courses, so I think I can focus more about on the game, and it reflects on the result, I guess. So.
Yeah, it does. Awesome.
Well, last thing for me, I just thinking back across today. Was there a particular game or maybe opponent in one of your games that stands out in your mind as the most strongly?
Well, I've been playing versus the same players since I was in the lobby one all the day. I did some scrims, and I was expecting like Digasparta to go higher because he was doing incredibly well in scrims. But the people that were with me in the lobbies were kind of good, every one of them. But I don't have a particular name that scares me a lot. So.
Well, maybe you have a particular name you want to shout out, because if you remember from set 6, we always allow players to shout out anybody that's watching or anybody they want to thank at the end of the interview. So if you have anyone, time's yours.
Just shout out to the fans and you for the amazing job you're doing for the TFT community. So thank you, and see you tomorrow, I guess.
Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and good luck out there tomorrow, my man. Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Wow. I can't believe he's made this kind of comeback just operating entirely on his own. That seems like an impossible task to pull off. You only wonder what kind of level he could hit if he was drawing on other people's experience as well.
I mean, a little bit depends on how that prep looks like, because I'm sure he's been looking at stats from stuff like Panda Scrum Invitational, but I personally just like hearing that it isn't that he played set 6 and then didn't really care anymore, but he was actually doing something important, which is studies. So coming back now when he has a little bit more time, it's really cool to actually see, and hopefully he goes far and is able to maybe keep that 100% Golden Spatula Cup win rate. Would be crazy if you ask me.
No, I mean, he didn't specify, but I'm assuming he spent that time studying the blade. So, he's going to be able to bring that level of dedication to bear. Now, just on a different target.
Right. Surely. Well, if you have been sleeping throughout the entire day and you're just now tuning in, you're too late. Where were you? Honestly, get your life in order. But to fix that, tomorrow you can tune in at 4 p.m. CET. For day number 2, we have 6 more games for tomorrow, and then another 7 for day number 3. So lots of action yet to come. We're also going to tell you a little bit more in our pre-show, so make sure you don't miss that. And Counterfeit, if you would do me the honors of carrying me through our socials, because I'm too lazy to read them.
Well, fortunately, it's pretty straightforward. So, of course, TFT Esports EMEA on the old Twitter, or X if you prefer. On everywhere else, it's Play TFT. And if you'd like to find out more about us as casters, Impetuous Panda, We To Cast, Counterfeit Cast, Makes _ and Kenobi TFT, I will do my best to get those into the chat so everyone can jump on those and let us know exactly what they thought of today. I mean, it's been such a good day 1, though. I'm really looking forward to what day 2 and 3 have got for us.
Well, before we go to the very end, we do have one more thing. Speaking of socials, our social media contest, because of course we have a winner. We did ask people, which of these playlists is your favorite? Which one do you jam out to the most? Please write your answer with a reasoning. And David wrote in the concerto, because this is my new TFT battleground anthem, where every move is orchestrated like a masterful concerto. I picture Jin elegantly dancing through the shadows, Diego leading a spectral waltz, and the remix rumble setting the tempo for the arcane clash. I mean, if that isn't good, then I don't know.
Gosh, we didn't specify it was a poetry competition, but it kind of worked out that way. Very well done, David Spenny. I think it was one of those ones where it was a little bit open as to how you reacted to the prompt, and honestly, I thought that was pretty amazing.
Yeah, me too. Congratulations. And with that, we are going to see you guys again tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. And we are going to see you guys out there, hopefully.
Let's go.